Everybody ready? The hour of 6:30 having come and gone, I will call to order the Common Council meeting of Tuesday, June 18th, 2024, and ask the clerk to please call the roll.
Govindarajan? Ugair? Harrington McKinney? Knox? Latimer Burris?
Here.
Madison?
Here.
Martinez Rutherford?
Here.
Miadze?
Present.
Rummel? Tischler?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Vitiver?
Here.
Wahelia? Here. Bennett? Here. Conklin? Here. Curry?
Here.
Duncan?
Here.
Evers is excused. Field? Here. Figueroa Cole? Here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. As usual, I will remind us that we're all here either physically or virtually to do the business of the people of City of Madison, and would encourage all of us to do that with kindness and grace and respect. In particular, I'd ask that all concerned, whether it be staff, members of the body, or folks here to give testimony, to please refrain from using any foul language and to try and stay on topic in your remarks at all times. We do have a long night ahead of us, and so I would ask folks who are here from the public to register to please, it is possible to not use your entire 3 minutes. You are entitled to them if you wish them, but it's also possible not to use them all. And I would remind members of the body of the rules that we have agreed upon for ourselves, which is to limit yourselves to speaking twice on any given motion, and certainly not to exceed 10 minutes. Again, you do not have to use your entire 10 minutes at any given time. So with that, we do have a number of honoring resolutions this evening, and we will start with item 1, which is Legistar 83860, recognizing and commemorating June 19th, 2024 as Juneteenth and Freedom Day in Madison, Wisconsin. And to begin the reading, I will turn it to Alder Latimer Burris.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a second, I'm trying to, I thought it had started. I didn't know I had 2 parts, so just let me get up to speed there. Just a second. Or if you want to do something else, come back. It's going to take me just a second. I'm trying to.
Alder, this is the first item of business.
Okay, so perhaps somebody else can.
Point of information, Mayor.
Yeah.
There was an updated copy of the reader's resolution, and Alder Wahili is listed first.
Thank you, Alder Curry. I do not receive the reader's version. I only know what the council office tells me. So we will turn first to Alder Wahili.
Thank goodness.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Whereas June 19, 2024 marks the 159th commemoration of Juneteenth, and whereas June 19 or Juneteenth is Freedom Day, and
whereas this day not only celebrates freedom, but honors and punctuates the quest for civil liberty of freedom, and whereas Juneteenth at its genesis symbolically commemorates the end of slavery in America and the beginning of the road to freedom for Black people, which is foundational to freedom for all, and
whereas a contradiction existed between the American ideals of liberty and equality, and whereas in 1865, after the Civil War, the institution of slavery remained in effect, with many citizens choosing to ignore the Emancipation Proclamation, an executive order for freedom and justice signed into law nearly 2.5 years prior to June 19th, 1865,
And whereas the plantation owners, business owners who owned enslaved people, forced by birth and/or captivity as unpaid laborers and servants in involuntary slavery from birth to death for generations, worked to further suppress the proclamation. And whereas on June 19th, 1865, under the direction of the United States government, led by General Gordon Granger, United States Colored Troops number 29 and 31, and a cavalry of 1,800 plus troops arrived in Galveston, Texas, the last city in the United States to receive formal news. And
whereas the troops who were charged in enforcement of the Emancipation Proclamation advised the community as a whole that all are free, and they had been freed by the proclamation 2.5 years prior, and that under the ratification of the 13th Amendment, slavery and involuntary servitude was unconstitutional and was banned in all United States territories. And whereas Juneteenth symbolizes a path towards a number of freedoms, such as the freedom to vote, freedom of religion, freedom to travel, freedom to dress yourself and be yourself, freedom to do business and to be in business, freedom to be a litigant, freedom to get an education, freedom to grow your own food, freedom to marry who you want to marry, freedom to earn a living, freedom to seek and receive health care, and much more. And whereas some of these freedoms are still being fought for today.
And whereas the freedom to vote of particular importance of 2024, as it is election year. And
whereas despite the freedom to vote being granted by the Emancipation Proclamation, Black people have confronted a series of discriminatory practices, such as literacy tests, poll taxes, intimidation, and violent acts aimed at suppressing political participation since then. And whereas, in response to this suppression, Black communities have organized voter registration drives, advocated for equal access to the ballot box, and demanded their constitutional rights, leading to the landmark legislation that was the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And
whereas leaders such as Ida B. Wells Barnett, Baynard Weston, Fannie Lou Hamer, Mary Church Terrell, Ella Baker, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King, Bob Moses, Mary McLeod Bassoon, and a force of others have played an integral part throughout history in demanding the right to the ballot box. And whereas over the decades, throughout the nation, the Black community has also worked in fellowship with other impacted communities and equal access stakeholders to protect the right and the freedom to vote, which is foundational to our democracy. And
whereas this year, elections and the freedom to vote will be aided by the many volunteer poll workers, city clerks, and the various organizations that work to encourage people to vote. And whereas despite these efforts, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 has been repeatedly weakened by the U.S. State Supreme Court, beginning with the Shelby County v. Holder decision in 2013, which rendered Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act inoperative, allowing states and localities to enact voting laws without federal oversight. And whereas this weakening of the Voting Rights Act has displayed the continued work we must do to uphold the freedom to vote, along with other freedoms that we celebrate each Juneteenth. And
whereas Juneteenth observation and celebration started in Texas in 1865, and whereas in 1990, a group of Madison's Black community leaders collaborated with the Madison Inner City Council on substance abuse to implement the Juneteenth celebration, a family-centered, wholesome, drug and alcohol-free event that children and families could enjoy, with the mission to unite Madison's Black community in a positive way and improve its quality of life through the positive reinforcement of its heritage, culture, and accomplishments, as well as enhancing its ability to become an effective part of the greater Madison community. And
Whereas the state of Wisconsin first recognized Juneteenth as a state holiday in 2009, and whereas in 2021 the city of Madison added Juneteenth Independence Day to the list of city-paid holidays in recognition of the date on which slavery effectively came to an end in the United States, and
whereas Juneteenth became the official 11th United States federal holiday when President Biden signed the Juneteenth Independence Day Act into law on June 17, 2021, and whereas it is recognized that celebration of Juneteenth, the advocacy and the historical context of the path to Juneteenth becoming the 11th national holiday has roots connected directly to Madison and Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Now therefore be it resolved that the City of Madison and the Madison Common Council recognize that Juneteenth is Freedom Day, as it stands as a marker of freedom for all in the United States, and makes time for us to honor those who have worked in community, committing to engaging in actions and initiatives promoting freedom, including the never-ending work of social justice and the sanctity of every citizen's right to vote.
Be it further resolved that the official Juneteenth flag was raised on June 4th, 2024, representing a new beginning. The colors red, white, and blue colors representing all Americans who cherish and stand for freedom, and promises that lay ahead when we stand for, fight for, recognize, honor the struggle it has taken to gain freedom for all and increase our will to protect it. Be it finally resolved that the Madison Common Council and Mayor recognize and commemorate June 19th, 2024, and further recognize the efforts put forth by those to bring awareness of this important day as we work toward a more just society and reflective past.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Wahilihi and seconded by Alder Fields. And we do have, I hope, two folks here to receive the proclamation. I believe we have Greg Jones here and Annie Weatherby Flowers. Show off those proclamations. There you go. Thank you both, and thank you, Annie, for your 35 years of work to help us celebrate Juneteenth in the city of Madison.
You're welcome.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 1. Item 2 is Legistar 83881, expressing sincere appreciation to retired Madison Police Department Captain Mike Hansen for his years of dedicated service to the city of Madison. Am I correct, Alder Rummel, that this is you? Yes. Alder Rummel?
Move adoption, and Alder MTR will start.
Okay, thank you. Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you. Whereas Mike Hansen first joined the Madison Police Department as an officer in 2001, and whereas Mike Hansen recently retired from the Madison Police Department and served in many capacities to include the promoted position of sergeant beginning in 2009, lieutenant beginning in 2013, and captain beginning in 2019. And
Whereas retired Captain Mike Hansen served throughout the entire city of Madison in many roles during his career, including the positions of patrol officer in the Central District, the Hammersley Road Neighborhood Police Officer, patrol sergeant and training sergeant, patrol lieutenant, captain of the South District, and finally as captain of the Central District. And whereas retired Captain Mike Hansen also served as commander of the MPD Unmanned Aircraft Systems team after helping create and launch the team in 2017. And whereas retired Captain Mike Hansen always prioritized community outreach, engagement, and effective problem solving while serving the Madison community. And
whereas retired Captain Mike Hansen always led his fellow members of the Madison Police Department with positivity, unwavering optimism, dedication, and reliable, calm leadership every day. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the Madison Common Council express their sincere appreciation to retired Madison Police Department Captain Mike Hansen for his years of dedicated service, especially for the past 2 years leading the Central Police District.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Rummel and seconded by Alder Govindarajan. Captain Hansen is on the Zoom with us. Captain? Oh, don't go away, Captain. There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you. I am so deeply honored, and I really, really appreciate this. This is probably the last formal event as a city employee, and I am deeply honored, and thank you. I appreciate the elders that put this together, and ironically, I'm out of state. I am teaching for Northwestern University at their command school for law enforcement commanders, and I've been doing this for 10 years. And as I go to these trainings, I want to make this a brief speech on just MPD overall. As I go to these trainings to teach, I'm in awe of who the command staff is from all these different agencies. And then I cannot express how awesome it is to now be an alumni of the Madison Police Department. We do it right in our progressive, caring, educated way to police. And we are so fortunate as a proud person raised in Madison and as a proud retiree now from Madison, we do it right here. And I know there's learning curves. I know there's things that we can do better each and every day, but you have a phenomenal police department. I'll forever be an ambassador. And as I travel the country, I'll always praise Madison for the city and the police department that we are. I'm still around. I'll still be in Dane County. But thank you so much. I'm deeply honored, and I hope that you all stay safe and have a great evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Captain. I don't know if you can hear, but you're getting a round of applause. Thank you very much for zooming in, and thank you for your many, many years of service. It's been moved and seconded. Is there... Alder Verveer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to take a few moments to share a few thoughts on the occasion of Mike's retirement from public life here. I've had the privilege of working with Mike for many years, off and on, during his various stints in the MPD, especially the times he happened to be assigned to the Central Police District, including obviously have enjoyed our time working together the last couple of years as he's been the commander downtown and also the police chief's representative to the Alcohol License Review Committee. I want my colleagues to know, particularly those that haven't had the pleasure of working with Mike, what an amazing individual he is. We have been blessed to have his leadership, his service to our community all these many years, 23 years, serving the city. For those that aren't familiar, Mike's public service actually began with Dane County, working in the sheriff's office, and he also served for several years as a supervisor on the Dane County board. So his public service goes way back, and as he knows, I feel strongly, this service is in his DNA, as his dad was a beloved former UW police chief, Ralph Hansen. I had the occasion of working with then Chief Hansen during my time in student government on campus here. And And it has been such a joy being able to work with Ralph's son all these years. So Mike, I know that you are going to enjoy your well-deserved retirement. I know you'll continue your teaching. I know that you'll be doing volunteer work in the community. I know that you'll be enjoying spending more time with your friends and family, especially Ben, as he hopefully will be quarterbacking in Moorhead, Kentucky, at Moorhead State in the coming years. So I know a lot of football games in Moorhead are in your retirement plans as well, obviously. So anyway, I just can't thank you enough for all your years of public service to the community, and wish you Godspeed, my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, I pushed the button after Mike. He is much more eloquent and thorough. I just wanted to say thank you to you, Mike. When I came back to the council, I had never really met you before, and you reached out to me right away, and we went to our favorite place to have breakfast, which is Lazy Jane's, in case you all need to know. And I found out that I knew his dad too, and I thought that was like, well, I guess I'm old. But anyway, we won't go into that because I'm older than Mike. Anyway, he was a character on campus, and so I was really thrilled to have just work with you, Mike. And then you have been really helpful to me, through all the things that have happened in the last year and a half, and I appreciate it so much. And I wish you the best and enjoy.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Knox?
Yeah, Mike, first of all, I just want to thank you for your dedicated service. And I also, as a retiree from the county, know you, Mike, from your county days as well. And even just downtown in the city county building a lot during those years. But I also want to thank you for your service, not only as a police officer and administrator, but for serving the South District Police area too. We've had many conversations about the state of South Madison. We still kind of like to let everybody know it's the safest side of town district in the city. And you certainly were a part of making sure that was the case. So enjoy your retirement. I'm sure I'll see you around.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to add my voice on behalf of when you were in District 1 and you saw the vision of Elver Park as a community center to mirror that on the east side is Elver. And you were there, and many people didn't see that vision, but you saw that vision, and you were instrumental in helping us to start the organization of how we can get there. And so I hope that by the time I get ready to retire, we will have that vision somewhere in place. And so thank you for your service.
Thank you, Alder. If no other alders in the queue wishing to speak, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote, and thank you again, Captain, for your service. All right. Item 3 is Legistar 83923, recognizing June as Home Ownership Month. Alder Bennett will kick us off.
Okay. Whereas National Homeownership Week began in 1995 under President Bill Clinton's administration with the goal of increasing homeownership across the nation, and whereas this effort was expanded to the entire month of June in 2002 under President George W. Bush's administration, and whereas both of President Biden's and Governor Evers' administration recognized June 2024 as the 22nd annual National Homeownership Month, and
whereas National Homeownership Month is observed as a time to encourage homeownership, celebrate its many benefits, and call attention to the institutional barriers that prevent many people from buying a home. And whereas homeownership is a pathway for wealth building, yet is out of reach for many households, particularly those of underserved communities, including low income, people of color, young people, disabled people, immigrants, and more. And
whereas addressing barriers to homeownership, such as the long-term impacts of economic inequalities, discriminatory lending practices, and redlining are critical to improving access to home ownership. And whereas the City of Madison supports home ownership and prospective homeowners via a variety of programs through the Community Development Division, such as Home Buy, the American Dream, Moving Out, Homeowners Assistance, property tax assistance for senior, rehabilitation loans, and special assessment loans, as well as partnering with several community organizations working on the issue. And
whereas from 2018 through 2023, Home by the American Dream provided 229 loans to low to moderate income households under 80% area median income who were purchasing a single family home in the city of Madison. And whereas from 2018 through 2023, Moving Out Homeowner Assistance provided 71 loans to households with a member who has a permanent disability for down payment and closing cost assistance. And whereas from 2018 through 2023, the City of Madison provided 155 loans to elderly households with low or moderate incomes to assist in paying their real estate taxes on the City of Madison primary residence property. And
whereas the Community Development Division has a page titled Resources for Home Buyers and Property Owners, which connects residents to resources and has a list of upcoming home ownership workshops hosted by partner organizations. Whereas accessing home ownership is not only a wealth building opportunity, but is also it also provides stability and safety. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and Madison Common Council recognize June as Home Ownership Month in the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alders. We'll take that as moved by Alder Bennett and seconded by Alder Field. And we have with us this evening Sarah Alvarado from Own It. Oh, the Own It team, please come up to receive.
It's Tiffany Malone and Sarah Alvarado from Own It. And
do we have the proclamations? Juliana?
Should I?
Yes, you should.
No. Jimmy. Do I get it?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. You guys are so sweet.
Picture time. There you go.
Are we looking? My name is Tiffany Malone and Sarah Alvarado here. I am one of the founders of Own It, Building Black Wealth. I'm honored to accept this resolution recognizing June as Home Ownership Month. Today, I want to share our impactful work within the private sector to address the wealth and home ownership gaps in the Madison area. Own It, Building Black Wealth is a collaborative effort among real estate professionals and the community at large. Our mission is to increase generational wealth in Black communities through home ownership. We accomplish our mission by providing comprehensive education, support, and down payment funds for the first-time home buyers through aligned partnerships with local organizations like One City Schools. In collaboration with our partners, we offer an education program and the opportunity to apply for $18,000 down payment grants. Since the Fair Housing Act was passed in 1968, the wealth gap has increased, not decreased. Just 15% of households in Madison own their homes compared to 64% of white households. We are working to change that. Own It offers the knowledge and support needed to make homeownership a reality. This program includes wealth building and homeownership courses with the Racial Justice Framework that covers financial literacy, credit improvement, budgeting, equity, and building, and more. A mentorship program and local resource materials to support learning at every stage of the home buying process and beyond. Most importantly, we provide down payment funds to home buyers, understanding that access to money is one of the biggest barriers to home ownership. We developed a down payment grants program to design, eliminate common barriers and restrictions, ensuring a more accessible and straightforward path to home ownership. Own It grants have no income limits or upper limits on assets, no sale price limitations or local restrictions, no extra contingencies or special requirements, no payback required, no restrictions on who participates or on who participants can work with. One of the powerful ways down payment grants are funded is by ambassadors from the real estate industry who contribute a portion or a percentage of each earned closing commission to the fund. I want to thank our donors, real estate brokers, financial institutions, local organizations, and the hundreds of community members who have committed to the initiative. Your support is invaluable. I invite everyone to learn more about our work and consider contributing to the transformative initiative. Together, we can make homeownership a reality for more Black and brown families in our community, thereby building a legacy of wealth and stability. Our mission is homeownership. Yet people of color are far more likely to be cost burdened, whether owning a home or renting an apartment. Thus, all housing is important. By breaking down systemic barriers and empowering, educating, and guiding communities of color toward financial freedom, we can make the Madison area a better place for all. Thank you for recognizing June as Home Ownership Month and letting me share more about Own It, building Black wealth with me and my team and those who are not with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming to receive this tonight, and thank you, Alder, for spearheading the resolution. Alder Bennett.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Own It. Y'all own it. Sorry, I had to be corny. But yeah. It's not corny. No? Okay. Yeah. I just wanted to say that I'm wanted to just bring this forward because I know we're going through this housing crisis, and that I feel like sometimes we're at odds with home ownership and then renter households and all of that. And it's really important to recognize that at every phase of housing, we need to be elevating it and providing every single opportunity to home ownership, whether it's, in a single family home or in a duplex or manufactured housing or whatever. You deserve a place to live, and make sure that that starts with having a safe and stable household. So y'all are awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. Watching Own It come from an idea to this organization that is impacting people's lives in a way that transforms them and is transforming housing and housing ownership is incredible for me to have watched. And I just want to say that I'm so grateful for all that you do and for you showing up. Thank you.
We did this in collaboration.
You,
working with everyone.
yeah.
This is what made it possible. We've had over 20 closings, and we have a couple more coming up within the next couple months. So, we're doing it.
I'm proud of y'all.
Thank you, Alder. All right, that's been moved by Alder Bennett, seconded by Alder Fields. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 3. That takes us to item 4, which is Legistar 83925, recognizing June as Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. Whereas National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder, PTSD, Awareness Month is recognized each June as a time to raise awareness about PTSD and the impacts it has on the individuals living with it, as well as their family and community members. And whereas National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month additionally seeks to reduce the stigma around treatment for PTSD, provide support for survivors, and encourage people to pursue treatment. And whereas June was first designated as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month in 2014, after 4 years of National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Day taking place on June 27th. And whereas according to the National Institutes of Health, PTSD is a mental condition that can develop after experiencing or witnessing a life-threatening event such as combat, natural disasters, car accidents, gun violence, child abuse and neglect, intimate partner violence, or sexual assault. And whereas children can develop PTSD from experiencing bullying, sexual and physical abuse, neglect, witnessing intimate partner violence, and witnessing community violence, and more. And whereas symptoms of PTSD include nightmares, uncontrollable thoughts about the event, emotional flashbacks, and avoidance of distressing memories, among others. And whereas there are currently about 12 million people in the United States living with PTSD, and whereas it is estimated that 6% of the United States population will have PTSD at some point during their lifetime, and in any given year, 5% of the adult population will have PTSD. And whereas PTSD is a treatable condition and has a range of effective therapies and other interventions, and whereas early detection and intervention is important, especially for children, and can help reduce the severity of symptoms and improve the quality of life of those experiencing PTSD. And whereas there are a number of organizations that work to provide treatment and other care for those suffering from PTSD throughout Madison and Dane County, such as agency members of the Dane County Child Abuse Coordinated Community Response and the Dane County Children, Youth, and Families Consortium, and more. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Mayor and Madison Common Council recognize June as Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Awareness Month in the city of Madison.
Thank you, Alder. We'll take that as moved by Alder Rummel and seconded by President Figueroa Cole. And we have Jennifer Ginsburg and Cheryl Cato here to accept.
Good evening. My name is Cheryl Cato. I'm the Executive Director and a Child, Adult, and Family Therapist with the Rainbow Project, which is a child, family, counseling, and community resource clinic. We serve the Dane County community, and I'm a clinical adjunct professor with the UW School of Medicine and Public Health in the Department of Psychiatry. We're here representing the Dane County Children, Youth, and Families Consortium, a membership of at least 36 service agencies, as well as the Child Abuse CCR, including an additional 30 agencies, as well as the Dane County Trauma-Informed Community Advisory Council with an additional 10 to 12 agency representatives. We are grateful and appreciative for this opportunity to speak to the Madison City Council, to the mayor, to honor June as National Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Month. Not only do we as agencies coordinate and work with one another in referring and serving mutual individual children and families, we work to coordinate and network to improve services and service delivery, as well as policy and impact the children and families we work with. We're here today to also honor April, National Child Abuse Prevention Month, May, National Mental Health Awareness Month, and also National Trauma Awareness Month. July is also National Minority Mental Health Awareness Month. Although these issues are assigned to a particular month, our agencies address these concerns every single day. And we're here together because the trend is concerning and has led to crisis in many areas, including childcare, schools, housing, and basic human needs. Chronic and toxic stress in both children and adults, lack of adequate medical and mental health services, anxiety, depression, suicide ideation, including of children, addiction treatment, and increasing gun violence and poverty continues and includes risk factors experiencing racism for people of color. These trends are documented by the Center for Disease Control, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Psychological Association. And I'm hoping that in recognition that all of you will take time to at least educate yourself on what are the adverse childhood events that the National Center for Disease Control has started in research from 2019. And it goes state by state that each of us has experienced trauma, and that impact has a long-term impact without intervention. Health outcomes, substance abuse, violence, homelessness, mental health, academic performance, employment are related to underrepresented services that cost our country over $141 trillion, and in the state of Wisconsin costs us $188 billion. We can transform systems to improve outcomes for the generations to come. And I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of those children and families who are experiencing that every day.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Jennifer Ginsburg, and I'm the Executive Director of Safe Harbor Child Advocacy Center. And I just want to take a minute to say thank you for recognizing and honoring Post-Traumatic Stress Disorder Month. Just as a reminder, we have come to an understanding of PTSD in this culture as a result of combat veterans who come back to, after being in war with a certain set of symptoms that then we came to recognize is a set of symptoms that's shared by people who experience domestic violence, sexual assault, child abuse, as well as natural disasters. And so, this whole range of symptoms affects millions of people across the country and throughout the lifespan. Cheryl mentioned something called ACEs, which is the Adverse Childhood Events Scale. And it looks at childhood events, whether it's child abuse, sexual assault, a parent who's incarcerated, mental health in the family, witnessing violence. And it traces their effects throughout the lifespan. And what we know is that traumatic events in childhood can affect one throughout their lifespan, not just in terms of suicidal ideation, depression, substance use, but as well as physical disorders such as higher rates of heart disease and diabetes. So PTSD is something that affects people across the lifespan, and one thing that we know is that early intervention is key to mitigating those effects. So we are really grateful for City Council to recognize PTSD Awareness Month, the pervasiveness in our society, and the need for ongoing support and services. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you both for the work that you do in our community. I'd just like to put out there for anybody within the sound of my voice, if you are experiencing mental distress or crisis or thoughts of self-harm, the 988 hotline is available to you either by phone call or text. And I encourage anybody who needs it to reach out for help. Again, that's 988, either phone or text. All right. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of item 4? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 4. And that will take us to item 5, which is a presentation. It's Legistar 83819 from Make Music Madison.
Thank you. I am Jess Kent Johnson, a proud member of the board of Make Music Madison. And this Friday, June 21st, there will be more than 600 free musical performances at nearly 200 sites across our city in honor of Make Music Day. This year, 23 cities in Wisconsin and over 2,000 cities worldwide will celebrate the importance of music to our culture, community, and our economy. Last year, Make Music Madison hosted the largest event in North America and one of the largest in the world. We are looking forward to maintaining that momentum. This launched in 1982 in France as the Fête de la Musique. Make Music Day is different from a different type of music festival, as it is open to anyone who wants to take part. Every kind of musician, young and old, amateur and professional, of every musical persuasion pours onto the streets, parks, plazas, and porches to share their music with friends, neighbors, and strangers. All of it is free and open to the public. In 2013, City of Madison leaders recognized the promise of this event and worked to make it a reality in Madison. Since then, our organization has continued to grow thanks to the support of the city and the Madison Arts Commission. And over 1,500 individual musicians are expected to participate this year in the 12th annual Make Music Madison, most of them Madison residents. Make Music Madison supports economic development by celebrating the diversity and strength of the musical talent in our community and providing opportunities for all to perform in front of a live audience. The event strengthens our communities by bringing neighbors together to meet one another, encouraging people to get out and support local business, and creating a fun and festive environment to celebrate the start to summer. So you can learn more and explore our interactive map at www.makemusicmadison.org/listings. And now I'd like to introduce a real treat, our talented musician in residence, Sarah, to share about the impact Make Music Madison has had for her and to share a little of her music. Woohoo!
Hi, everyone. I'm very glad to be here. Like Jess said, I'm going to be talking about my experience with Make Music Madison. At first, when I came to Madison, I didn't know that I was gonna live here. So it was kind of it was a really rushed decision, and I had to basically get out of university back in Puerto Rico. For some context, I am from Puerto Rico. I moved about 3 years ago, and looking for a purpose, a friend by then, now my partner, mentioned me about this festival that hosts any artist. And thank you to that festival, I was able to make connections all over Madison, and I've been performing for the past 2 years and a half. And I can say that I found like that purpose, and I've made it has made a sense of community. Personally, I've met so many people, I've made friends, and I can say that I'm very, very grateful to be the musician in residence this year. This is my special role, let's call it that way. Of course, I'm working as a spokesperson. We all know that the Spanish-speaking community, the Latino community is growing, and what is best to like have someone that can reach to those minorities communities. I'm really grateful to be part of this. Yeah. The song that I'm gonna be performing is by Antonio Cabalvale, and it's called Verde Luz. I hope you all enjoy it. I also forgot to mention where I'm gonna be performing in Make Music Madison in case anyone is interested. I will be on Lisa all over downtown, but first at Lisa Link Peace Park from 1 to 2. At the Rotary Plaza stage next to the Children's Museum from 3 to 4, and then at the MMOCA from 4:15 to 4:45. Thank you. Verde luz de monte y mar, Isla Virgen del Coral. Si me ausento de tus palmas brumorosas, si me alejo de tu playa silenciosa, quiero volver a sentir la tibia arena, a dormir en tus riberas, isla mía, flor cautiva, para ti quiero tener libre tu suelo, sola tu estrella, isla doncella, quiero tener verde luz de monte y mar. Thank you.
Thank you both so much for being here tonight, and I hope everybody will take advantage of Make Music Madison Day and get out and certainly you want to go hear her play again, but like they said, there are hundreds of musicians all across the city on the 21st. All right. Our next item is disclosures and recusals. Are there any disclosures or recusals on items on tonight's agenda? Seeing none, we'll move on to the presentation of the consent agenda. President Figueroa Cole.
A consent agenda is moved with the recommended action listed for each item on the agenda, including public hearings, except 1, items which have registrants wishing to speak, 2, items which alders have separated out for discussion debate purposes. This document lists supermajority items, agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda, items for exclusion, items introduced from the floor, and agenda items with corrections. Agenda items that are supermajority items vote items will be recorded as unanimous votes unless a roll call or exclusion is requested. Legistar 83815, grant Class B combination liquor and beer 2024-2025 license renewals with restrictions as previously approved or amended and changes of corporate structure as set forth in the report. That requires 14 votes. Legistar item 83749, approving appointees to the subcommittees of the Board of Park Commissioners, requires 14 votes. Legistar 83418, amending the 2024 Sustainability Improvements Capital Budget to accept a $500,000 grant award from the U.S. Department of Energy to implement the Growing of the Efficiency Navigator Program for affordable multifamily housing in Wisconsin, authorizing the execution of the associated grant agreement and the distribution of sub-awards to Sustain Dane, Elevate Energy, the City of Fitchburg, the City of Middleton, and the City of Sun Prairie. 15 votes required. Legistar 83432, amend the engineering major streets and stormwater utility adopted capital budgets, transfer existing budget authority from University Avenue to stormwater utility citywide flood mitigation program for various projects. Requires 15 votes. Legistar item 83433, amend the 2024 stormwater utility capital budget to transfer budget authority between projects to reflect the anticipated grant funding split for the Pheasant Branch Greenway enhancement projects. 15 votes required. Legistar item 81945, approve the certified survey map at 506-518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 150 South Blair Street. 14 votes required. Agenda items with recommendations different from the agenda. Legistar 83510, authorize the non-competitive purchase of up to $568,425 in software and configuration for the ADA compliant audio announcement system for those with vision loss at the bus rapid transit stations. Elder Govindarajan recommended action to adopt the substitute. Legistar 78642. Approve the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat at 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street. Plan Commission recommended action. It's with additional conditions. The applicant should work with city staff, engineering, and traffic engineering to realign the western end of Chicago Avenue and should match the alignment as set forth in the official map reservation for the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan and enacted by the Common Council in February 23, 2021. Agenda items excluded by one request of elders or two speakers registered by noon on June 18. Legistar item 78911. Change the zoning of 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street by creating the following MGO sections under 28.022. Section 00634, change from temporary agriculture to CCT district. Section 00635, change from temporary agriculture to TRV2 district. Section 00636, change from temporary agriculture to TR-U2 district. Section 00637, change from temporary agriculture to PR district, and Section 00638, change from temporary agriculture to CN district. We have speakers on this one. Legistar item 82903, creating MGO section 28.022, 0069 to change the zoning of 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 150 South Blair Street from PD to UMX district. We have registered speakers. Legistar 83477 is a substitute creating MGO section 28.022-00672 to change the zoning at 6610 to 6706 Old Sac Road from SRC1 to SRC3 district to TRU2 district. We have registered speakers. For Legistar 83478, creating MGO section 28.022-00674 to change the zoning at 201 to 205 South Stoughton Road from IL to THV district. We have speakers. Legistar number 78642, approve the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat at the 3220, 3614 Milwaukee Street. Again, Plan Commission recommendation is to the applicant should work with the city, staff, engineering, and traffic engineering to realign the western end of Chicago Avenue and should match the alignment as set forth in the official map reservation for the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan. We also have someone registered to speak on that. Agenda item 49, Legistar number 82979, approving a certified survey map located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sac Road. We have registered speakers. We have two introductions from the floor. Legistar item 83952, approving temporary construction with associated noise impacts between the hours of 7 p.m. and 7 a.m. for work associated with Verizon small cell facility at 1050 University Avenue. This is going to be referred to the Boards of Public Health on June 26th and back to Common Council on July 2nd. Legistar 83-989, authorizing to execute a development agreement and funding appropriation in the 2024 capital budget to fund $344,000 of tax increment loan to University Parks Commons 2, or its assignees to construct approximately 68 units of affordable housing located at 625 San Pedro Lane in the former Westgate property in Tax Incremental District 46. That is scheduled to go to Finance Committee on 6/24 and back to Common Council on July 2nd. And Legistar number 83-646 is just a correction. It reads D vehicle damage, $1,400. Report at risk manager. Corrected title to say D. Yon vehicle damage, $1,400. And that's it.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional items that alders would like to have excluded from the consent agenda at this time? Going once. Going twice. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Okay. I am here it is. Okay, item number 26-83683. Item number 41-83594. Item number 88-83917. I want to refer that to the executive committee, and I'll give those dates. For item number 88-83917, refer that to the executive committee meeting of July the 2nd. I'm sorry. And I have some general questions, and I'm asked permission to lump them together. They're under the Department of Human Services, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. And so it's just general questions, and I think that one response will take care of them all if I'm allowed to lump them together.
Although let's take those several things separately. So you're requesting separation on item 26 and 41, is that correct?
That is correct.
And then on item 88, you're asking for an additional referral to the Common Council Executive Committee on July 2nd?
Correct.
Okay. And then the last item?
And so the last items, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, and they are under the Department of Human Services. And so I wanted to know because one answer would probably be sufficient for all of them, and I was wondering if we could have all of them.
What agenda items are they?
It is 39, 40, 41, 42, and 43.
You mean they've all been introduced by Human Resources?
Yes.
Although it will take us a minute to get to those, would you be willing to sidebar with the Director of Human Resources to get your question answered?
Absolutely.
If Karen, can you facilitate that? I don't know if she is on the Zoom, but I'm sure she's available to you. All right, so then are there any additional items for separation this evening? Alder Rummel.
Clarification, Mayor. President Cole mentioned number 45.
Yes.
Thank you.
Any additional items? Seeing none, let me go over that again. So the following are supermajority items and require 14 votes. Those items are agenda items 10, 18, and 46. Requiring 15 votes, agenda items 33, 34, and 35. We have on item 37, a recommendation different from that printed on the agenda. The recommendation is to adopt the substitute. Items that will be excluded from the consent agenda tonight are items 8, 9, 13, 14, 26, 41, 45, and 49. We have 2 introductions from the floor. We have 1 correction on item 58 to add the last name, and then a request on item 88 to add an additional referral to CCEC on July 2nd. Is there anything additional? Should I go through that one more time? Yes, I should. Okay. From the top, supermajority items requiring 14 votes, items 10, 18, and 46. Supermajority items requiring 15 votes, items 33, 34, and 35. A recommendation that is different from that printed on the agenda is on item 37. The recommendation is to adopt the substitute. Following items are excluded from the consent agenda. Items 8, 9, 13, 14, 26, 41, 45, and 49. We have 2 items for introduction from the floor. We have 1 correction on item 58, and we have an additional referral of item 88 to CCEC on July 2nd. Alder Bennett.
Yes, for item 41, I believe that is also within the other items with the Director of Human Resources. I was wondering if possible, since the mayor already asked to do a sidebar for the others, if questions related to 41 could also be taken up in that sidebar instead of separated.
Thank you, Alder. Defer to Alder Harrington McKinney if that's possible.
So I have a question for the mayor, and I do apologize that I did not pull these before noon. Is there any way that because the Director of Human Services is not available, is there any way that we could handle this group collectively, either to, is there any other way that we can handle this for tonight?
Well, we can check and see if the director is available to just speak with you, Alder. In a sidebar, if that would be okay.
Does that include
on all of those items?
I thought that Alder Bennett also had a question. No?
No, she was requesting that you withdraw your separation of item 41 and get that question answered as well, since it is also, and the director is available by phone to speak with you.
That's fine, because 41 was in my list.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that okay?
That is fine.
Okay, so we will not separate item 41, and the Director of Human Resources has confirmed she's available via phone, so the Alder will get her questions answered that way. All right, so then, perhaps one more time. Okay, we have 6 items that require supermajority votes. We have 1 item, 37, where the recommendation is to adopt a substitute. We have separation on 8, 9, 13, 14, 26, 45, and 49. We have 2 introductions from the floor. We have a correction on item 58 and additional referral on item 88. Are we good? Okay. President Figueroa, call a motion, please.
Motion to adopt the consent agenda.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the consent agenda. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor of the consent agenda? Seeing no objection, the consent agenda is adopted, and we will move on to public comment. All right, just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. I will try and give you a 30-second warning. We have microphones on both sides of the dais. I will call 2 or 3 names at a time. If you're able to approach the dais and be ready, that would be appreciated. Our first public comment is on item 8, which is creating various sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change zoning at 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street. Our first registrant wishing to speak is Randy Coloni of District 15, to be followed by Jeannie, to be followed by Louis Weissman. Do we have Randy? Does not appear we have Randy in the room. Do we have Randy on the Zoom?
Randy, you might have a prompt to unmute.
All right, we will try and come back to you, Randy, while you figure out.
Hold on, there were 2 Randy colonies. I'm going to try the other one now.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Okay, great. I'm speaking regarding item 8 and actually item 45. I didn't realize they were separate. Can I do that?
Absolutely.
Okay. My goal is to tell this council that the Starkweather LLC plat application before you has been characterized by hidden, inaccessible, and misleading communication and dreadful mistreatment of a longtime Madison homeowner named Jeannie. I hope this council will delay approval until you learn more of what has transpired, especially as relates to the possible extension of Chicago Avenue across Starkweather Creek. This extension, the subject of too many behind-the-scenes decisions, would destroy Jeannie's home and devastate the creek's fragile ecosystem. Note that this area was planned to be conserved according to the information presented by the developers to the neighborhoods. Over time, plans have shown the extension, then not shown it, and then shown it again. Much support arose for a bike pedestrian-only crossing. All of this occurred while leaving the person whose home stands in the way of that crossing completely out of the loop. Even now, the plat submission before you shows a road that goes to the creek and simply stops, as if no discussion of what will happen to that road need occur. I personally have sat in meetings, available on tape, I believe, where the developers insisted they did not want nor plan on a road into the development at that location, acknowledging the dreadful impact a car bridge would have on the natural area meant to be conserved. To understand how all this impacts on Jeannie, just drive down Fair Oaks Avenue to view the enormous apartment complex being built by Stonehouse or with Stonehouse, and note how absurdly close the city allowed the developer to place the building relative to Jeannie's house. Meanwhile, Jeannie has still not been contacted about the status of her property or possible demolition by the city or the developers. 3 minutes does not allow me to go into more detail. Rather, I can only ask that your sense of justice and desire for our city to be honest and open in the planning process will spur you to delay a vote until you can learn a bit more about the process. In closing, let me clarify. I understand that sacrifice of a few for the benefit of the many may sometimes be necessary. But leaving such a significant decision-making process hidden and leaving key stakeholders completely absent from the discussion
You have
There's no
15
way for
seconds left.
No way for a progressive city to operate. And this process needs to be reviewed, please. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jeannie of District 15, to be followed by Louis Weissman, to be followed by Paul Schechter. Jeannie?
First of all, I want to thank all of you for your service to our city. It's not an easy job. There's a lot of moving pieces and a lot of different interests that need to be listened to and supported. My name is Jeannie Kramer. I live at 133 North Fair Oaks Avenue. If you don't know where that is, who I am, or how this proposal affects my neighborhood and my home, you do not have the information that you need to make an informed decision on the Starkweather plat plan. All we are asking tonight is for all of us to take a step back so that we can have more time to go over all of these moving details. I'm specifically requesting that the part of the Chicago Avenue extension west of the creek, destined to go through my house, apparently, because nobody tells me about it, to be removed. And I feel this needs to be treated as a standalone issue. There's a lot of people in my community that would agree with me on this. I had what I thought was a pretty good statement written up today, but again, so many moving pieces. While I was doing my homework today, I was reading through item 45, which, by the way, we just found out was not linked to item 8. So you may find a lot of community feedback under item 8. The city staff addendum added this afternoon shows infrastructure projects that literally are on my property and through my house. And that was just added this afternoon. Doing my homework before I came tonight, I also had a chance to read through the amendments that surplused Starkweather Park so that it could be joined with the Starkweather plat.
You have
There's
about
a lot
30
of
seconds
Starkweathers
left, Jeannie.
going on here. That is contingent on the Chicago Avenue extension being built, which goes right through my property. This has been being debated for a year. I don't know, I was busy at work. Another thing about Stonehouse.
That's your time, I'm sorry.
3 minutes.
Yes.
To explain 6 years of history. We need to step back. We need to know all the details.
That's your
You
time,
need to
Jeannie.
have
Thank you
more
very
than
much.
One source of information. Thank you very much for your time and thank you for your service.
Our next registrant is Louis Weissman of Normandy Park, Washington, to be followed by Paul Schechter. Do we have Louis? Do we have Louis online?
There is nobody by that name in the Zoom.
Thank you. Then do we have Paul Schechter of District 6?
Lewis is the owner of Amazon, just so people know. Bear with me while I get this going. From the tides to ecosystems, food chains, to the perpetual rotation of the seasons, everything in the natural world is beautifully cyclical. Yet humans believe that Mother Nature's rules do not apply to them. We inhabit every corner of the globe, and our economy requires continuous linear growth forever. In bygone eras, milk was delivered in reusable bottles, and we repaired most items of daily life. Today, we live in a disposable society where items are either single-use or designed to break after a few years because this generates more profit. Transitioning away from late-stage capitalism will not happen overnight, but it will never happen unless our leaders have the courage and the foresight to embrace incremental change. Yes, we have an affordable housing crisis in Madison, as we do in the rest of the country. But while building thousands of new construction units every year may temporarily ease the pain, it will never solve the crisis because it does nothing to democratize the distribution of wealth that causes the problems in the first place. Save the Farm was a community-inspired vision that prioritized the well-being of the people over the profits of the developers. Hundreds of community members committed millions of dollars for a 20-acre urban farm and affordable housing owned by nonprofits and cooperatives. While this would have provided myriad benefits for the community, local food systems, and the environment, it would not have maximized profits. Despite this, dozens of organizations, including both adjacent neighborhood associations and the Dane County Board, which committed $500,000, strongly supported this community vision. But unfortunately, the city did not. The vision was too grandiose for Alder Grant Foster, who convinced many other alders to follow his lead. Their preference was for status quo grid network of roads, requiring acres of concrete on virgin soil and the demolition of Jeannie Kramer's home, much like the interstate highway travesty of the 1950s. Rather than spreading modest returns to hundreds of community members, the city's actions will concentrate profits in the hands of a few, thus perpetuating the inequality that causes the housing crisis in the first place. An Indian philosopher once said, "It is no measure of health to be well adjusted to a profoundly sick society."
You have 30 seconds.
True leadership takes courage and the ability to embrace change, even when it's hard. There's wisdom in the voices of the people, and I would urge you to listen to them and to table this decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the registrants we have wishing to speak on item 8. Are there questions for any of our registrants? Alder Rommel.
Jeannie Kramer, if you have things that you didn't finish saying, I would like to hear your comments.
Jeannie?
Thank you, Alder Rommel. We've had some heated emails through the years,
We have talked over the years.
but I've always respected you.
Thank you.
So a couple of items that I wanted to bring to your attention, one of which I already mentioned, the Starkweather Park plan. It requires the Chicago Avenue extension in order for Stonehouse to continue with their development. Stonehouse also owns the building that went up right next door to me. And although I thought we had a very good working relationship, they want my house gone. And if you drive past, you will see why. Because there's my modest little house in front of their beautiful new building. My 3 prior alders were not in favor of an involuntary acquisition. Alders Rummel, Foster, and Brian Bedford, voiced this many times to me. Alders Rummel and Foster added a resolution to the official city map designation to work towards a voluntary acquisition sometime in the future if needed. By the way, my house is the only home that is not slated for voluntary acquisition during the planning stages for the Milwaukee Special Area Plan. I live in Darbo-Worthington. My previous neighbor and I were the only directly affected property owners that city planning staff did not feel the need to contact or speak to directly again during the planning. I live in Darby, Worthington. I was not contacted about the official map designation that went through in 2021 until I received an email on Sunday afternoon from someone named Heather Schroeder, whom I had never heard of before, telling me that there was something on the agenda that I had shown interest in before. In less than 24 hours, we had almost 30 people on that planning committee meeting. Alder Rummel at that time asked to delay the vote. She requested that city planning meet with me to discuss alternative footprints to the road. She also requested that we have more public hearings on the subject before it went to city council. What happened when the staff member from city engineering called me, set up a time to meet. I said Friday afternoon Zoom call. He called me and I gave him my neighbor's contact information. I didn't know that there were developers looking at his property at the time. He called me at noon on Friday and said to a nurse practitioner, a frontline healthcare provider in the middle of a pandemic, that they were too busy. That time didn't meet with them, didn't work for them. They had already met and they had decided to move the road a little bit south. Again, right through my property. I don't know, I thought, well, I'll keep my thoughts to myself. I think that speaks to it.
Jeannie, I have a question for you. So the item that you registered for number 8 is about the rezoning, which is different, as I'm sure you know, than number 45, which is the plat.
I'm talking
If I could separate number 8 from 45, in general, the rezoning, aside from your house and the extension of that, is that something that you care as much about as the particulars of the plat?
Would I like to see it differently? Yes, but I don't own the land. So no, I'm specifically asking to have the vote held, the plat plan revised, and the Chicago Avenue extension to the west of the creek removed.
Thank you.
And I'm probably rambling, so I'll stop now. Thanks for giving me a little extra time. And again, I appreciate all your service. I know you have a very tough job.
Don't go too far, Jeannie. There's other questions. I have Alder Martinez Rutherford. Is it for Jeannie?
Yes.
Thank you, Alder.
And then one for Attorney Haas. Jeannie, I'm really confused because I remember a day talking to you and walking through the plan with you and letting you distinctly know that it was a voluntary sale of your house. I walked you through the process, and I believe it has been updated, if I'm not incorrect. But and I've walked you through this process, and I told you about that. And yes. You also heard me talk about the importance of the through street to keep that neighborhood from stagnating in the back. And you messaged me and said, I appreciated what you said in Transportation Commission.
I understand what you're saying. However, this is looking less and less like a voluntary acquisition.
Okay.
Stonehouse's development on the east side of the parcel is now contingent on Chicago Avenue being built.
Well, that's already pretty much built, right?
Question, Alder, questions.
I'm sorry, I asked that. Wasn't it already built? It's already built, pretty much. Is it not built, almost?
The building next to me?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
I'm talking about the Starkweather Park to the east of Voigt Farm, which is Stonehouse is buying to be part of the Starkweather plat. If you read, well, I'm sure you did, when I read the plan says that the purchase is contingent on the extension of Chicago Avenue across the creek. And by the way, when I listened to the transportation meeting last October, what I was hearing was a pedestrian bike path. And the last time I talked to Grant Foster, it was a pedestrian bike path with an alternative footprint that would have gone through my property but saved my house. And I agreed to that.
Attorney Haas?
Not yet for staff,
Okay.
sorry. Only for
Okay.
public comment.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris, is it a question for Jeannie? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, I'm sorry, just had to unmute. You have to give me a second to unmute. Yes, I just wanted to know where your house is exactly so we could kind of get a visual. And then could you just tell us in layman's terms, like, what do you see, what is the problem now, the big issue now? What's the bottom line? What is it that you say in layman's terms to your friends that you feel like is going on?
So, my house is at 133 North Fair Oaks, directly across from Chicago Avenue, which, by the way, is not an avenue. It's a one-block residential street. You can barely go both ways if there's parking on each side. If you go from Milwaukee Street toward East Washington, on the right side, I'm the last house before the new building and the railroad tracks.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I need the alders on Zoom to please keep their cameras on. We may have just lost quorum. So if you are on the Zoom and present, if you could turn your camera on, that would be very helpful. And I'd ask alders in the room to please not leave. Thank you, Alder Tischler. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think we're all right. Go ahead, Ginny.
So, in layman's terms, for the last 6 years, I've made it quite clear that I do not want to give up my home of 25 years, which, by the way, I just paid off in March. For 6 years, no one's really heard me. I feel like I'm being placated. Don't worry. This might happen sometime in the future. Don't worry. When I'm looking at the plans and I'm looking at the plat, it's becoming more and more apparent that this will not be a voluntary acquisition, that I won't be able to remain in my home until I'm ready to move on and ready to sell. I feel like I'm being bullied by both city staff and the developers. I really do. And I don't feel like there's been enough time. Everybody in my neighborhood thinks this is a bike path going around my house. Everybody in my neighborhood that I talked to in the last 2 weeks still think it's a bike path going around my house. We're not hurting anything by holding back on the plat vote tonight, revising it to remove the west portion of the Chicago Avenue extension on the west side of the creek and giving that a second look.
Thank you, Alder.
Yes.
You have an additional follow-up?
Yeah, I just do. And my camera's not on because I'm not in a place where I'm allowed to have the camera on. So I had sent a text for that. But for Jeannie, is this issue only affecting your house? What I hear you saying is you feel like you're being forced into giving up your home. Is your house the only one that's affected by that?
So, I want to clarify something. Yes, my house is the only house that's affected by this, but this isn't about Jeannie Kramer's house. This is about how we act and behave as a city. This is giving everyone a voice, treating everyone with decency and respect. Everyone. This is a social justice issue, folks. There's a reason why the people in Darbo, Worthington, and myself are the ones that are not being heard and not being listened to. At least by city planning, because I know my alders work really hard to balance all of these issues. But again, if the only information you're getting is from city planning, that's only one source. There's three sides to every story, people. Your side, my side, and the truth.
Alder Latimer Burris.
Thank you. I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no other alders in the queue for questions at this time. So thank you, Jeannie. Thanks for staying for questions.
And thank you for allowing me to speak. I truly appreciate it.
Okay. That is it for item 8. Then we'll move on to item 9, which is creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties at 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 150 South Blair Street. On item 9, we have two registrants wishing to speak. Matt Golick of District 6, to be followed by Brian Munson. Do we have Matt?
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is Matt Golick, and I live in a townhouse on South Franklin Street. If I had a backyard, the project proposed would be in it, but I don't have a backyard. I have a balcony, so my balcony will face the new apartment building. And I support this project. I just wanted to come here and support it. I think this large surface parking lot behind the Essen house is long overdue for development. The project has a great design, and even better, it includes affordable housing. I know that some of my neighbors have expressed traffic concerns about the project. I think specifically they're worried about during rush hour, it will be difficult to turn left onto Blair Street when you exit the complex. And they're right, it'll be pretty much impossible, but I think they're overestimating the number of people who would do that. My neighborhood is in Census Tract 1706, which according to the US Census in 2022, only 42% of employed residents commuted by car. So there's really not that many people that would even try to commute by car in this neighborhood. They've suggested that we look into making the bottom of South Franklin Street 2 ways. It's currently 1 way. I think that rather than spending time and money making it easy for the minority who choose to commute by car, we should just build the project, look at what traffic looks like afterwards, and if we need to make changes, we can. So overall, I think it's a great project. I'm excited about it, and I look forward to meeting my new neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Brian Munson of District 13, representing JCAP Real Estate. Brian? We can unmute Brian on the Zoom.
There we go. Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Brian Munson with Vandewall and Associates. Thank you for just a few minutes here tonight. We're happy to be here for a project that's got a long history, but really glad for all the dialogue that got us to tonight. Wanted to take a second to thank all the Rummel, the Urban Design Commission, Landmarks Commission, staff, the neighborhood. Everybody really chipped in to get us to a project tonight that balances all the various difficulties of this site to develop in a way that is complementary to the neighborhood and a great addition to the city. I saw we were pulled, so I just wanted to take a second to thank everybody. As always, we have the full team here, happy to answer any questions that the council may have, but really wanted to thank everyone for their efforts to get us here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are the only folks wishing to speak on item 9. Are there questions for them or for any of the registrants registered as available? Seeing none, then we'll move on. To item 13. Item 13 is a substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road. On item 13, our first registrant is Rebecca Green of District 13, to be followed by Paul Umbeck, to be followed by Mary Umbeck. Rebecca, either side.
Hello, I'm a District 13 resident and friend of Old Sauk. For over 44 years, my parents have been homeowners on Old Sauk across the site of Stonehouse's proposal. I am adamantly opposed to this massive size development which violates the city's very own approval standards for conditional use. The majority of District 19 residents strongly oppose the proposal. They filed 2 petitions with hundreds of signatures. 93% registered in opposition at the Planning Commission. Note that residents are in favor of smaller density, multiple owner properties that accommodate the missing middle and fit into the character of this residential suburban neighborhood. Please listen to residents and oppose agenda items 13 and 49, or at the very least delay action until further study of the following issues. The proposed rezoning and even further upsizing with conditional use are not consistent with the size of surrounding houses. The proposal is a massive cookie-cutter rental apartment in the middle of family-oriented residences. The complex is obnoxiously oversized. At approximately 425 feet long, it has a single mast that is notably longer than a football field. The Planning Commission's own staff report acknowledges that the scale and mass of the proposed building will be unlike any other building in the area. The proposal is not seamlessly integrated with surrounding properties, nor sustains aesthetic desirability compatible with the area. This is required in both the comprehensive plan and Madison general ordinances. Major stormwater issues are created. This site is in a flood-prone area per the city flood risk map, worsening with climate change. The site is covered in permeable soil currently, which would be replaced with impervious surfaces. Stonehouse does not have an approved stormwater plan. Major traffic and safety issues would be created in what is a suburban residential area with no amenities close by. Old Sauk is a 2-lane road. It is not close to the BRT, not in the regional corridor and growth priority area, and not in the preferred transit-oriented development area. The hundreds of apartment residents, visitors, and delivery services would indeed
court. This address is the entire west boundary of the development property that is being under consideration. We, as neighbors, understand the need for additional housing in the city of Madison. We understand this property will be developed, and we understand that it will be multifamily housing. What I'm here tonight to speak to is the item referenced in the previous speaker's comment, and that is the stormwater issues associated with this property. There have been credible concerns raised by our engineer that we hired because of our concerns about our neighborhood, our neighbors hired because of the concerns around the previous flooding in this area. We are asking that you please defer approval tonight to allow for additional review around the stormwater plan, and that we ask that Stonehouse please provide a complete stormwater plan so that we can assess the entirety of what is being proposed and determine whether or not it will in fact work for the area. As I said, we've had credible engineers who have raised concerns around the information that is currently available regarding this plan, and we were asking if we could please have time to bring together Weiser, the engineer that is employed by Stonehouse, the city engineers, the engineer that we have engaged to assist us in understanding the water issues, along with a faculty member, Professor Norman, who has volunteered his expertise around soil science and the water issues that may be attached to the property. I understand that it is not the normal process to ask for a full stormwater plan review at this point in the reviewing of a development, but I don't believe that this is actually a normal situation. This area has known flooding issues. We have had previous stormwater problems in the neighborhood. We are taking an area that is completely permeable with extensive tree and vegetative life.
You have
and
about
we are
30 seconds.
paving it over. So I'm asking you to please consider deferring so that we can bring these talented individuals together and get a workable plan prior to building a building when options may be limited and we will have a lot less opportunity to deal with any problems that come up. I thank you for your consideration. Good evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Darren Woznienski of District 10, to be followed by Ben Nofke, to be followed by Diane Sorensen. Darren?
Good evening, Mayor Rose Conway, Council President Figueroa, Cole, and Alders. Thank you for your opportunity to speak tonight in support of Agenda Item 83477. As you are all almost heard continually, Madison is in a housing crisis. At the recent Dane County Regional Housing Strategy demonstrates, we're joined by others in our county in this predicament. And having recently attended the Congress of New Urbanism number 32 in Cincinnati, so is the rest of the country. My family moved to the area in 2014 so that I could pursue a job opportunity. Then we chose to live in Madison in 2016. We grew weary of the commute for work. We sought more appropriate schools for our children's interests, and we wanted to be closer to a city in which we spent so much time. But an underlying factor forcing our move was an announced dramatic increase in our rent that the landlord sought when we should re-sign our lease. Yes, even 8 years ago, this was a huge problem. We were lucky in that we found our place through friends who were planning a move out of state. Not knowing if their move would be long-term, they offered a chance to rent first, and then when their path became clear, we struck up a deal to purchase. Our neighborhood on the west side offers us much of what we love, as do most of Madison's neighborhoods offer their residents. The city also tops many lists as a best place to live, so it's no surprise that others want to live here too. But we have a conundrum in this community and many others. We have many people who wish to live here, and I'd expect that will only increase. But because of housing and financial policy at the local, state, and federal level that began 90 years ago after the Great Depression, we do not have the needed housing today. The Congress I referenced earlier was preceded by the Strong Towns National Gathering, a meetup of people from all walks of life who are working to make their communities financially strong and resilient from the bottom up. The founder, Charles Marone Jr., shared in his remarks on escaping the housing trap that we currently find ourselves in, that no neighborhood should be exempt from change, nor no neighborhood should experience radical change. While I'm familiar with this stretch of Old Sauk, I can't say that I ever paid close attention while passing through. So this morning I embarked on a field trip to see if the proposal would embody the above mantra or work against it. What I saw while traveling on Old Sauk were apartment complexes interspersed between low-density multi-unit housing. The proposal would hardly impart radical change into the neighborhood with its 138 units of needed housing, where apartments and multi-unit buildings already exist. 138 units along the Metro Route R and bicycle infrastructure, which provides transportation options for those who do not drive a car. And let's not forget how those transportation options reduce our greenhouse gas emissions and particulate pollution, which I've come to learn is so important to Madisonians.
You have about 20 seconds left.
As a member of two pro-community groups, I encourage you that you hope to draw the same conclusions that I have. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ben Nofke of District 11, to be followed by Diane Sorensen, to be followed by Gregory Keller. Ben?
Hi, thanks for having me, and thanks for listening. So I'm coming out in support of the project. We are in a housing crisis, and we have a budget crisis as well. And I think projects like this that are infill development help address both of these in providing supply to meet the enormous demand that the city is facing, because it's a great place and people want to live here. And I want to see more people too. I think they're nice. And then this would add more property tax revenue in an area where we would need to significantly extend services. So it's just going to be a better balancing against our operating budget. And so that's why I support it and other projects like this. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Diane Sorensen of District 19, to be followed by Gregory Keller, to be followed by Karen Bartlett. Diane?
Thank you. I oppose this rezoning. I live at 606 San Juan Trail. I'm a house away from Old Sauk Road, and obviously I've lived there for 20 some years, and I'm very familiar with the area. But tonight I don't want to talk about my side of Old Sauk Road, which is the south side. I want to talk a little bit about the north side of Old Sauk Road. Whenever I walk in the neighborhood on the north side of this proposed development, I'm struck with the beauty, the peace, the natural setting. Clearly, the people who settled in this area value nature, privacy, and peace. Ironically, these are the very people who will be the most harmed if the Stonehouse proposal goes through, if the rezoning goes through. If this complex is built, these families will fear flooding every time there's a good rainfall. There are a lot of reasons why flooding is a problem. It begins with the fact that there's an inadequate city sewer system serving this area. The families have lived with that problem for years now. However, if you add a massive apartment complex on the Old Sauk Road, that will compound the problems they're facing. Stonehouse is covering pervious land with impervious land. It's then proposing an infiltration system that is untested and described even by the more favorable engineering voices as ambitious. Dr. John Norman said it's not a question of whether this system will fail, it's a question of when, and he predicts sooner rather than later. Finally, neither the city nor Stonehouse has a plan for dealing with the runoff that's created by this massive development. If this rezoning is approved, there will be a perfect storm. Watershed and floodplain problems in the past, city sewer not adequate to meet the needs of the neighborhood, and a new infiltration system and massive development worsening these problems. The zoning code imposes a duty on the city to protect and stabilize neighborhoods for the good of the residents and for the good of the city. If this rezoning is granted, instead of offering stability and protection, it will wreak havoc and cause irrevocable harm. We ask the city to reject this or to defer this project until
That's your time.
the neighborhood's protected.
Our next registrant is Gregory Keller of District 19, to be followed by Karen Bartlett, to be followed by Ruth Nair. Gregory? Do we have Gregory online?
There is no one by that name in the Zoom.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Karen Bartlett of Mount Horeb, Wisconsin, to be followed by Ruth Nair, to be followed by Lynn Green. Karen? Karen? No? Do we have Karen online?
There is no one by that name in the meeting.
She's at the top.
Oh, I apologize.
Hello, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Thanks. Yes, as you said, I live in Mount Horeb, Wisconsin. I commute to American Family Insurance on the east side. It's a really long commute. However, the reason I live in Mount Horeb, one of the main ones, is because of housing affordability in Madison. My husband and I purchased our house in 2020, and because we could couldn't really find any housing that suited our needs and was affordable in Madison. So yeah, I'd say it's safe to say we're in a housing crisis. At this point, if my house were to go on the market, I would not be able to make payments on it in Mount Horeb. The median housing prices in Madison are currently $425,000. My household income is about $110,000 per year, which is about $35,000 above median, and I couldn't afford to make payments on the median priced house in Madison. We are in a housing crisis. We need housing as soon as possible and in as many varieties as possible. And so I am in support of this initiative, and I hope that a lot of people can find a good place to live because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ruth Nair of District 19, to be followed by Lynn Green, to be followed by Maxim Mitkiansky. Ruth? Do we have Ruth online?
There is nobody in the Zoom by that name.
All right, thank you. Then next is Lynn Green of District 19, to be followed by Maxim Mitkiansky, to be followed by Dan Pensinger. Lynn?
Hello, everybody. I am Lynn Green. I've been a resident of Madison for 60 years, a homeowner on Old Sauk for 44. During my almost 50 years with Dane County Department of Human Services, I worked on many housing and homeless issues with the city. I continue to work on those issues with the city. I know the challenges, the needs, the importance of resident input, and the appropriate siting of housing. I am in strong opposition to Agenda Item 13 and 49 regarding the Stonehouse proposal on Old Sauk. First, there are misunderstandings about the position of the people who are opposing this proposal. We are not against development and appropriate rezoning. Unfortunately, our no rezoning signs are misleading. That is not where we are at. In our neighborhood, we support small apartment complexes, condo developments, affordable home ownership, and duplexes. We are opposed to this rezoning and even further upsizing with conditional use that allows for the construction of a massive, high-end rental property that, quote, represents a significantly different building form compared to what currently exists on the subject and surrounding properties. That is a quote from the staff team's report, the city's staff team's report. We support development of affordable housing that addresses the missing middle housing gap and is appropriate on this site. As the Planning Commission noted, this is a unique property. Let's do something unique with it instead of building one more generic, high-density, high-end apartment building. If you listen closely to those who are supporting the proposal, you will hear mainly that they support affordable housing. This is not affordable housing. Let me emphasize that. Most of the people supporting it support the ideology of high-density housing. I don't disagree with that, but they're not addressing this specific site. It's about location. It's not about opposing housing needs and high density. Lastly, there has been a lack of attention to resident concerns. I have to say, going off script, that I was really jealous to hear about the process that was used to come to the wonderful Essen House proposal. That is not at all what we have experienced. There's been an extraordinary amount of opposition to this, petitions, and nobody is listening. Your agenda at the beginning, it says, consider who benefits, who is burdened, who does not have a voice at the table. I am telling you, the residents and the other people in the city who oppose this have not had a voice at the table. The developers have had the voice at the table.
That's your time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Maxim Mitkyansky of District 13, to be followed by Dan Pensinger, to be followed by Nicholas Davies. Maxime, did I get it even close?
Pretty close. Okay. Maxim Mikitiansky.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, hello. My name is Maxim, and I am in support of this measure. This is because even as a software engineer at a local mid-sized company, I'm concerned that with the increasingly dire housing shortage, I will soon also be priced out of Madison. I don't work for a giant corporation like Epic or Google, but I'm still competing with thousands of new hires every year who make more straight out of college than even tenured engineers at local companies. I have no idea how even blue-collar families with children or medical expenses can possibly make ends meet with the increasing cost of living, and I suspect the reality is that they can't. Madison urgently needs more housing. It's impossible to grow a city with only highly paid tech workers or residents who are lucky enough to have bought property 15 or 30 years ago. Factory workers, students, bus drivers, and creatives also need a place to live, and they are just as important to making Madison vibrant and functional. With a median home price in our area reaching nearly $500,000, we desperately need starter homes and rentals that provide community and a path to home ownership for our working families. This proposed development is well positioned because it's accessible to downtown Madison where people unwind, shopping districts where people spend money, and industrial areas where Wisconsinites build products that find their way all over the world. Therefore, this rezoning proposal should be adopted because it will support Madison's future. We need more dense development in Madison, and anything lower, such as suburban zoning, would not be in line with the reality of Madison's growth. Any issues relating to stormwater drainage and flooding are an engineering problem for which solutions do exist. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan Pensinger of District 19, to be followed by Nicholas Davies, to be followed by Ann McGoidwin. Dan? Do we have Dan online?
There is nobody by that name in the Zoom.
All right, then how about Nicholas Davies of District 15?
Yes.
Good evening. The Plan Commission made a thorough motion explaining the reasoning behind the recommendation on this item. Regarding the very routine stormwater drainage concerns, the applicant has already been held to a much higher standard than applicants typically are at this stage. The mere fact that neighbors have hired a competing hydrologist should indicate the absurd level of privilege in play here. These stormwater concerns are a thin veneer on the blatant resentment of renters and a sense of entitlement to land that isn't yours. If you want to look out your back door and not see anyone or anything, then buy that adjacent land or at least an easement on it. This will add much needed housing capacity, and it will allow residents to shorten their commutes by car or bike or bus to workplaces like True Stage or UW Hospital. If this doesn't get built here, it'll get built out in the burbs, and then it'll be someone else's tax revenue. Neighbors have already had their fun bullying this developer into scaling down their plans. Now it's time to give this applicant the same due process that other applicants have received by default, including others on your agenda tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Ann McGoidwin of District 19, to be followed by Dan Steyer, to be followed by Michael Green. Ann is on the Zoom.
Thank you. Decisions made by the Plan Commission are flawed because they didn't give sufficient weight to the fact that the property is extremely water sensitive and prone to flooding. Escalation to medium density is supposed to consider relationship of the proposed buildings to natural features. Only natural features that precluded development so the features could be preserved were considered. The Plan Commission did not consider a natural feature that requires a portion of the property to be devoted to a grassy infiltration basin. That natural feature is soil and its porosity and water storage capacity. Stonehouse plans to harvest stormwater runoff into underground infiltration tanks. The tanks have no bottom, so as the water is collected, it's supposed to move downward in the soil profile. But the soil below the tanks has low porosity, meaning the tanks won't function properly. They'll fill with water, which will then run into outlet pipes that empty into the grassy outdoor basin. To fix this, Stonehouse proposes to excavate and turn the soil prior to building. They propose that turning process will loosen the soil and hence increase porosity. It's important to note that both Stonehouse and the city engineer agree that it's imperative this fluffing process actually works. Stonehouse will not meet city standards unless it does. A noted soil scientist wrote a skeptical review of the plan, pointing out that the weight of the tanks and the ground above them will in essence squash the fluff soil, returning it to its original state of low porosity. He details reasons the infiltration basin receiving the excess water is also bound to fail. The bottom line is that the plan is way too novel and way too risky. The facts that 1, Stonehouse needs an exceptionally aggressive and risky stormwater management system, and 2, they must dedicate land to an infiltration basin is evidence that should have been taken in account for escalation to medium residential density. Conditional use approval is supposed to only be granted if the proposed buildings will not substantially impair the use, value, and enjoyment of other property. Neighbors, who happen to all be at a lower grade than the Stonehouse property, are worried because there is no tried and tested or true stormwater plan that's been endorsed by experts. They already take on water that flows from this property.
About 30 seconds left.
They have good reason to believe this development will make it worse, elevating their insurance costs and decreasing the competitiveness of their homes in the housing market. Please understand, our opposition to this project is not a generic complaint against development. This is a targeted fight against this particular plan on this particular site. The water issue is very real. And
That's your time.
On this property need to be smaller and more spread out.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Dan Steyer of District 19, to be followed by Michael Green, to be followed by Paul Bailey. Dan?
Our neighborhood would benefit from development of reasonably sized, affordable apartment buildings on the Piersdorf parcels. For those folks who voice support for the project on the basis of need for affordable housing, I ask you to please check the facts. The project is strictly market rate. There are absolutely 0 apartments dedicated to affordability. Furthermore, there are only 6 units of the total of 138 with 3 bedrooms. This is not a family-oriented project. My initial opposition to the Stonehouse proposal at the virtual meeting of October 24th was based on the naive belief that the city's zoning code and underlying policies would protect the neighborhood from the unreasonably dense Stonehouse proposal. My naivete arose from a steady stream of assurances from the city and housing advocates that, while Mayor Satya Rhodes-Conway proclaimed that every neighborhood needed to become more dense, the increased density in our neighborhoods would be gentle, incremental, modest. So you can imagine my surprise when Stonehouse turned immediately that night to Tim Parks of the city's planning division to inform us that a double asterisk footnote in the comprehensive plan permitted Stonehouse to build up to 210 units if it so wished. The planner's position in turn set the stage for Stonehouse to insist that its far less dense proposal was reasonable and that the neighborhood should be pleased. Should we be pleased with a Stonehouse proposal that is 19 times larger than the nearest large multi-family apartment building located nearby? Does the city expect us to accept that increase in density as gentle, incremental, modest? Just how far will Mayor Satya and her densifying colleagues on the council go in the quest to abolish any semblance of reasonable zoning code protection for homeowners? I submit that the proposal is not larger yet due to the severe stormwater problems created by its massive impervious footprint. Despite its enthusiastic support of the project, the city won't step up to solve the problem.
You have about 30
Stonehouse
seconds left.
should not be permitted to dump the problem on neighbors who already have sump pumps in their basements and have been subjected to many years of floods. There's compelling engineering and soil science expertise in the record provided by, in your mission to densify the city. Please don't let Stonehouse move forward on the wish and hope that its untested stormwater system will work. Require it to demonstrate beyond doubt that the system works.
Thank you. That's your time.
I've pleaded from the get-go for reason and
Thank you.
common
That's your
sense.
time.
Let's finally see some.
Our next registrant is Michael Green of District 19, to be followed by Matt Golick, to be followed by Paul Bailey. Michael?
These remarks oppose the proposed development of the Piersdorf Century Farm. Last week, the Plan Commission acted on a staff report and proposed demolition, conditional use, rezoning, and CSM. The last two appear as items 13 and 49 on tonight's agenda. Last Friday, I submitted a critique of that meeting's process, parts of which are addressed here. We oppose three aspects in particular. First, stormwater concerns from vastly increased impervious land coverage and likely climate change. Second, overbearing massing. Third, proliferation of rental-only apartments that rule out owner-occupied missing middle housing. Some specifics of this process. Presentation of stormwater issues was incomplete at best. As to massing, the judgment criteria include findings must be based on substantial evidence. Applicable conditional use standard number 8 reads, Plan Commission shall find that the project creates an environment of sustained aesthetic desirability compatible with the existing or intended character of the area. Conditional use shall consider the recommendations in the comprehensive plan, which reads, newly developing LMR areas should be seamlessly integrated with surrounding development. The Plan Commission sustained development, citing significant setbacks, and despite the proposed building being notably larger than those in the surrounding area, staff feels that the building, it went on. Notably, no mention was made of standard number 8. Developers comparable was over a little over a mile away instead of the adjacent Settlers Woods apartments. I apologize for the size of my printer, but this is the only way to try to describe it. On your left is the Settlers Woods apartments. On the right is the Stonehouse development. The top panel compares relative heights. The lower panel compares approximate lengths. The frontal length of the Settlers Woods is 100 feet, and that of the proposal is 400 feet. Curb setback is 84 feet versus the proposal's 35 feet. Height is less with a much larger setback, and apparent height is significantly less by a factor of 2 to 3 than that of the proposal.
About 30 seconds left.
The development street view is nowhere close to words like aesthetics, seamless, or integrated. As to zoning and land use, there are the select conditions. Despite all conditions not being met, including 3 of greater significance, the findings were first, the arterial status and bus availability are the most significant factors as to why the proposed development may be approved. Second,
Thank you. That's your time. Our next registrant is Matt Golick of District 6, to be followed by Paul Bailey, to be followed by James Backus. Matt?
Yeah, hi. Thanks again for listening to me and for listening to all of us. It looks like you have a long night ahead of you. I wanted to support this project as well. I think it's the type of project that we need pretty much everywhere in the city. We're in the midst of 3 crises, or crises, whatever the plural of crisis is, we're in 3 of them. We have a housing crisis. We don't have enough. We need more. You all know that. We're in a budget crisis. There's currently a large deficit, and you are considering a referendum to increase the levy limit. State law allows increasing that levy limit based, as a function of new construction with no need for a vote. This project wouldn't help this year. It won't solve the problem, but it's another thing that would help in the future. We're also in a climate crisis. It was really hot today. The past 13 months have been the hottest 13 on record. And our transportation system that's primarily built around cars is a major contributor to that. So putting this project along a bus route is a great way to help with that. The neighborhood isn't currently walkable with lots of destinations around it. And it won't be if we keep doing the same thing that we've been doing for the past 75 years, devoting huge sections of the city to single-family homes. So we could build this, we could allow corner stores and businesses to exist near where people live, and one day maybe this neighborhood could be a place where you can walk around and go to things. Overall, I think it's a good project, and I hope that you don't let fear of change stop you from addressing these crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Bailey of District 11, to be followed by James Backus, to be followed by Rachel Robillard. Paul?
Thank you. I live in Hill Farms, and I want to share why I support this. First, the cost of housing is a huge problem in Madison, and I want the cost to come down. Selfishly, I want to live in a city where my children can purchase a house when they grow up. Increasing housing supply is how we keep prices down. Second, density is the highest impact thing we can do to decrease the demand for greenhouse gas emissions by limiting the amount of energy needed to keep Madisonians going. Increasing density is a tool that is available to the city tonight. Climate change is upon us. Housing cost increases are upon us. But we can limit the severity of both. Upzoning is a powerful tool. Is it available to you now? Please use it.
Thank you. Our next registrant is James Backus of District 19, to be followed by Rachel Robillard, to be followed by Travis Kramer. James? Do we have James on Zoom?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jim Backus, and I live at 305 Yosemite Trail, just a few blocks from where this development is planned to happen. My wife Jen and I bought this house in 2016 and have since rebuilt this into a beautiful home. We love our home, our neighbors, and our neighborhood. And we understand that there is a need to develop additional housing in the area and are in favor of a development at the Old Sauk Piersdorf property into more housing, but not a development like this. This is much too large for this location. There is an opportunity to make a wonderful new building here, but this isn't it. When evaluating a development at this location at Old Sauk, we need to keep in mind the specifics of this location. As many people have said, there are no restaurants, retail businesses to walk to, and I agree with the previous person. If you don't develop it, it will never be built into something that people can walk to. But let's keep it reasonable. Zoning should provide some security for homeowners when you buy a house. Usually zoning for higher density housing is located near the major intersections that gradually reduce the farther you get away from that major intersection. Zoning should provide security for homeowners that a massively different property would not be built right next to the one that you purchase. It should protect the city from safety hazards. The Stonehouse development staff has continually compared this proposal to the Yorktown Commons building near the intersection of Yellowstone and Mineral Point. Yorktown Commons has 7 access driveways onto Yellowstone Offshore Nautilus Drive. There's one driveway from the Stonehouse property onto Old Sauk Road, with 165 parking spots going in and out of that driveway. I have to turn on to Old Sauk regularly. It's challenging during busy times currently. With the 165 parking spots and 138 units, there will have to be some significant amount of parking on the street. This happened recently when something was going on at the Piersdorf property. Perhaps it was an auction, I'm not sure, but there were over 50 vehicles parked along Old Sauk and San Juan Trail. I consider myself a fairly aggressive driver and am used to driving in heavy traffic, but was barely able to turn onto Old Sauk. I was in severe risk of an accident while making this turn due to all the additional parking. Stonehouse has not addressed the parking consideration and addressed the safety in this area. My expectation is that after this is built, this will happen on a daily basis. Additionally, the West Area Plan has stated that the method for dealing with increased traffic is to route this traffic through our neighborhood. I don't understand how a traffic plan should be routed through neighborhoods instead of keeping it on major thoroughfares. I'm sorry, I'm not a traffic planner, but I am an engineer, and this one I don't get. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Rachel Robillard, to be followed by Travis Kramer, to be followed by Jose Madera. Rachel?
Hi, thank you. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of 350 Wisconsin, an organization whose primary focus is to make progressive change towards environmental justice and reduce emissions. Generally, we support density initiatives, and we support this project. I'm also speaking as somebody who has owned a home in a nearby Oak Ridge neighborhood for nearly 15 years. I'd like to speak to this as an environmental issue, as some oppose to this in part due to environmental concerns. And I admit that it can feel counterintuitive to be promoting development on a decently wooded, mostly natural lot. Trees, of course, are our allies in drawing down and sequestering carbon and provide habitat for many species. But lower density suburban development has been shown to be responsible for significantly more emissions. While these places may seem greener with larger lawns and more space, they are more inefficient use of these spaces, are less efficient buildings, have more embodied carbon, and by virtue of being spaced out, rely on cars. Housing demand in Madison is not going to slow. Housing not built in the city is resulting in it being built on the outskirts and suburbs, which contributes to Dane County as a whole is outpacing Madison. It will bring development to other natural and agricultural lands while ensuring more car traffic flows into the city and likely down Old Sauk, all while not addressing the unaffordable nature of housing in our city. It puts additional demands on or completely pushes out our young people, workforce, and those with fixed income. We need to find density where we can to put folks close to transportation and support walkable neighborhoods. I believe there are others here who agree, but sadly just don't want it in our neighborhood. The idea that this 3-story apartment building, which has been determined to be nearly the same height as other nearby buildings, is too much for a place a mere 15-minute drive to the center of downtown, is on a bus route, a route I take on occasion, and that does have amenities that are bikeable and walkable. The nitty-gritty is a 5-minute bikeway away, is wrong. I will also mention the issue of stormwater, which is a very real concern. But this project provides an opportunity to improve the stormwater situation as opposed to its current, mainly unimproved state. I believe the developer and city have been taking stormwater concerns seriously. By working together and making sure that the plan is solid before final sign-off, it may end up to be better because the current situation is not great. I don't believe we've been bold enough in rezoning to accommodate the many housing and environmental issues Madison and our region are facing. We are not going fast enough. It's been mentioned to wait for the West Area Plan, but that's already being pressured to not include more density. I understand many neighbors oppose this development, but we all must do our part to meet the challenges of our city and our climate crisis. And this is one way the Old Sauk area can step up. Blocking density is going to result in more emissions. I welcome this opportunity for more density and to provide more housing in a more efficient way. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Travis Kramer of District 6, to be followed by Jose Madera, to be followed by Kim Santiago. Travis?
Hi, I am speaking in support of this project. Our city has a housing crisis. We need more housing, and we need every neighborhood to contribute to our housing. One thing people don't realize is a lot of these neighborhoods have actually declined in density over time. I looked at the census data for the block group north and south of Old Sauk Road, where this is located. And from 2000 to 2020, the population has declined by 177 people. And I couldn't find data going back farther. However, if we look at other places in the area, like Monona, Wisconsin, we saw population peaked in 1970 at 10,400 and declined to 7,500 in 2010. The only way Monona has been able to reverse the declines in population is by adding more units. We just have fewer people living in each unit, and we need more units in order to get the population back to levels that the neighborhoods previously handled just fine. I think if we get a lot of these neighborhoods back up to population levels that are similar to what they've already been at, we can address the housing needs that we have in our city. I'd also like to point out that this project is located on a bus route, and it's not divided off from the rest of the city by a highway. So it is much more bikeable and walkable than potential developments that would be further out from the city. Thirdly, I know a lot of people want smaller development projects. However, we're not going to get that through this process. It is too much effort for a developer to go through and ask for permission to rezone for a smaller project. We need to proactively rezone if we want those projects, but since we haven't done that yet, and we don't have a pipeline of developments that would address our housing needs, we need to approve this and address the housing crisis in a way that's actually tangible in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jose Madera of District 19, to be followed by Kim Santiago, to be followed by Helen Bradbury. Jose?
Muchas gracias. Buenas noches. I'm a resident of Madison since 1989. I have served in the Madison Arts Commission. I did it for 9 years. I'm a performer and art enthusiast for decades. I have participated in city committees. I build. I'm an educator and advisor to hundreds of Madison students. I have developed great relationships and friendships with past and present members of our distinguished Common Council. The mayor included Verveer, Romero, Wihili, Figueroa Cole, Knox, Curry, who I advised as an undergraduate at UW-Madison. So I have a long history with the city council since I established myself here in 1989. I've been a supporter of many citywide initiatives improving the lives of many and making Madison a much more inclusive community. And we were just talking about Make Music Madison. I was in the City Arts Commission when that happened, serving with Alder Romero. However, and this is a big but, I am here to vehemently oppose the proposed development by Stonehouse Development filed for the Piersdorf parcels, a 100-unit apartment building. My wife, Kim Santiago, and I have been residents of 6901 Also Court for over 20 years. The addition of this out-of-scale, monstrous apartment building will directly and negatively affect not just our quality of life, but that of the entire neighborhood, east to west, in and around Old Sauk Road. Heavier traffic, nobody has been addressing the traffic issue here. Higher vehicle density, increased use of neighborhood street parking, where people are gonna park once they run out of parking spots. Noise pollution, light pollution, irreparable effect on wildlife, higher runoff due to removal of trees and vegetation causing more flooding events, and increased danger to community area bikers. Those are some of the unwanted, critical, and imminent negative aspects of this potential development. The Plan Commission report states that they found the zoning map amendment is consistent with and furthers or does not contradict the objectives and the goals and policies contained in the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan, as a matter of fact, has drawn
You have about
great
20
opposition.
seconds left.
The many public comments made in opposition to the approval of zoning changes were not considered by the Plan Commission. The Plans Commission's main concern was the need to create more affordable housing in Madison. We are not opposed to that, but it has to be mindful. We oppose this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Santiago of District 19, to be followed by Helen Bradbury, to be followed by Doug Hirsch. Kim?
Good evening, everyone. That was my husband, Jose. So as he mentioned, traffic hasn't been raised, so I would actually just like to concentrate on that issue. Over the last 2 weeks, I have canvassed over 200 households in the area, and overwhelmingly, people have been opposed to this issue. And one of the points that comes up is traffic. So I'm going to read from an email I received from one of the people that I spoke with. This is a resident who lives on Rosa Road and Old Middleton Road and has been there for 24 years. She strongly objects to the Old Sauk Road development, and particularly on the issue of traffic and safety. She's raised the question about whether a traffic study has been done and recommends particularly that if the study has been done, that it includes the intersections of Old Sauk and Gammon, as well as the intersections of Old Sauk and Old Middleton. And she writes that traffic is already congested at the confluence of Old Sauk, Old Middleton, and Rosa Roads, particularly during rush hour. Drivers coming down Old Sauk already ignore the stop sign at the bottom of Old Sauk while zipping right onto Old Middleton to head downtown or to take Rosa Road. There are 2 pedestrian crosswalks within the first mini block of this area. And in spite of the flashing yellow pedestrian crosswalk, many drivers pay no attention to the pedestrians and speed through. And I can attest to that because I went down there today and took video. I stood at that intersection and videotaped drivers going straight through. I'm happy to share those. There have been 4 dangerous vehicle accidents near these intersections, resulting in property damage, but thankfully no deaths. To access Mineral Point Road from Old Sauk, there are only 2 options, Gammon Road or Rosa Road. To access the Isthmus, the most direct route is eastbound via Old Middleton Road. The added traffic from this development would create potentially dangerous traffic hazards, particularly for students and associates of Crestwood Elementary, Glenn Stevens Elementary, Memorial High School, Capitol High, Thomas Jefferson Middle School, and John Muir Elementary School. Because Rosa Road is a straight, uninterrupted thoroughfare, many drivers use it as a race course, ignoring the 25-mile-per-hour speed limit.
You have about 30 seconds left.
I can also attest to that because I stood by the speed limit sign and took 5-minute readings, and 90% of the drivers exceeded the speed limit. Until Madison can rectify this situation with a traffic study, keeping residents, school children, bikers, and drivers safe in this area, we strongly ask that members of the council consider pausing this proposal and reconsider the issues that have been raised by the residents.
That's your time.
Thank you very much.
Our next registrant is Helen Bradbury of District 6, representing Stonehouse Development, to be followed by Doug Hirsch, to be followed by Paul Reith. Helen?
Thank you. Can our slide deck be brought up, please?
Yes, staff are working on it.
And they can leave it up for Doug. I'm Helen Bradbury from Stonehouse Development. This is a co-development with another group called New Madison Development. Doug Hirsch is our architect. He's with Potter Lawson, and he'll speak next. And we also have with us available to answer questions Wade Weiss from Weiser Engineering. And specifically, he'll talk about stormwater if there are questions. I'll just use my 3 minutes to tell you why we were attracted to this site. First, it's rare to find a 3.7 acre site this close to downtown. It's an underutilized remnant of a farm that's currently assessed at $1 million.
I'm sorry, Helen, can you hold on just a sec?
Sure.
Tech support, can you allow Bill Fruling to share his screen, please?
That option should be there now.
Let's just make sure we can get the slides. Okay, go ahead, Helen.
Yeah, Bill, you can go to the second slide. There you go. Again, just my bullet points on back one. Why we were attracted to this site. As previous speakers have said, it is in walking distance to 2 bus stops, and Doug will show you more about that, with 36 trips a day. It has direct access to the bike network. It's on an arterial road. We first saw it when we saw the comprehensive plan and realized the asterisks that we could build 70 units. We did decide that that was too large for the site. So what we have developed, and Doug will show you the site plan, is 138 units in 3 stories. We greatly exceed the setback requirements so that we could minimize the impact on the neighbors behind us. And as many speakers have said, this is a wonderful neighborhood, and this is an ability for renters to enjoy living in a desirable area. Not everyone wants to live downtown. Next slide. Thank you. And as others have said, there is a precedent in this neighborhood, and that is Yorktown Estates, which has successfully existed for 25 years. It's considerably larger. It's over 200 units, and it's 4 stories tall. Next. Next slide, thank you. The one contiguous to us, the property contiguous to us, is actually almost the same size in terms of height. Yes, it's not as long, but height-wise, it's the same.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Next slide. Real quick, we did have 2 neighborhood meetings, and the first meeting, we had a 4-story, 175-unit building, and we reacted to the neighbors' concerns about height and size by taking an entire story off, and now it's 138 units. We kept the same amount of parking stalls, underground parking, so we could increase our stalls per unit to assuage their concerns about street parking.
Thank you. That's your time, Helen.
Thanks.
Our next registrant is Doug Hirsch of District 19, representing Potter Lawson, to be followed by Paul Reith, to be followed by Nino Amato. Doug?
Good evening. You could go to the next slide, Bill. So this is the site. I'll try to go through this really quickly. 3.7 acres where it exists today. Old Sauk Road is to the bottom of the image. The next slide, you'll see the site plan. The building, we've broken it up into 3 wings. So as you go along Old Sauk Trail or Old Sauk Road, and also on the back of the building, it's broken up into these smaller elements with the larger portion of the building being set back into the middle of the site, creating 4 courtyards. Parking is underneath, so those are green roofs. They will absorb water. Deliveries would take place in the back. On the access drive, so deliveries, move-in, trash will not occur on Old Sauk Road. The next slide, please. I just draw your attention just to some of the setbacks of the property. Towards the east, we are 115 feet from the closest building. To the north, 104 feet, and to the west, 87 feet to the closest house. The next slide. Show you a little bit about how the building looks. This is an aerial view highlighting those 3 wings. There'll be walk-up units on the ground floor. There's a pedestrian main entry in the center there. You can see the new crosswalk that will be installed because of the development. And you can see the green roofs that are in between those wings. And you can see the sort of the 3 stories of the scale of the building. The next slide shows you the entry, the pedestrian entry and the walk-up units. You could go to the next slide. Another view of that entry feature. The design takes its cues from the neighborhood, trying to fit in with traditional residential materials, siding and brick, as well as large overhangs. The reason for the flat roof is to keep the height of the building a little bit lower, and there will be solar panels on the roof. The next slide is a view just into one of those landscaped courtyards. Those courtyards are, the facade of the building is 86 feet back from the road. The next slide is just, we had submitted shadow studies. I'll move on to the next slide, which is just a list of sustainable features, like I said.
You have about 30 seconds left.
This is an infill project. We'll have green roof, solar panels, and that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Paul Reith of District 19, to be followed by Nino Amato, to be followed by R.S. Sund. Paul?
Hi, thank you. Can you back up 3 slides, please? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not able to use the slides that were used concurrently by 2 other presenters. But as you noticed, the landscape views and the elevations were from a position that assumes that the property across the street is unoccupied green space. And I think that is a very unfair representation. So if you back up a couple of slides, you will see that those elevations show a lawn, not a house that you're looking through to see the subject property in the proposal. So we can back up to all of these elevations. In fact, this elevation would be behind the house, as there's a house directly in between you and this elevation. It's a very unfair representation. It represents the opposite side of the street as open land and park. And I strongly oppose this development because for Yorktown is not a comprehensive or similar property or any other property, because they put a driveway offset, not at the intersection, right? There is no development plan that provides for a plan that matches with the street design of the neighborhood. They put a driveway offset, and here you have this side driveway and then a 15-foot setback for a garage that is a couple of units down. This is a 3-floor, 15-foot setback from the street. It is not contiguous with the neighborhood, and unfortunately, it doesn't fit very well. And I understand that at the end of the day, this is the best that Stonehouse could afford with the property values. But this same common council is celebrating Home Ownership Month while making the missing middle evaporate. These are lands that were designated for low to medium density housing. And every time a development such as this is approved, you are taking away land and opportunity by making a market for properties like this in the city where it is no longer affordable. In 1994, I decided to live in Chicago and go to school because it was cheaper than living in Madison. In 1997, when I changed from engineering to economics, I decided to live in Eau Claire instead of Madison because it was too expensive. There is not a housing crisis. Madison is an expensive place to live. It always has been.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Thank you very much. It always has been, and it will always be a challenge. We have a great number of public features like the lakes that make it costly to develop and live in. And one of the greatest values that Madison has is accessibility to the rest of the state and all the natural resources that we have. This does not create affordable housing. It does not serve the missing middle.
Thank you. That's
only
your
serves
time.
to enrich.
Our next registrant is Nino Amato of District 9, to be followed by R.S. Sun, to be followed by Tyson Vitale. Nino? Do we have Nino online?
There's no one by that name in the meeting.
Thank you. Then our next registrant is R.S. Sund of District 19, to be followed by Tyson Vitale, to be followed by Jeff Western. Do we have R.S.? Perhaps online? If not,
RS, you should be able to unmute.
oh. There should be a prompt to unmute. It might be hidden under a window. All right, well, you figure that out, RS. We're going to go on to Tyson Vitale of District 6, if Tyson is present. If not,
there's no one by that name in the meeting.
Okay, so let's keep trying for RS, please. And then we'll go on to Jeff Western of District 19, to be followed possibly by RS and possibly by Wade Wise. Oh, Wade's only registered for questions. So, Jeff, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Alders, for the opportunity to talk to you tonight. My name is Jeff Western, and I'm opposed to this project. My wife, Kathy, and I live at 25 St. Andrews Circle in Madison. We've lived in our home for 30 years. Our property directly adjoins the proposed development site, closer than any other home to this development site. My home is within that 20-foot offset. In terms of where they have parking facing directly at my house with a barrier, so that they have not met the 20-foot offset. The development site, the development has watershed access, road traffic, pollution, noise, light, and shadowing impacts to our home, property, and environment, significantly impacting our quality of life and use of our property. Kathy and I are not opposed to a multi-family housing development on this site and have always publicly stated so, always. I've made that comment many times in the past, and I continue to. It is that this facility is too large for the site, and it negatively impacting our environment, home, and our way of life. Our most major concern is flooding of our home and property. We have double sump pumps that run when we have significant rains, as in the past few weeks. Our yard is properly drained, so surface water drains directly to St. Andrews Circle. What we are experiencing is water flowing underground, hydrostatic pressure from the proposed development. Significant underground water during a storm flows to our underdrain system, resulting in our sump pumps running continuously for hours. The proposed underground tank, approximately 20 feet from our property, would infiltrate water, pushing it down into the soil, approximately 5 feet above the level of our backyard, which will definitely result in additional water flowing underground to our property. This does not include additional surface water generated by the site. Reconstruction and snow piling on our property will be bearing. What is more concerning with the proposed watershed plan is the potential flooding it will cause, not only to our property, but many of the properties on St. Andrews, Spyglass, Torrey, Pines, Court, as well as others. In an engineering review dated May 24th, Chuck Nahn, PE, and Professor John Norman stated, given the uncertainties that exist at this time, we asked you to defer decision on the zoning change until further detail becomes available regarding the proposed stormwater practices for this development. We respectfully request.
You have about 10 seconds left.
The Common Council does not approve or recommend approval of this project or any land of applications for this project until Stonehouse has fully approved the stormwater management plan. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, let's try for RS Sund of District 19 on the Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, great. All right. So if the council rezones these parcels tonight, its action will be doubly ironic. First, it will set up the removal of 3.7 acres from the possibility of siting owner-occupied housing in a desirable neighborhood, maybe as many as 24 units on 12 lots, on the day the council recognizes June as Home Ownership Month. Second, it will do this on the eve of Juneteenth in a city with an alarming and shameful racial disparity in home ownership. 53% of white households and 18% of blacks own their homes in 2022. Policies that promote rezoning for high-density market-rate apartments exacerbates this racial injustice. This is because, as a consequence of past racist policies and practices, non-whites are overrepresented among low-income households, and rentals drive up costs across the housing market. Econ 101 simplistic supply and demand doesn't apply when profit-driven, large-scale rental developers are in competition with Wall Street returns. They will not build new units unless they can generate high profits by extracting excessive rents. They will not provide, quote, affordable housing. And this particular project doesn't even purport to be affordable. Additionally, rentals are particularly financially devastating for those trapped as lifelong renters. Here's an example. At Stonehouse's Westside Arbor Crossing, a one-bedroom apartment of 708 square feet with a parking stall costs $1,930 a month. Over 30 years, assuming a lower than likely 5% yearly rent inflation, a renter's payments would total $1.54 million. At that point, the renter has no equity, only the prospect of paying even more hyperinflated rent. The renters have bought the building for the landlord and have nothing to show for it. That's exploitation. Compare that to buying a house with 20% down and a 30-year mortgage at 7%. If we include the potential income lost on the down payment and the property tax growing at 5% a year, that same money would buy a $387,000 house today. My 3-bedroom childhood home in Madison's Crestwood neighborhood costs about that now. Its total area with a basement is almost 4 times larger than the apartment, plus it has all the other privacy and stability advantages of home ownership. At the end of 30 years, the owner's costs are small, and at the end of life, they can pass the asset on to their heirs, thereby building generational wealth, a means many non-whites and others have not had access to in the past. As a longtime former renter, I urge you to do everything you can.
Thank you. That's your time.
Homeownership and reject this rezoning for yet.
Thank you. That's your time. All right, we'll try just once more for the folks that weren't here. I don't see them on the Zoom, but just in case, Gregory Keller, Ruth Nair, Dan Pensinger, Nino Amato, or Tyson Vitale.
I believe Nino might be under Anthony Amato. Is Anthony Amato? No?
No, I don't see him at all. All right, seeing none then, those are the registrants we have wishing to speak. Are there questions for registrants on this item tonight? Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask quickly whether or not Helen Bradbury or Doug Hirsch had more to share from their slides. So more time.
Is there objection to additional time for either of those registrants? Seeing no objection. Helen or Doug, did you have anything additional you wish to share? Doug is saying no.
This is Helen. We could go on all night about the benefits of the project, but I think the only point that I think wasn't made is that we have addressed the stormwater. Our engineer is working directly with the city. We heard early on that it was a concern at the first neighborhood meeting, so we moved quickly to get a plan together and get it to the city much ahead of when we needed to in the normal process. So I think if there are questions on that, Wade is here to answer them. But beyond that, unless you have any specific questions.
Thank you. Alder Madison, any specific questions?
No, not right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. We'll just go through and see if there are other questions for Helen. Alder Harrington McKinney, is it for the development team? No? Okay. I'll keep you in the queue then. Alder Rummel for the development team? Yes. Alder Rummel for the development team.
Maybe Doug can answer, or Helen. Did you do a traffic study? We heard several people mention, standing out and counting cars, so.
There is a traffic study that was submitted with the documents. AIRS did the study, and I think in the staff report, the engineers have accepted it.
Can you just say what your version of what the staff report was in case everyone didn't dive in?
I don't know if I'd be the right one to answer those questions. I'm not an expert on the traffic study, but I'd have to.
Okay, never mind.
I don't have that much information on it, sorry.
Thank you, Alder. Hang out though. Alder Bennett, is it for the development team?
Was we could ask the previous question to staff, but I was wondering, many people refer to like why this isn't affordable, and I know Stonehouse has completed many affordable housing developments, so could you help me understand what was kind of the reasoning here, like why not affordable in this project?
I think that's a question for Helen.
Helen, did you hear Alder Bennett's question? You have to unmute yourself again, Helen, sorry.
There we go. I didn't get the prompt, sorry. I mean, Alder Bennett's correct. Stonehouse is a proponent of affordable housing and have developed many affordable housing, some of them very close to this property. And we did play with the idea in the beginning of including some affordable housing, but the economics these days just aren't working out. The general macroeconomics, plus we did lose density here when we took the floor off. We're not in a TIF district, and the sources of gap financing in this area just aren't there.
Right. Thank you. And then I think your presentation began to, but maybe didn't fully address how this development would fit into the area. I know it's like at the same level in height and everything, but I'm kind of wondering, like, I think you're not in the business of putting developments where they don't fit. So what is your kind of take on how this development would fit into the neighborhood?
Is that me? Thank you. Yeah, well, I think Doug showed you on the site plan. I mean, people have said it's 400 feet long. It doesn't read as 400 feet long on Old Sauk. It reads as 3 wings, almost 3 sets of townhouses. That was important to us. We're only using, I think the impervious surface is only 60%, and that doesn't count the green roofs. So it will feel more suburban. There's bocce courts, there's a dog park. I mean, it's really meant to fit into a suburban type environment. We also, which Doug didn't point out, we have a privacy fence going all along the western border. Is it west? Eastern border and the southern border of the property, so that there's very little chance that car lights or anything like that will disturb the neighbors. And finally, we're going to be the managers. And we know how to manage in a neighborhood. We have many properties right in the middle of Tenny Lapham. And I don't think we're a nuisance to any of our single-family residential neighbors, and we don't intend to be here either.
Great. Thank you, Helen, and thank you, Doug.
All right. Hang out for a minute. Alder Vitiver, is it for the development team?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So Helen and Doug, if you could just tell us, so like you've got 2 developments on the agenda tonight. One is a 4-acre, one is an almost 40-acre. The 4-acre is this multifamily, sort of single large building versus the 40-acre, which is going to be more separated, affordable housing, et cetera. Can you just talk to us a little bit about the economics, and is it just the acreage difference that allows you to have that kind of a different of a proposal at the other site versus this one, or are there other factors that go into it that really required you to do this large complex at this site?
Do I need to be on? There we go. Yeah, it's kind of apples and oranges. The Voight site is it's really a plat at this point, and it's high density where it needs to be. There's some 5-story buildings and some 4-story buildings, so the economics of the entire site work out a little better. And we were able to partner with Madison Area Community Land Trust and Habitat for Humanity, and Stonehouse intends to do an affordable property on that site. So yeah, it was the size of the plat. There we're kind of just creating a whole new neighborhood where nothing has existed before. So it just made sense to have a mixed income. And then on Sauk, we don't consider 138 units all that large. That size lends itself to our style of management, full-time managers and full-time maintenance techs and that kind of thing. And it's a little pricier, so the economics of that. And again, it's not in a TIF district. We'll be looking for TIF for Voight, which will help on the affordable side. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I was really just trying to get at right. We've heard from the residents that what they really seek is this sort of, lower density missing middle. And what I'm trying to ask of you is why you can't do that on this site.
And I guess I would respond that with the macroeconomics of today, you can't do that anywhere as far as our number crunching can show. Because to build, for example, we couldn't build with Habitat for Humanity is going to be building on Voight, because for us to do it without all of their subsidies and their sweat equity and stuff like that, a duplex would end up costing, $500,000. And then you'd end up trying to sell it for a ridiculous amount of money. The economics just aren't there. for missing middle on that scale.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, is it for the, okay, thank you. So I think that's it for the development team. Thank you. We'll go back then to Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lynn Green.
Lynn? Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Lynn. I want to start at, it was mentioned that there were 2 neighborhood meetings, and I also heard that the resident voices were not listened to. Could you say more about that piece before I move forward?
Yes, and I just want to express sincere appreciation for being asked to speak. I need to tell you that this is the first time in all our meetings that anyone has asked a follow-up question of a resident. All the follow-up questions have always been of the developer. What I was unable to talk about is the disturbing lack of attention to and concern for the resident voice in this process. As I said, I have experience in siting housing. Location is a very important factor, and resident feedback is a very important factor, and that is just not being put into this process. As I said, I was jealous of what I heard about the Essen House process because it sounded like a wonderful exchange of different viewpoints and ending up in a win-win situation that is working out well and acceptable for everybody. That is not the process that has occurred in this development. Even the staff report, although it recommends support, encourages you all to listen to all the public input that has been put into this proposal. There's been an extraordinary amount of opposition. There were 2 opposition petitions. One had 259 District 19 residents sign it, and a very recent one had 278 district residents. And I know that there are many, many people throughout this city who also oppose this proposal. Your meeting agenda, I just want to remind you at the top, and I love this, but your meeting agenda says, consider who benefits, who is burdened, who has not had a voice at the table, how can policymakers mitigate unintended consequences. Hundreds of District 19 and citywide residents do not feel that their voice is being heard in this process. Every time we try to express a voice, we are being called names, we are being called NIMBYs, we are being called white, entitled, privileged people. We're being written off that we aren't willing to change. That's just unfair. That just cuts off any constructive conversation. The people from the neighborhood that are talking to you are long-term caring residents of this community. They have supported the city. They have done wonderful things for this city. Their voices need to be part of this process, and they're not. What has been part of this process is the developer. The developer's been at the table. The developer's been listened to. I'm trying to be brief. I respect your time, and I'm sorry if I sound frustrated, but I'm going to give you one concrete example. We have, as a group, we produced slides for you to show you how this fits into the neighborhood in terms of height and length. I called the Common Council office and asked them how we could share them. We were told we could not. But somehow, Stonehouse was able to put their slides up on the screen. My husband My husband stood here with a little card trying to show you. We have analysis. This is taller by far from anything in the neighborhood, and it is 400 feet long. I guarantee you, we analyzed it based on the developer's blueprints. It is 400 feet long. It's massive. It does not belong in this location. We are not opposed to change. We are not opposed to giving to the community. We want to be able to support that property being used in a way that meets the needs of city residents, but this is just not it. And I plead with you to please listen to us and have our voices be part of this process. So thank you for asking.
Okay. And my next question is about flooding. I mean, that has come up several times. Could you speak into that specifically about the floodplain and the stormwater from your perspective? When I say your, as a resident perspective.
I'm not probably the best at that because we don't live directly where the flooding has occurred, but I'm aware in the flooding of 2018 that the basements of the homes in that area were flooded, that there are some major stormwater issues. What is happening here is essentially, if you look, the city built Old Sauk about 2 feet higher than that property is, and the property has always served, that farm property has always served as a bit of a natural retention pond when there are storm incidences. Take all that property that's now permeable and cover it with concrete the size of this, and you will just have major runoff issues. And from what we have been told, there is to date not an approved stormwater plan, and so that clearly to me is a very concerning issue.
So I'm going to circle back to the neighborhood meetings. In the neighborhood meetings, who's present in those neighborhood meetings?
Okay. The neighborhood meetings were virtual meetings. They were not face-to-face meetings with the developer. The first was for them to tell us what their proposal was, and it was for 4 stories and the number of units, that the 180 units, based on knowing that that was absolutely overwhelmingly acceptable in size. They brought it down a floor, but you should know the blueprint remained exactly the same. It came down a floor and less units, but the structure itself is still as large. The footprint on the property is still as large as it was when it was a taller building with more units. The input that we gave them was to talk about our concerns, to work with them on issues to see if we could come to some mutually agreeable situation or agreement as to what an alternative would be, and there was never any two-way communication. They listened to us, went back, and then presented their drawings to the city. I just feel like I'm pulling out all the stops here, but I have to tell you, I called Stonehouse Development because I've worked with them many times on very good, affordable work that they did, and I respected their work. And I felt like we could get a good discussion going and do something great together on this unique property. They told me they were appreciative that there were people wanting to work with them and they would get back to me. Crickets. Never a call back, never an outreach back to any of us to dialogue and talk through any of our concerns. We have been totally just, give us your feedback and that's it. End of discussion.
So in your final words, what would you like for us to hear from you? Is there any summary that you want to be sure that we hear?
I think what I want you to hear is this is a neighborhood who cares about the needs of residents in this neighborhood who are struggling with housing issues. We want to be part of that solution. We are open to change. We are not a bunch of NIMBYs, white, elitist, entitled. I never felt entitled in my life, to be honest. So, I'm white and old. I can't do anything about that. But I don't live in a McMansion. Trust me, come over and see my house. It's pretty small. I want you to hear that we care and that we want to do something on that property that meets a need and also retains what that neighborhood is about. And I don't see any, I don't apologize for that.
So before you sit down, I know that you're retired. Just give us a brief synopsis of what you did with Dane County and who did you work with? What population did you work with?
Well, I worked too late in life, so what can I say? But I worked for the Dane County Department of Human Services for almost 50 years. Unfortunately, I'm having post-traumatic stress standing here because I stood here so many hours of my life. The last 17 of those years was as director of the department. I retired about 4 years ago. Dane County was never active in homelessness and housing, but under my tenure at the department, we actually hired our first housing and homelessness manager and developed a division to do that. I've worked very closely with the city, and I want to let you know I'm continuing to work on homeless issue projects to try to find solutions for some of the city's issues around homeless issues. I worked with the city, unfortunately, probably not a positive at this point, but with Rethke and with Wexford. I cited the Beacon, and I will tell you, I went through 6 different sites and listened to resident feedback and left those neighborhoods because of what people did not want, the homeless day services. We actually bought the Messner building, the county, and had a design for that and left because of how the neighborhood felt. And we found a setting that was acceptable because we wanted it to be a win-win for both the community and the consumers who needed it. I've worked with the Road Home on citing and supporting affordable housing units and case management to help needy residents. I was on the Allied Task Force and helped the city with the development. You did that of affordable small houses. So this is an area I know, and I know there is a need for all kinds of houses, but in proper locations.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Hold on, Lynn. We'll see if anybody else has a question for you. Alder Bennett, is it for Lynn?
Yeah.
Alder Bennett?
Thank you, Lynn. I really appreciate it. I was just wondering, so in this neighborhood, there are a lot of like those no rezoning signs, so which is kind of confusing.
Yes, it's very confusing, and I apologize for that. Somebody started making them, and it was all we had to put out. It's really hard to know what you can get people's attention on a sign, and I guess the people who made those signs thought that was it. It is very misleading, and that's why I tried to clarify in my notes. We are not against rezoning, and I'm sorry that that's the way that sign reads. What it should say is appropriate rezoning or conscientious rezoning. And so I do apologize. It's conveying the wrong message, that it's not our message. It's just trying to get the attention of people to what our concerns are about what's being proposed across the street.
I see. Yeah.
Very good question.
Yeah, I that makes sense. I just want to know, like, appropriate rezoning would be like the missing middle, which is 2 to 12 units.
Yes.
Yeah, is something that the neighborhood here would support.
Because you're aware to even do what they're doing, you not only have to rezone, but then you, and I'm not the best at this either, but you need to enact conditional use permits to be able to even up the density. And so we're not only rezoning, but you're also increasing what can be done in that rezoning category.
Okay, yeah.
A very good question. Thank you for asking.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, is it for Lynn?
No.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan, is it for Lynn? All right, Alder Govindarajan?
Thank you. You mentioned earlier that there was a presentation that you weren't able to present today. I understand there's some miscommunication that took place. The Common Council Office, I believe, asked you guys to share it with the alders. Did you already email it to the alders?
Michael, did we do an attachment to, I believe it was part of something that never got posted on the agenda.
Last Friday, we sent out emails to the alders, all alders, and as of late this afternoon, they hadn't been posted yet.
Okay.
And the slides are there, and they compare the height of this building to Settlers Woods, to all the comparative buildings that Stonehouse is comparing and saying their building is comparative. It shows the actual, factually, where the height of their building is taller.
Thank you. And you said that's a Friday email? Just because I'm curious.
However, it
I
was
would like
never
to look at it.
posted as of today.
If you sent it to all alders at cityofmadison.com, we should all receive it in our inbox. Okay. Sorry, Karen.
As such, I can't hear it.
Okay, if there's some way we can get it to you, I
Okay.
think it's very educational.
Thank you.
So Karen is going to try and facilitate, but the best way to make sure that alders see something is to send it to the email address allalders@cityofmadison.com.
And we did.
And so then it is in everybody's inboxes and they should have access to it.
Okay.
Alder Field has a point of information.
Just to offer, that is on page 35 of the public comments that are dated from June 14th to June 18th on the Legistar item.
Okay, if I can have quiet in the gallery, please. Alder Field is noting that it is on page 35 of the public comments, so it is in fact attached to the Legistar file. Thank you, Alder Field. So that it is both in your collective emails and it is on the Legistar file if people wish to access it. It's on page 35 of the public comment, which is compiled from June 14th to June 18th. So it's there. All right. Alder Knox, is it a question for Lynn? No. Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
All right. Going back then to Alder Tischler, you had a question?
Yeah, my understanding that just so all voices can be heard, that Nino Amato is actually available to speak, and if he is available, I just wanted to ask him to maybe his 3 minutes of comments on concerns about stormwater.
I'm not sure.
I have just promoted Namato, which I believe is him.
All right. A question around stormwater?
Yes, can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, first of all, let me say that everything that Lynn Green has said tonight is right on target. And I had the honor to work with her when I was president and CEO for the Coalition Wisconsin Aging Group, and she has the utmost integrity. We expanded family care, we created the ADRCs, Aging Disability Resource Centers, and there has been an imbalance here. The stormwater issue has been around for a long time, and what I'm disappointed in is the Plan Commission has been working vigorously since August of 2018 to come up with a stormwater management system and have incorporated that in the West Area Plan. We have the cart before the horse by allowing this to be rezoned. This should be on hold or placed on file with prejudice until the stormwater management plan comes in draft and we can have open and continual debates. Let me also add that my first career out of graduate school was the executive vice president of First Realty, and I was in charge of all the residential, commercial, and multifamily development and worked with almost every builder that created the West Side. The land that you talked about, which is, I think, 3.6 acres, is land that Impala builders and I looked at back in 1977. And there was a water problem back then. So we build over in Wexford Village, where I built my first two-story home, and we developed that whole area. I also think it is incredibly disingenuous on the part of Stonehouse to go in and say, well, we came in and asked for 210 units. That's the game that builders use, because then they can negotiate down. So that's intellectually honest to give the impression that somehow they cooperated with the neighborhood. That's simply not true. As for affordable housing, Stonehouse has to have a pro forma with at least an 8 to a 12% return. And without that, they couldn't get the funding from a bank or from private investors. So the amount of money that's going to be spent and the people that are going to be there are high end, and it isn't going to do anything relative to the racial disparities. On the environmental side, what they're proposing is foolish. You can't create a stormwater management system on a footprint as small as that and expect not to have problems. And lastly, let me just add about the traffic pedestrian issue that both Jose and Kim Santiago mentioned. It will be a nightmare. I bike Sauk Road. You add 138 units without appropriate parking and everything else, you're going to have accidents. And we just talked about pedestrian safety. So this flies in the face. I encourage all of you to either place this on file with prejudice or at least delay it until we have further rigorous debate and discussions on the West Area Plan. And the stormwater management issue, that area flooded worse than it did in any other part of the city on Old Sauk Road. And thank you for finally getting me on to speak.
Thank you, Alder Tischler.
Nope. Thank you. I just want everybody's voice to be heard. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, I don't know. I was just wondering what the market rents were. I know the argument is, about affordability and creating more affordable housing. How much are they, say, a 2-bedroom?
Alder, is that a question for the development team?
Yes, that's a question. Let me restate it. How much is a 2-bedroom apartment, please?
I don't know if anyone on the development team can answer. Helen, can you answer that question? Do we have Helen still?
Yeah, yes, we still have Helen. It'll be market rate. It's difficult at this point to say what it'll be, but it'll be comparable to other market rate properties in the area. So the range will be from probably $1,800 a month to $2,400 a month for a 2-bedroom, and some of them are very large.
Okay, and then so the 1-bedrooms would be from what to what? Would you guesstimate? Excuse me.
Probably the lowest, maybe $1,500 a month, and again, some of the 1-bedrooms are huge, $1,900 a month.
Okay, and when you say huge, how are you defining that?
There are some. Doug's probably in a better position to answer this question, but there are 1-bedrooms that are 800 square feet. The average is over 750 square feet.
And then the 2-bedrooms, please. Sorry, thank you.
Again, Doug can check me. I don't have this in front of me, but they're 1,200 to maybe 1,400. Does that sound good, Doug? He can shake his head.
He's nodding and saying yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right. Now I have no other Alders in the queue. Oh, too late. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Thank you very much. The stormwater question. Yes.
Alder, are you looking for a neighbor who can speak to stormwater?
Yes.
Is there someone who would like to volunteer to answer the Alder's questions?
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Alder.
All right, so I'm over here. The reason that I wanted to hear a resident speak of stormwater in 2018, I was a West Side Alder, and we went through that. I mean, it was tremendous. And so I want, that is what I'm landing on. So could you speak to us about that?
I'll speak to that, and I'll give you a little bit of my background first. I'm the property right adjacent to my house is closer to the property than anyone else. It's right to the north side. I'm a registered professional engineer and registered structural. I have knowledge in this area. And right from the start, I had concerns about the development and in terms of the water. And I provided a lot of comments initially when it first came. And going back to the 2018 flood, I have double sump pumps in my house. So when it rains, water's coming down on the proposed property, and there's a layer of sand, right? It's down about 8 feet from the top, because my house has a stone wall. So the water comes right down under the sand to my sump pumps, and my sump pumps will run continuously. And where stone house is pushing the water down is about 20 feet from my property line, and it's up about 10 feet above my sump pump line. So the concept that they have is the water is going to dissipate and just go right straight down. The reality is that's not going to always happen. The chances of my property getting flooded is almost 100%. Right now, when I first moved into my house, I had to put in the sump pumps because with these heavy rains. When we had the 2018 flood, my pump ran and ran and ran, but they protected me. If we have a similar flood like that, and we have this development pushing that water down in my area, it's going to inundate everything that I have. But that's just one part. As we look at the Umbeck's property, which is down where the water flows onto their property, it's not connected to the city's stormwater system at all. It's just where it is, it just flows over the street going to Spyglass between the houses. And that's not really being discussed enough. And that's what we've been trying to say. And Lynn did a really wonderful job of communicating this. We're really concerned. As an engineer, I'm concerned. We hired an engineer to analyze this. We spent a lot of money to make sure. And our engineer has provided comments, and you have all those comments, on our concerns. We also have a professor that stepped up and came to us. He walked to our door and he said, I'm concerned about this. He actually came to our door and said, I have to tell you this. This is really scary to me. And he's also on record here. Tonight you can look through what he said. There's so many parts of this right now that need more time. It's not ready to move forward yet. We want this to happen. I mean, I've been a supporter, as I said earlier, of development in the site. I lived in this property for 30 years, and I'm open for multifamily, 3-story, but it has to be done in a way that's going to be good for us and not flood us. What I feel is Lynn kind of pointed out, no one's listening. We hired an engineer, we got some technical experts bringing it forward, and the city engineer even said there's a lot of still questions left. So far, what's being proposed is not approved. What we've asked for, very simply, is 100% approval of the watershed plan before the Common Council approves it. That's all. If you did that, that would make us comfortable. But we don't have that. And what we have is really scary. On my property, the Umbrex property and the way the water is going to flow. And there's no connection to this. It's all over surface. Spyglass is unique in this city, and it's really unfortunate because you don't build those anymore where you have water flowing. The street is actually that's how the water gets dispersed. It gets down to Tiedeman's Pond. It's by the street. That is unusual, and that should be modified. That's what we need to do. If it was me, the engineer, and I was consulting to the city on this, I would say we need to do the city plan, the watershed area, because we have problems in our area already. Combine that with the stone house, then come up with a stormwater plan that's going to meet all of our needs, and it'll save money. And now we'll be in a position that the community will not be flooded. And that's really our concern, is being flooded. And I hope you take it very seriously, because we're concerned. Why would we go out and hire an engineer to do this if we weren't that concerned? I mean, I'm not objecting to Stonehouse, but I need to add this. I've reached out to Stonehouse. I was in a newspaper article initially, and I said, I just want to meet with them. Let's talk about this. I even talked to Alder John, and I said, we were in a meeting together. I said, let's have a discussion on this. Let's bring us together. And that never happened. That's all we asked for, was to be heard, to communicate, and to work with you. That's what we want to do. I have nothing. I don't hold any anger or any, what's when I say, I don't want this to work. We really do. If we could come down and make that footprint of that building smaller, come up with a better watershed plan, we'd be right on it. Our engineer would even work with you, including Professor Norman would gladly work with the city. So we have expertise in this area that I believe Stonehouse doesn't have. And this proposal that they have is unique. It's made for large areas where you have acres to use that system, not in a tiny area. We're using every foot of the land for water dispersion.
Thank you. Hang out. I suspect there may be a couple other questions for you.
Pardon?
Stay there for a minute.
Okay.
Alder Tischler, is it for this registrant?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Go ahead, Alder.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask. I was been reading Emeritus Professor Norman's talking about there's no assurance provincial failure. I guess my question is, you're talking about the retention underground ponds, I guess, or holding tanks.
The underground depression tanks, yes.
So you're saying that's going to be pushing the groundwater level up, which is going to create more flooding. And I guess my question is, we're dealing with a lot of we're installing a lot of larger culverts throughout the city to move the water through. And I guess I'm wondering, can you talk about not only how the water, raising the groundwater level, but also where is the water going, and is this area does this area have the adequate culverts to move water through?
Yes, I can talk about that a little bit here. For this property, there's two places where they can discharge water. One is on Spyglass. There's a culvert, but they'd have to go through the Umbeck's yard and just dig it all up and put in a large culvert, probably 30 inches, I would expect. There's another location right on Old Sauk that they could tie into there as well. Those are about 18 inches, and there'd be more work that had to be done than just tying into those. You would have to expand on that so you could get water through those in an efficient way so we don't flood the area. If there would be a heavy rain in a superflood like 2018, that would be, right now with the proposed plan that Stonehouse have, that would be disastrous for us. We couldn't take it. All of us would be flooded out. The part here, if we did this correctly and we tie into those the stormwater systems that exist, Now we have a chance to disperse that water, to the appropriate locations without having flooding. This whole area has flooding issues. I mean, if you look at the maps, watershed maps, this whole area needs some correction. And I know that the city has said we just don't have money to do this, but it's really critical that we do it. And the sooner the better is to take that time and to pause to say, let's just look at the watershed here. Let's take this and let's find a solution that's going to meet the entire west side area and make it something that's workable for the entire community. I think it would be in our city's best interest. I mean, let's think if we build this in 5 years from now, we have this major flood and all of us are flooded out. I mean, you have to think that that is a possibility right now. I don't think there's anyone going to say, I'm 100% sure what we're proposing is not going to flood. It's not going to flood us out. I know the city engineers would not say that. No one would guarantee it. And I'd like to see Stonehouse say that to us. Say, hey, this 100% I guarantee it won't flood. They can't. And if they do, they're not being honest. Did I answer your question, Alderman?
Yes, that helped clear up. And I guess, I don't know, Mayor, is it possible to ask Stonehouse another follow-up question on that? Or
Yes, Alder. Let me, I'll add you to the queue. Let's see. I think Alder Haley has a question for this registrant.
Thank you. Thank you. So we have heard from a couple of residents today saying that their voices are not heard, and they prefer to refer the stormwater review plan so that it can be, taken more, bringing wider stakeholders to the communication. And you talked a little bit about it, but can you elaborate if the item is referred and we have this stakeholder meeting and we accommodate our residents' voice to be heard, what that looks like? Can you talk about more about?
Here's what we have. I have an engineer that's expert on this subject, Chuck Mann. He has provided many comments to the city. He's done a total review of what Stonehouse did. You could see all of them. He spent hours and hours of work. How I would see this is we get together, we would bring Professor Norman, I would bring Chuck Nahn, we can bring all the wiser engineers. We talk about this, and we may need to get another expert. We bring the city in, of course, and then we talk about it, and we talk about solutions, how we can work through this. And then what we could do, if we need other experts to come in to give us advice, we would. I think this is an area that we really do need expert advice on. So that's how I see it. It would be a communication. How do we make this work? What changes do we need to make everybody comfortable, and that we have a solution that's going to be 100%.
Can I ask a follow-up? Could you talk about what timeline that would look like? Is it months, weeks?
I think this can be done. I think in 1 month, if we were given the time frame to be able to sit down and talk about this, we could have a very good strategy on how this should proceed ahead. I think it would take about 3 or 4 meetings to come up with a strategy that could be workable. Again, everybody has to be honest at the table, and trust me, I'll be honest at the table. I'm not one to say, I don't like this. As an engineer, I want something that's workable.
And my final question is, there are some concerns about the stormwater, but also the height also. How can you balance those two? If we can mitigate the stormwater issues, we can change the height of the apartments.
Professional opinion right now, the building needs to have a smaller footprint. I've done my own design on this, by the way. I did my own design, and I have a concept that would work. But the building has to become smaller footprint. Now, what does that mean? If it's smaller footprint, then you have to see how you want to deal with it. But it has to be significantly smaller on the edges so that that water can flow better, that we got more greenery for the water to run through and slow it down, et cetera. So that's, that's really an important part of this, is the building needs to be just slightly smaller.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Pretty large.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Alder Madison, is it a question for this registrant?
No, Mayor, different registrant.
Okay, thank you. Alder Bennett is a question for this registrant? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, then Alder Madison was next.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have, if Rachel, I believe her last name is Robilliard, if she's still there.
Do we still have Rachel?
Yes, I am, if you can hear me.
We can. Go ahead, Alder.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to ask a quick question about a note in your comments. You mentioned this project may be able to improve on the stormwater situation. Are you able at all to expand on that?
I'll be honest here. This stormwater management is not my area of expertise. But I did, speak with somebody who has more experience in developing these lots. And, my concern is that right now there isn't any additional management on this property, and that we already have a lot of flooding issues. I think that a development coming in and being thoughtful about how the stormwater management is done has the potential to have an overall improvement for everyone. I read the comments from Dr. Norman and the other experts that were brought in. I don't have that background to judge those, but I agree with the gentleman that was speaking before that. I think there are a lot of experts and expertise that can be drawn on from this project and can be taken a look at. I think one of the things too is that the stormwater plan is not usually part of the process at this point. My comment is that I think there is a lot more work to be done to make sure that this plan is manageable and will work for everyone. So I do anticipate that I had anticipated there's going to be a lot more to be done in this plan, and that hopefully we can take advantage of all the expertise that is available. So I do think, though, that doing something versus leaving this as unimproved land is going to be beneficial in the long run.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Tischler, you had a question for the development team?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I was wondering if they could answer the question if they can provide 100% assurance that their stormwater plan will not exacerbate the flooding issues in the area. And then kind of a follow-up to that is, do they see any problem with drawing from the collective experience from speakers here and also from the expertise that's here in Madison that have been putting forth plans? I mean, to just make sure that we are not, compounding the problem in a known area that has flooding problems.
Helen, do you want to take that or pass it to somebody else?
Yeah, can I start and then pass it to, we have Wade Weiss. He's the engineer that's been working with us on this and with the city. And I believe the city staff is probably there as well. So let me just say that we have read the reports that the city had, that the neighbors have commissioned. Our engineer has studied the reports that the neighbors have written. What's said that's true is that the stormwater plan is not complete. I think the estimate was that it's 90% complete, but neither the city nor our engineer is going to be able to finish getting a building permit or anything like that until it's completed. And I have every trust that it's not going to make matters worse, but in fact, it's going to improve things. So can we ask Wade to comment?
Yep, Wade, go ahead.
Yes, if everyone can hear me, thank you for the opportunity. Wade Wise, Wiser Engineering, we prepared the stormwater management plan for the project. I think the important thing to elaborate on here is in your typical process, the stormwater would be a condition of approval as approved by city staff. And I think that's still applicable here. But I think what's important to note is that we have gone through the extra effort ahead of that broad-based comment to prepare a stormwater management plan, to prepare a couple round of comment responses to the consulting engineers hired by the neighborhood, and to go through this process of getting to 90% of the way there, leaving us this 10% flexibility to work back and forth and close out this permit. That's above and beyond what is typical. As far as the flooding concern, there's a couple points I want to make. The city has rules. The city has great rules as it relates to stormwater. With our project, there are rules, and I'll use the term rules plus. There are rules that we have to meet as typical. The rules plus would apply because we do not have an adjacent storm sewer to immediately discharge to. So we have the rules plus additional requirements. On top of that, we have the rules plus, which are the second plus would be unintended detention, it's called. And the way the site functions now and acts as a pseudo detention basin for an overtopping Old Sauk Road. So in this proposal that we have in front of you, we have designed to the rules that you typically see. The rules plus for no adjacent stormwater discharge, and the rules plus in that there's unintended detention that we are also accounting for in our proposal in front of you. So I think with that, it's been a very robust plan. We have listened to the neighborhood. We have gone above and beyond. We have worked back and forth. And we are willing to continue to work back and forth to close this last 10%. But in tradition with all other projects, you should also lean on city staff because they are very qualified and have done a great job to this point mediating the back and forth and providing a response to the city. Last point I'll make is that our development as proposed is roughly 57% impervious. If you were to say the green roofs did not count, you would be around just over 60% impervious. Under the current zoning, the allotment for impervious is 50%. And if the current zoning were to stay intact and there was a commercial use involved, it can escalate to 60%. So our percent impervious is consistent with what the neighbors are able to do on their parcels in the same district.
Thank you, Alder Tischler.
Yeah. So the issue is that when the property was purchased, knowingly they did not have access to a discharge to the stormwater, and that's why you have to build the retention ponds. Is that correct?
The retention ponds are a tool we can use, right? The underground storage is a tool we can use. There are requirements in place to make sure the stay on of water is more than the typical ordinance requirements. The most traditional way of doing that is through infiltration. That's what we're proposing with our open bottom underground stormwater system.
Right, but I'm just reading our city staff, Greg Freeze. I mean, I'll have maybe opportunity to ask him, but I guess it's partly untested. This is not fully. So, I mean, is that true?
I would suggest there are multiple projects that we have designed and others that have designed using underground storage system throughout the city. This is a practice that's used often.
But on a site this small, have you done this before on a 3 acre site, or do you have much larger space to work with in other areas?
The most common application of underground storage is in a very urban setting where real estate is very expensive. And we have done it in the city down on the East Washington corridor. We have also done it in a 60 acre residential subdivision in the city of Fitchburg back in 2014, still functioning.
Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Bennett, more questions?
It would be for Wade. And I'm not a stormwater expert, and so can you explain it to me? I'm 5 years old, how this would help stormwater be better?
Wade?
Yeah, so I'll try and stop me at any point. So stormwater on this site, there's three things with stormwater. We have to slow it down, we have to clean it, and then we have to infiltrate it. Those are the base rules that the city requires. So in our application, water hits the surface of the roof or hits the surface of the pavement. And at that point, it's conveyed and collected in our underground system, which basically think of it as big giant pipes that are cut off on the bottom. And they sit on a stone bed. And these big giant pipes, they fill up with water, no different than your kitchen sink would if the plug was in. And when it fills up with water, it eventually hits that elevation where the water would flow out, an emergency or a storm sewer discharge of that system and go downstream. So the volume of water that we have to hold, or the amount of these pipes, it's a function of the rules and what we have for on-site soils and the intensity of the rainfall. And we take all this water and we create a system where we have volume and surface area to infiltrate it. And with those rules, we've set that at these rules plus, as I described before. We could always make this system bigger. There is more room to make it bigger. If there is a discussion back and forth on the infiltration rate of the soils, we can, again, make the surface area bigger. What we've done right now is we've met the rules and the rules plus to show that we've mitigated all these concerns as it relates to addressing the ordinance.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I think I got it. Less big words that I didn't understand. So thank you. And then I have a question too for Helen. And I know I'm not trying to drag this out, but I just wanted to understand from your perspective, like there are several residents here that felt like their voices and concerns weren't heard by the developer. So can you tell us more about like the neighborhood meetings that you had and the engagement that you had with residents?
Yeah. Our first neighborhood meeting was back in October, and maybe I should go back further than that. When we looked at the site with the land use category that it was in, we could have gotten 30 to 70 units. So that would have been the 210 units that people have talked about. And that, in our opinion, was too big for the site, too big for management. So we settled on the 4-story, 175 unit property. We did not go in there thinking that they're going to shoot that down. Let's see what we can get away with. That's not how Stonehouse has ever operated in 26 years. So at any rate, so we went in with a 4-story building, and yes, it is the same footprint, and 175 units. They were concerned about the height, and they were concerned about parking. Our parking ratio at the time was 1-to-1. That neighborhood meeting was attended virtually. Tim Parks was the city planner. Over 243 registrants, I believe. So it was well attended, and it went very late. We came back in between that meeting and our second meeting, I believe, and Alder Ugar can check me on this. We received, I believe, 56 questions, written questions from one of the neighbors saying that he represented all the questions that the neighbors had. Between Tim Parks and the city staff and Stonehouse and Wade, we answered those questions. We then had our second meeting where we went in with the smaller height and the smaller footprint and more parking. And then subsequent to that, I believe we received additional questions from the neighbors that took hours and hours to answer. I am not aware, I believe it was Mr. Peterson who said he asked to meet with us. I've asked my staff just now, and I'm not aware that that request was ever made to us, to Stonehouse, and I can't speak for the city, but had that request been made, we would have met. But we did take their experts, Professor Norman and their consultant, and went through it point by point with Wade. So I think it's a little disingenuous to say that we weren't responsive. We tried to be, but we heard mixed messages. Some people thought just do 30 units an acre, that would be 114 units. Well, that was in opposition to other neighbors saying all they wanted was townhouses, and what they kept calling the missing middle. So it didn't seem that we were going to be able to bridge the gap between what we felt was possible and what they desired. So we tried. Guess that's all I can say.
Thank you. That's it. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Alder Latimer Burris. Additional questions?
Sure. I just wanted to ask the engineer a question about following up on Alder Bennett's question about let's see, meeting the ordinance or meeting the rules. So I wanted to ask you, is our ordinance or our rules enough is the first question that popped into my mind as you were talking. I know it's not your problem. You don't set them, you don't set the rules, but it's like the PFAS situation. You know, it was never a problem with the parts per trillion, you know, with how much was in the water because there was no standard. So you could honestly say it's not a problem because there's no measurement. So I'm wondering with this project, is our ordinance or our rules enough?
Wade?
Yeah, so I will say, you know, we do our greater majority of our work is Dane County area, but we do work in the Milwaukee area and throughout the state of Wisconsin. And I would say the city of Madison's rules are very robust. I would say on this project, they are robust and then probably as stringent as any rules of any stormwater report that we've written because of the storm sewer discharge and because of the unintended detention that exists currently on the site. So, you know, you have to set rules. You have to set them high enough that development can still happen and still protect downstream properties. But the rules on this project and the rules in the city are very robust compared to statewide initiatives.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions. We still have 4 items or 3 or 4 items with registrants. The will of the body to continue. Seeing no Alder Bennett.
Can I move a 10-minute recess?
Alder Bennett will move a 10-minute recess. Alder Wahila, he will second it. Is there any objection to taking a 10-minute recess? Seeing no objection, we will take a 10-minute recess until 10:43. The hour of 10:43 having come and gone. I will ask the alders on the Zoom, thank you for turning your cameras back on. I will ask the alders in the room to please take their seats. I will ask the folks in the gallery to please take their seats and everybody to come to order. And the clerk to call the roll.
Alder Govindarajan. Ugair? Here. Harrington McKinney? Here. Knox? Here. Latimer Burris?
Here.
Madison?
Here.
Martinez Rutherford?
Here.
Miadze?
Present.
Rummel? Present. Tischler?
Here.
Verveer?
Here.
Vitiver?
Here.
Wahelia? Here. Bennett? Here. Conklin? Present. Curry? Here. Duncan?
Here.
Evers is excused. Field? Here. Figueroa Cole? Here. Madam Mayor, we have quorum.
Thank you. All right, we are on public comment for item 14. Item 14 is creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property at 201 to 205 South Stoughton Road. On item 14, our first registrant is Timothy Jones of District 12, representing Occupy Madison, Inc., to be followed by Jessica Jones, to be followed by Kara Carvello. Do we have Timothy, please? Does not look like we have Timothy in the room.
Yes, I am here. Hello.
Go ahead.
Are you able to hear me at this point?
Yes.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I will be brief. I am a volunteer who is part of Occupy Madison and have been since the beginning of the pandemic in the second village. I am here to provide additional information should you have any need for it. There are a number of other people, I believe, who at least started this meeting who are also in the same position, and maybe I can help direct people to them in the event that there are questions beyond my ability. I will be involved and have been pretty heavily involved as a co-vice president now for a good while. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Jessica Jones of District 3, to be followed by Kara Caravello, to be followed by Barrett Elward. Jessica? Do we have Jessica on Zoom?
There is nobody by that name in Zoom.
Thank you. Then Kara Caravello of District 3, to be followed by Barrett Elward, to be followed by Larry Olson. Do we have Kara?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Well, 3 minutes is not enough time to inform the council of our concerns here. Previous meetings about the tiny home village have been withheld from us, as well as critical information to our area. This site has been in the works for 2 years without so much as a word until it was almost a done deal with no public input whatsoever until March. All of our neighbors have not been informed or listened to. When I attended that first meeting in March, it was not a listening session about our concerns, as we were led to believe. It was a, we're here in this community now and you better get used to it or you can move attitude. And that was verbally expressed to us during this meeting by their leader and owner, Brenda Conkle. This is an appalling attitude to present to people that claim to want to become part of the neighborhood. For living in our home for 23 years, we didn't even know we had a neighborhood association until now, much less let them speak for us. Their support means nothing because they have not listened to our side of the neighborhood at all. I left an email at the March meeting and with my neighborhood association, was never informed of any subsequent meetings based on what I believe was the fact that I voiced my opinion, my opposition to this plan. This happened to other neighbors as well. We are already being harassed and intimidated in our neighborhood and haven't even moved in yet. There have been several trashy campers parked on our streets and numerous vehicles that drive by our home that flip us the bird as they drive by. And we live on a street that does not get through traffic like that. We are the overlooked middle you've been talking about all night. We have worked hard to move up from the low income areas we grew up in and bought in this neighborhood, not just because of the affordability, but for the quiet and safety that it has had for many years so that we could raise our family in better circumstances that we had. For it being Home Affordability Month and PTSD Month, this issue affects us in both of those regards. There are many things that need to be addressed regarding the rezoning of this site that are being overlooked by city officials. I have already submitted a written letter about them, as have several of our neighbors. I've heard from my immediate neighbors, and the majority of them do not believe this is a good fit for this area. Please do not look at our association's support as the voice of our entire neighborhood, as they have forgotten about this section of the neighborhood for years. Sad to say, there are homeless that aren't seeking to have help.
You have about 30 seconds left.
Village has been able to help certain people with. They don't even want them there themselves. And I find that very hypocritical of them because they are they want to have a pantry, and that is going to have all of these people flock to this area. This is a single family housing neighborhood in a high traffic industrial area that is not set up to accommodate such an institution.
Thank you. That's your time.
Take your concerns into consideration.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Barrett Elward of District 12, to be followed by Larry Olson, to be followed by Kim Richmond. Do we have Barrett?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. Hey, yeah, thanks everyone for staying on so late. My name is Barrett Elward. I'm here in a personal capacity. I've been involved on the edges of Occupy Madison for the last, I guess it's coming up on 4 years now. And I'm here to speak in support and ask that the City Council take the Planning Commission's recommendation to rezone this area. I mean, we just spent a lot of time talking about an apartment over on the west side, and a lot of things. Like, we're not going to solve this housing crisis that we have just by building more market rate apartments. Yes, there's the crises that we're facing are bigger than Madison, and I've been inspired by what Occupy Madison has been able to do. So what they do, and there's a bunch of information there already. I don't want to take up much more of your time, but we have a crisis, and it's not just going to be solved by market rate apartments. This is I think we've shown over the last, or Occupy Madison has shown rather. I'm involved as a shop manager. I'm not an official member of Occupy Madison, but I give my Thursday evenings every week for the last 4 years now. It's been a while, to the shop there, and I work with residents, and I see that the impact that we have, and I think we need to realize that we need to provide opportunities for people to live in housing situations that might not look like a single family home or a rental apartment. As the economy isn't really built for everyone. It's mostly for, highly educated people that can succeed. But if we continue to commodify housing.
You have about 30 seconds.
Yes. So if we continue to have housing as a commodity, it's market rules, then there are going to be losers, and there are going to be people out on the street. And this is a different model. This is something that I think we should support. I think we can. We could have one, and we should have an Occupy Madison.
Thank you. That's your time.
Thank you.
Our next registrant is Larry Olson of District 12, representing Occupy Madison, to be followed by Kim Richmond, to be followed by Nicholas Davies. Larry? Do we have Larry?
Larry, you may need to hit *6 to unmute.
Okay.
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Hi, my name is Larry Olson, and I'm a resident at 1901 Aberg, and I just want to speak about what the community has done for me. I joined the community about 1.5 years ago, and then right after I joined, I got cancer, and I shattered my elbow, and the community stood behind me and kept my place and did the work that I couldn't do at the time. And that's a perfect example of what these individuals will come together and help each other. And just, we're all needing some help here, and we're getting it. And it's just a small part in a larger picture, but this is very important, and I think it really works. And if you have any questions for me, I will be happy to answer about what more of this has done and how positive I am about this. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Kim Richmond of District 16, to be followed by Nicholas Davies, to be followed by Marilyn Williams. Kim?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and good evening. As a neighborhood safety advocate, and this coming from a pedestrian and bicycling safety perspective, I oppose this agenda item number 14. So far, with the city and Occupy Madison, there's been some lack of complete accountability and transparency with this project. We need the city, the county, Occupy Madison, and the community to come to the table for an open, transparent, live and in-person discussion. This should not be a meeting with concerns, questions, and suggestions being jotted down on 3x5 cards, hoping for them to get read. There were information cards mailed out, but unfortunately to a very limited area. Many residents and businesses reported that they did not receive anything, and they learned about this project from a few people walking door to door, on social media, or from recent articles in the print media. That's really not a good look. This isn't a NIMBY issue, this is a safety issue. The area is zoned industrial limited. Traffic on this frontage road from Milwaukee Street to Cottage Grove Road carries 70-foot tractor trailer semis of differing shapes, heavy equipment vehicles, and large box trucks. Traffic also includes employees and consumers going to and from these businesses. In addition, daily commuters use this stretch to connect Milwaukee Street and Cottage Grove Road to avoid driving on US 51, also known as Stoughton Road. There is very little to no bike or pedestrian traffic. In fact, on a clear, dry day last month, the City of Madison conducted a traffic survey. Listen to these numbers. During the survey time, there were 0 pedestrians, 6 bicyclists, and 1,409 motor vehicles that drove past the survey point, which is only 500 feet from the proposed tiny village. Kudos to the brave 6 cyclists who made it unscathed. From a pedestrian perspective, I walked the entire stretch in both directions, which is only about 2.5 miles, and I took notes. There are no sidewalks except for in front of some businesses between their driveways. The lack of sidewalks is especially dangerous on curves where large vehicles need a lot of space to navigate curves, and they aren't expecting people to be in the street. Even the city noted that pedestrian infrastructure is limited. I do understand the city is placing a sidewalk from the proposed village to the pedestrian bridge. That is a short, straight stretch costing taxpayers almost $150,000, which amazingly was quickly approved after being introduced.
You have about 30 seconds.
It's not in an area for people to live, to walk, or to ride. Rezoning this property from industrial limited to tiny house village doesn't make sense. Why do people continue to exploit the unhoused and place them on a property in an industrial park only because it's available? There's got to be better, safer, more modern solutions for the unhoused. Thank you very much. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nicholas Davies of District 15, to be followed by Marilyn Williams, to be followed by Elizabeth Darby. Nicholas?
Yeah, thank you. So I saw that neighboring objectors to this rezoning have employed legal teams to put forward a whack-a-mole litany of available pretenses to reject this, but I want to address a couple of those in particular. Some of these armchair quarterback objections are about how Occupy Madison runs their tiny home villages, but objectors have had no interest or concern in this topic previously, nor are they in the business of addressing homelessness. More importantly, a rezoning request is not a referendum on the applicant's character or their public favorability. While Occupy Madison does have a very positive reputation amongst their residents and neighbors at their other sites, that's not entirely relevant either. This rezoning is a modification of Madison's zoning maps that will be permanent until whenever the next time that this property is rezoned again. This zoning change could very well outlast Occupy Madison's involvement with the property. The objectors have also labeled this rezoning request as so-called spot zoning, and they make a claim that this is something to discourage or ban. Madison's early zoning maps included large vestigial swaths of contiguous zoning, like the large, predominantly single-family residential area where the old Stoughton Road property is located. But in recent years, Madisonians have come to understand the benefits of heterogeneous zoning, of having a mix of uses in each neighborhood, because when neighborhoods are lacking in a particular type of zone, whether it's residential, commercial, parkland, or employment, it's a deficiency to that neighborhood. So we should not hesitate to break up a continuous block of zoning for good reason, nor can we afford to let this arbitrary orthodoxy against spot zoning become yet another barrier to much needed housing here and elsewhere across the city. I hope you'll support this tonight, and please note that this is not the last round of review that Occupy Madison's plans will have to go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Marilyn Williams of District 3, to be followed by Elizabeth Darby, to be followed by Michael Fabick. Marilyn?
And there are many in my neighborhood, to be able to live in my home. I have lived here for all of my life, but now with all the chaos caused from Brenda's Occupy Madison's desire to place homeless encampment in my neighborhood, and there are at least 3 within a couple of miles of my house already, I no longer feel safe, especially when this encampment, this village, is given to people without any requirements. Brenda Conkle's desire to gather and enable people with no incentives, with the drug addictions, with criminal records, or sheer laziness is clearly a science project, as enabling these is clearly a science project, as people are, is clearly a science project, as enabling these people is dangerous, and no medical or psychology book is enabling people with addictions a good thing. I have already witnessed drug trafficking in front of my house. The police have also stated to me that our street is used for harboring stolen vehicles. Milwaukee Street has had numerous shootings just this past week. The nursing home next to me is the worst in the state. They will not be providing any security, I'm quite sure. And soon, because of this horrible decision to build yet another dangerous village where substance use is permitted, I will fear for my life, my property, my neighborhood. This new village is being shoved in an industrial parkway, which is inhumane in the first place. They will belly up to the semis and other construction businesses. They'll be tired of hearing the noises, smelling the fuel, and tired of looking at the industrial neighborhood. They will then start wandering into my neighborhood, and while they get a roof over their heads, food, needles, they won't have a job because that is a requirement to live there. They will need money to supply their addictions. They will be coming into our neighborhoods looking for anything that might be able to use or sell in order to purchase their drugs, alcohol, bullets, whatever. Let's not discount the village store, which will not only keep the residents of this village stocked, but also all the others that choose to live on the street. Because as we all know, feed them and they will come. People will be sleeping in their cars, setting up their tents, which they get a free one with the village, and campers in our neighborhoods, parks, and fields.
You have 30 seconds left.
In hopes of getting into this village store for free goods or maybe just a good time, as these people with addictions are policing themselves. What a joke. Seriously, this concept is outrageous and very dangerous to anyone or business near this entity. Apparently taking care of the homeless who choose to do nothing to help themselves is more important to the good people who are working and trying to live respectable lives in a safe, respectable
Thank you. That's your time. Thank you. Our next registrant is Elizabeth Darby of District 3, representing Fabic Incorporated, to be followed by Michael Fabic, to be followed by Kevin Walski. Elizabeth?
Hi, I'm Liz Darby, and I'm General Counsel for Fabic.
company located next to the proposed Occupy Madison development. As I explained to the Plan Commission, if this project is approved, taxpayer funding will be used to support drug use, plain and simple. In preparation for this hearing, I sent to the council Occupy Madison's application for an ARPA grant from Dane County, along with the Dane County contracts for that grant. On rezoning approval, Dane County will buy the property on South Stoughton Road for $1 million to lease it back to Occupy Madison for $1 and provide an additional $500,000 for renovations using federal taxpayer dollars, ARPA funds. As part of the Dane County contract, Occupy Madison cannot impose sobriety requirements for prospective residents. Indeed, Occupy Madison's application makes clear that this village will provide harm reduction supplies on site and there will be no sobriety requirements. With this approach, it is no surprise that Occupy Madison villages struggle with substance use or that people have died in their villages. If you approve this rezoning, you will be contributing to this use of taxpayer funds to support illegal activity. The city will contribute to this activity not only by allowing the development, but also by using city resources to support the development. At least $149,000 from the city is going toward a one-block sidewalk solely to support this development. How is a taxpayer supposed to respond to their use of funds being used in this way? In addition to raising concerns about substance use to the Plan Commission, we provided traffic studies, police and fire calls for service, evidence of rising crime in this area, significant safety concerns, and more. Our alder chalked this up to change is scary. But change is not scary, it is either wise or foolish, based on the data. And we trust you, the Common Council, to make wise decisions for our community. Prior to this development, we trusted that the city was playing by the rules and had the best interests of the community in mind. Throughout this process, the city broke that trust. Our alder also broke that trust when he refused to involve the community at large in a discussion about this development. He broke our trust when he relied on an email from a neighborhood association board member while omitting that the board member was not speaking on behalf of the neighborhood. And he broke our trust when District 3 opposed this development at a ratio of 5-1 before the Plan Commission, and he voted to support it. Approving this development puts everyone involved at risk, including the city. If you do not deny this rezoning application outright, I ask that you slow this process down, delay it, and listen to the legitimate concerns of the community. And I just want to note this is not affordable housing. The city counts people in Occupy Madison villages as still being unsheltered. This is not the right location, and this is not the right solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registration is Michael Fabick of District 3, representing Fabick LLC, to be followed by Kevin Walski, to be followed by Linda Ketchum. Michael?
My name is Michael Fabick, and I'm the manager for Fab 6 LLC, the owner of two properties located directly next to Occupy Madison Stoughton Road development. As a formality, I'd like to note that Occupy Madison and the city did not provide proper public notice of these hearings. The signs providing public notice at the location were not posted until 11 days before the Plan Commission public hearing, when the mandate notice is 21 days. In addition to this deficiency, we tried to alert city staff and the Plan Commission to glaring problems with this development, not just for us, but for Occupy Madison as well. First, Occupy Madison's plan is to build tiny houses for all of its locations at the Stoughton Road site. The staff report notes that this is allowed by the existing limited industrial zoning, but it's not allowed under the tiny house village zoning. Under THV, the principal use is as a tiny house village, and all other uses must be incidental to the tiny house village. Building tiny homes for 3rd Street or Aberg is in no way affiliated with the principal use of the Stoughton Road property. Once rezoning is approved, any manufacturing is limited to uses for the Stoughton Road location. Second, Dane County requires Occupy Madison to include a 20-foot fire lane in the village, and that each tiny house must be spaced at least 10 feet apart in order for Occupy Madison to receive the $1.5 million of ARPA funds it needs to establish the village. On Occupy Madison's plans, there is no fire lane, and the tiny homes are 8 feet apart or less. With the setbacks as they are on this property, Occupy Madison cannot fit 20 homes or more at this location. The staff report relies on the proposed density being over 20 homes in this village to meet the definition of medium residential as required by the comprehensive plan. If Occupy Madison had been required to submit a legally compliant plan as we requested, the city staff would be aware that this development doesn't meet the standards for medium residential at all and is in violation of the comprehensive plan. Third, the staff report specifically notes that the Conestoga huts must be placed on trailers because they are required to be movable under the zoning code. The Conestoga huts at Aberg are not movable. Occupy Madison may have propped up wheels against the finished huts, but pictures presented to the city show that these huts are built on bricks and wooden slats, not trailers. The Conestoga huts are not roadworthy, and unless Occupy Madison spends money to buy
About
trailers
30
for
seconds
each
left.
one, the Conestoga huts cannot be used for the Stoughton Road location. Again, if you approve this zoning application, it will be in violation of the comprehensive plan for this area, and Occupy Madison will not be able to use the property for the purposes it intends. I ask that you review the letter submitted by our attorney and deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum of District 14, representing Just Dane, to be followed by Katie Mijal, to be followed by Nino Amato. Oh, I'm sorry, Kevin. I skipped over you. Sorry, it's late. Our next registrant is Kevin Walski of District 1, who will be followed by Linda Ketchum, who will be followed by Katie. Kevin?
I'm a commercial building owner and business owner in the city of Madison, and I oppose this project. One of my commercial buildings I own is located in the industrial park near 205 South Stoughton Road in Madison. The city of Madison did not notify the surrounding residents and businesses equally to the intent of the rezone of the industrial land to residential, or that Occupy Madison intended to establish a tiny house village on the premise. I did not receive a postcard from the city of Madison regarding the meetings that were publicly held at rezoning of 201 to 205 South Stoughton Road. The businesses that leased from us did not receive a notification either. Before this project advances any further, all residents, tenants, businesses, and property owners in Alders Districts 3, 15, 16, and 17 all must be included in the mailings and notifications. I was at the meeting on March 13th, 2024, and had found out about it a few hours prior to the meeting. I publicly announced to Alderperson Derek Field that another meeting needs to be held and everyone in the district along with its neighboring districts need to be notified. Alder District Derek Field chose not to respond and looked at the floor. I expect better of an alderperson to be engaged in public forum, and it's too much work. Please consider resigning from that position held. An alderperson's job is to handle both sides of the situation. He has clearly not done that. Placing people to live in an industrial park is not acceptable. Part of living or trying to live healthy and productive lifestyle is a good night's rest, 8 hours of sleep. Living less than 100 feet from a major highway that's loud, living in a small, poorly insulated and poorly soundproof portable enclosure is merely a tent alongside the road. For those who have PTSD, will continue to spiral downward with loud noises from the industrial park, the frontage road, and Highway 51. The people residing in Occupy Madison deserve better housing. They pride themselves on their own skills. Therefore, purchasing an existing 4, 6, or 8 unit apartment building and giving each individual their own bedroom with a lock on the door would be a more cost-effective solution than build Conestoga huts at $5,000 a piece, which will only put in a landfill down the road when they are rotted or structurally failing. This is not a good property investment for the city of Madison. I recommend an audit of the city, the county, and the federal tax dollars expended by Occupy Madison at this location.
We have about 30 seconds left.
201 to 205 South Stoughton Road, purchased for $800,000, was too much. I realize real estate in Madison is expensive, but overpriced buildings do not sell. There are no social services available for these residents. Use of drugs, alcohol allowed. I also asked the mayor, we had 3 shootings in one weekend a few weeks ago. Drugs and guns do not go hand in hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Linda Ketchum of District 14, representing Just Dane, to be followed by Katie Mijal, to be followed by Nino Amato. Linda?
Thank you. As the mayor said, I'm Linda Ketchum, the executive director of Just Dane, and I'm here tonight in that capacity to encourage you to approve this change to zoning at 201 through 205 South Stoughton Road. In listening to testimony at both the Plan Commission and tonight's meeting, there's clearly confusion about the structure of Occupy Madison's tiny home villages and the tiny home site on Dairy Drive. These are two very different program models. The tiny homes on Dairy Drive were created quickly in response to a global pandemic and the need to try to provide non-congregate shelter for individuals. People experiencing homelessness and who are medically vulnerable were identified and offered housing at Dairy Drive. The number of homes at Dairy Drive far exceeds the number of homes in a tiny home village. In contrast, Occupy Madison's tiny home villages are intentional cooperative communities developed over time with a focus on self-governance, sustainability, and community. Individuals must apply for a home, and just as with Habitat for Humanity, sweat equity is required to obtain the home. Occupy Madison's first tiny village has been operating on 3rd Street for 9 years with no issues. I served on the board of Occupy Madison for several years during the creation of that first village and can attest to the commitment, careful planning, and due diligence that went into the development of the village. Attempts to compare and equate Occupy Madison tiny home villages with the Dairy Drive site are ill-informed at best and intentionally misleading at worst. As the city works to create more affordable housing, we have to look at an array of housing options, including more tiny home villages. On a personal note, I live in District 3 around the corner from Ace Apartments, which opened a couple of years ago. There was a lot of resistance to that development as well, with people preferring a liquor store or an all-night quick trip to affordable housing. So often we hear people offer reasons why affordable housing shouldn't be in their neighborhood, from density to it's just not the right site to outright fear-mongering. But rarely do they offer ideas as to where the housing could or should go. The Ace Apartments has been an economic boom to the small adjacent strip mall. New businesses have moved in and are doing well. I live less than a mile from the South Stoughton Road site and fully support the zoning change. I know how Occupy Madison manages its properties and have no qualms about welcoming a tiny home village into the neighborhood. The only way to reduce housing costs is to increase housing inventory. The only way out of the housing crisis is to build more affordable housing units. Tiny home villages are part of the solution, and approval of the proposed zoning change is the first step in the development of the third Occupy Madison.
About 30 seconds left.
We thank you. We ask you to support this change to the zoning at South Stoughton Road. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Katie Mijel of District 3, to be followed by Nino Amato, to be followed by Tyson Vitale. Katie?
Hi there, my name is Katie Mijel, longtime listener and first-time speaker. I hope I got a laugh. I'm sorry, I can't see you.
You did.
I am a homeowner in the Rolling Meadows neighborhood, and I am speaking in support of Occupy Madison. I guess it's funny how many speakers tonight throughout your night, I don't know how your brains are still working, are talking about the housing crisis. And I feel like this is a really easy no-brainer answer, but it's interesting to hear everyone's opinions. Thanks to Alderfield, I have been tuned into this discussion early on at the same time the rest of the neighborhood was notified. I was in attendance of the informational meeting held in our neighborhood on March 13th, and I listened to the Plan Commission meeting last Monday, where a handful of residents and mostly businesses voiced their concerns in opposition to this zone change. It is hard to listen to their generalizations and stereotyping of people they have never met. I wanted to counter, do you have to prove that you would be a good, quiet, sober, and so-called regular person prior to moving into your home? Nope, probably not. So since that first neighborhood meeting, I've learned about the organization Occupy Madison. Just this past weekend, I had the pleasure of touring the Occupy Madison locations at 304 North 3rd Street and 1901 Aberg Ave. It was quiet on Sunday at 11 a.m. People who lived there were at work or doing what all of us do on a Sunday. Regular people living regular lives. Several residents shared their personal stories and the stages of building a place that is self-supporting. They showed us their shared kitchen, shower rooms, laundry, workshops. When I walked around, I thought, yeah, this is what Madison is all about. Occupy's system for accepting new residents in the sweat equity is pretty darn awesome. There aren't many situations where you get to meet your neighbors before they move in. The residents of these communities watch out for each other. They get privacy and also never have to feel alone. All of the fancy new apartment complexes going up that promise affordable housing, they aren't going to cut it. More so, housing isn't a one-size-fits-all kind of thing. I mean,
You have about 30 seconds.
How long did Madison have a nudist co-op down off Langdon? We have to be open and creative to lots of different housing options, and Occupy Madison has done the work. We 30 seconds just scared me. We should be finding ways to support their mission and pour money into their infrastructure so they can grow bigger and better and faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Nino Amato of District 9, to be followed by Tyson Vitale. Nino?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. First, I'd like to recommend that the council starts meeting weekly. You have a lot on your agenda, and I think it would be in the interest of all, both residents as well as council members, to spend more time in the chambers than just twice a month. In regards to Occupy Madison, it is really disingenuous to call these tiny homes, and it's also dishonest. What we're talking about, based upon their filing, is they're using chicken wire and tarp, which is called loop house homes on wheels, and they're not suitable for our winters. For 12 of the last 15 years, I went to work every single day, 15 hours a day, in the Dairy Drive Industrial Park, where the Coalition Wisconsin Aging Groups had its headquarters. And every night, practically, the police department was in our parking lot, and they were on top of our roof with night goggles to basically look at the drug transactions who were coming off the interstate from Milwaukee, Chicago, Janesville, and Beloit. When the Dairy Drive project went in, the fire department and the Madison Police Department were opposed to it. They did not weigh in on Stoughton Road, but I'm sure the concerns are the same. So let's talk about the facts, and let's talk about data decision-making. The Occupy Madison have given the impression, and even unfortunately some plan members, that crime is not a problem. Well, let's talk about the statistics. Over 200 police calls for services of the A. Berg between January 2021 and 2023 were for battery, civil disputes, death investigation of 5 overdose drugs, domestic disturbance, noise complaints, neighborhood theft, threats, and weapons offenses. The same thing is true with Mach 1, which is again Brenda Conkle, but with a different name and a different nonprofit, where Dairy Drive was 233 police calls on Service Drive for arson, battery, burglary, stabbing, 4 deaths that we know of, with more increasing domestic disturbance, fights, noise, robbery, and weapons offensive. To say that you have managed it properly is an insult to people's intelligence. Let me also say that you're using ARPA funds. And by using ARPA funds, you're going to trigger an audit, because you cannot use ARPA funds not only on the violation of the comprehensive plan for the fire lanes, but also the fact that 20 years ago, a law was passed.
You have 30 seconds left.
Criminal Code 21 U.S. Code Section 856. It is illegal to manage, control, lease, rent, or maintain a place of purpose while using controlled substance. You will get audited, and you'll cause huge financial problems for the city. I strongly recommend you place this on file.
Thank you. Our next registrant is Tyson Vitale of District 6. Do we have Tyson?
There's no one in the Zoom by that name.
Okay, thank you. Then I'll just try one more time for Jessica Jones. All right, if not, those are our registrants wishing to speak on item 14. Are there questions for registrants on item 14? Alder Curry?
Madam Mayor, not a question, just a point of information. I believe Jessica Jones emailed her comments to all alders.
Thank you, Alder Curry. Alder Field, questions?
Thank you. I have a question for Occupy Madison. Perhaps we could start with Timothy Jones and see if someone else is better.
All right, can we have Timothy Jones back?
Yes, hello.
Go
hello,
ahead.
Alderfield.
Hi, Timothy. So I have a question about, given some of the concerns about disturbances or behavior issues, can you describe how Occupy Madison either mediates conflicts or takes other steps when individuals are having trouble regulating their behavior or otherwise not able to maintain a safe home environment for villagers?
Yeah, at this late hour, it may not be as eloquent as what I had the opportunity to share with the plan commissioners, but yes, I'll give it a try again. I have been a part of the process that includes conflict resolution in an organizational structure called the Residence Council now for a number of years. I facilitate that activity. It is a group that is developed over time. Initially, it was something that we were selecting some of the veteran residents to be a part of. I merely facilitate as a volunteer, and others can partake, but it is made up of the residents for the benefit of them. And the development that has come has been to now make it a mandatory rotation amongst residents. So everybody has an opportunity in the seat of deliberating over conflicts which are not able to be resolved between individuals. It can be something which comes up just between two or more individuals. It can be something which comes up that the organization itself has an interest in the matter. In the Plan Commission, I also mentioned that, let's say that there's something that has come up more than once between an individual and some other residents. Even if the resident who has made the complaint and provided an incident report to the Residence Council says that it's resolved for them, if it's a pattern that other residents also have experienced and the organization has a vested interest in that being resolved beyond this specific individual case, we will take it up as a Residence Council. And in the event that there is a decision that a proposal needs to be made to resolve the matter because it still can't be resolved with that individual selecting some maybe better way of being in keeping with the community agreement that we have, then we will make a proposal to the general membership at times in the event it comes so far as to ask that person to leave, whether that be for a short time or for up to a year. We have done that a number of times when it's come to that. That whole process developed out of the original founding of the first village that has been mentioned as being in existence almost 10 years coming up. Yeah, I think that does it for me at this point to try to respond to that.
Sure, thank you. And one follow-up question. Can you explain Occupy Madison's goals for the use of the workshop in creating tiny homes and how that fits in with the Conestoga homes at the other village site?
Oh yeah, I do believe so. So standard construction, wood studs, in the case of the first village, metal roofing, doors, windows of standard construction type are what make up the tiny houses that are going to be produced at the shop at the Stoughton Road location. The Conestoga hut was a temporary response to be able to extremely quickly produce around 30 of those just in a few short months at the time of the pandemic. It was a stopgap measure that was going to be able to take those 28 individuals who showed up and put them in housing immediately that winter when we had started in September, October, November. By December, people were actually moving in, I believe. That difference in construction is significant. I know Nito Amato had mentioned chicken wire and tarp. Cattle guard is the mesh material which arches over the Conestoga hut, and then a fire-resistant material that was specified by inspection and satisfied all the requirements from 3 different inspectors. That whole design is a temporary thing, and we are working to create replacements for them in that new shop.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. My questions briefly are for staff from Occupy Madison and for Linda Ketchum from Just Dane. I just want to ask, in your professional opinions, some of the emails that we got or some of the speakers tonight, they may make quick references that, this should go somewhere else or they should go somewhere else based on a list of various descriptions for folks who are not housed. So in your professional experience, where would these residents go without Occupy Madison, for example?
So let's start with Timothy, or if you want to direct to somebody else from Occupy. Do we have Timothy still?
Yep. Just had to unmute.
There you go.
Yeah, there may be some others with Occupy. If they're not residents, though, they're going to be volunteers. We don't have any staff. There's no paid staff for Occupy. That's number one. I guess I would say that it'd be a very difficult thing for me right now to be able to give you a solid answer as to where they would otherwise go, partly because there are reasons that people do not seek the shelter system, a variety of reasons, and that seems to be the primary alternative that is offered and available. Those reasons include a wide variety, and I think probably I've heard it most eloquently articulated by Brenda Conkle herself, but I could give it a shot. So if you are a couple and opposite sex, you're not going to be able to get in the shelter together. If you have a pet, you're not going to be able to take the pet with you. If you have PTSD in a way that ends up interfering with your ability to be in congregate shelter spaces, et cetera, et cetera. I think you all know these things. What alternative would be primarily for these people has been the street, sometimes vehicles. A number of them have those as being their origins before they came to, because that is the primary population we serve. My guess is that would be probably where they would be. There may be some others who might want to add a little bit. I don't know if they're still on at this point. I don't see a list of participants, but Jean Cox, Sophia, Larry Olson, who spoke earlier, might still be around, and any of these.
We do have Larry Alder, if you'd like him to speak.
I think, go ahead.
Go ahead, Larry.
I'm not sure. Yeah, for the neighborhood, I'm not sure why they are stereotyping. I'm just a person who fell on bad luck. A lot of it because of my own fault. But I'm trying to come back together, and this has just given me every opportunity to come back. And to say that these places aren't comfortable, I spent the winter here, and I was warmer than I have been in any of my apartments because I couldn't afford the heat. And right now I'm in air conditioning, and I couldn't afford that in an apartment either most of the time. So you seem to say you care about individuals, but not in your neighborhood. So this is just a way. This is just a small thing to help certain individuals like myself. I don't know what more to say. It's just a way to help people try to get on their feet. And I'm telling you, this has done that for me. And with my cancer treatment and everything, I could never even had an apartment. And this gave me the chance to live for myself. And so, what do you say to that? Thank you.
Thank you. Alder, you had a question for Linda Ketchum?
Yes, I just wanted to ask Linda Ketchum the same question. In her professional opinion, where would these folks go without, the work that Brenda Conkle is leading, for example?
Yeah, thank you, Alder. I agree with everything that Tim has said. I think, shelter system does not work for everyone. Larry talked about sometimes an illness, a critical illness. I mean, medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy in the United States, and that can detrimentally impact your housing. But generally, if people were not in the tiny villages, most of the folks I think on 3rd Street had been experiencing homelessness. So without those tiny homes, and some of them have been living there the entire 9 years, that is their permanent home. Other people may not see it as a home. That doesn't matter. What's home to them is not necessarily what's home to someone else, but that community and those homes are their home. Without them, yeah, very likely back out on the street. Many of the folks on 3rd Street that I know and who are still there are employed. They're contributing to the community in a variety of ways, but the cost of housing in Dane County is such that they very possibly wouldn't be able to afford an apartment. And so this is filling a niche, and a niche that if it were not there, the people who are living in the tiny home villages would likely be back in the shelter system, in a congregate shelter system, back in the streets if the shelter system, or in their cars if the shelter system doesn't work for them. And there can be a lot of reasons why that's the case, including just safety. Some people just don't feel safe in a large congregate shelter. And that's the reality, not wanting to separate it from pets, from family. So everything Tim said, along with just the affordability of housing, and the sense, I mean, in some ways it's cooperative housing, right? People have their own space, and yet they have the broader community with shared kitchen and shared living space, shared work duties. I encourage people to go to the 3rd Street Village and go into the shop and look at the things that the residents there and the volunteers make to support and sell to support the village. I go holiday shopping there every year. I've done my plant shopping from their greenhouse. So there's been a lot of stereotypes and a lot of misinformation thrown out this evening about my neighbors, your neighbors, our neighbors who are living in Occupy Madison's tiny villages. And the villages are filling a purpose and providing housing. And for some folks, it's permanent housing.
I just want to quickly say thanks for Tim and Linda for answering, but I do want to just say specifically to Larry, just congratulations on your housing, your stability, and I do hope all goes well in these next couple months or year with your cancer treatments. So, and thank you for sharing your story with us too tonight.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Conklin, questions?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And maybe this, I might have to wait for staff, but I'm going to ask anyways. Because again, like we have stated, there seems to be a lot of misinformation. So I'm just wondering if we can get clarification on the tiny homes versus the Dairy Drive homes. Like, we're not talking about the same thing here. I
think that's probably a better question for staff, Alder.
Okay.
Thank you. Alder Latimer Burris, questions?
Yeah, I think my question is going to fall on the same line. My sister actually bought the tiny home village, was auctioning off a tiny home, and she had bought it years ago. That gave them, I think, about $20,000 to get started with things. So I'm very familiar, full disclosure, I'm very familiar with it. And I'm wondering what is the stark difference, in reality, because we don't want to just gloss things over. People have a right to have concerns. The neighborhood had the same concerns, and I want to know what the stark difference is why does the 3rd Street seem to work over the years versus Dairy Drive, which seems to at times be disastrous. So maybe staff can answer
that. Order, Mayor.
Yeah, I'm just going to rule across the board that we're not talking about the Dairy Drive property tonight. But this proposal is from a particular applicant, Occupy Madison, on a particular site. That's what's before us tonight, and that's what it's appropriate to ask questions about. So, Alder Latimer Burris, did you have any additional questions?
Well, I just think that the public seems that they're, because they're, they seem to see them as a change, and it's really like a positive question to ask, to say, so another way of asking it is, what will they be doing to try to make this this program a success like the one on 3rd Street has been? That's a different way. It's not a criticism, but we can take a look at ourselves. We don't have to ignore things.
Who is that a question for, Alder?
That's a question for staff or for anybody that's worked over at the tiny village on 3rd Street to say, what's the process of making that a success? You decide.
Alder, it's your question.
Okay, so I'll do it like this. How about we hear from somebody from the tiny village on 3rd Street that's been successful, and then we hear from somebody from staff that's been able to do an analysis and look at the data and see what works and what doesn't.
Timothy, do you want to try and answer the alder's question or defer to someone else?
I think I'd like to defer, but again, I'm not sure who's on still at this hour. Maybe Jean Cox, who had originally registered, or Sophia could.
We do have Jean here tonight.
Jean, that would be lovely.
Can we allow Jean to speak, please?
Good evening.
Go ahead.
Hi, I'm a 9-year resident of the 3rd Street Village. I helped build the village, helped develop a lot of the policies that we have. And I'm also a shop manager. So we did a lot of work with the houses. I do want to acknowledge that we did have some failure with the, or some opportunity, I should say, some learning experience with the Aberg Village versus 3rd Street. And the Aberg Village was in response to the pandemic. We were trying to get people into a safe environment. And so we kind of, the best way I can describe it is cut corners, like we didn't require as many sweat equity hours. And it's already been decided that the Stoughton Road location, should it get approved, we're going back to quote unquote our old ways, making sure that all the requirements are in there. We basically brought 30 people on site almost within a month of each other. And we kind of broke away from, we base a lot of our policies and the way we work on Habitat for Humanity, and we kind of strayed away from that in response to the pandemic. So we want Stoughton Road to be as successful as 3rd Street, or even more so. So we're basically going back to the basics. I hope that answers it.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Alder.
Thank you.
Alder Bennett, questions?
Thank you. And I wanted to ask in a similar manner that Alder Madison did to registrants, and just focusing more so like on the other hand side of like the success of like really clearly defining what that success is, and like if you could speak to success rate in finding eventually like finding permanent housing, and like if there's any information that you can share about your work to help people get to that place where they have jobs and they can work through their drug addictions and whatever issues that they have, and then eventually find permanent housing.
Jean, is that something you can speak to, or Timothy? Anyone from Occupy?
Yeah, you're actually bringing up one of my bragging points. I have, there's at least 3 people who are residents right now who had various addictions, whether it be alcohol or some type of drug, who have, who are essentially living down on State Street. And all 3 of them are currently full-time, fully employed or more. At least 2 of them haven't used in over a year. One of them is coming up on a year. Everybody at 3rd Street, except for one person who has a disability, is employed. Basically, what we're doing is we do a lot of networking, I guess. Like, hey, my job has this. My job has some openings right now, and if you're interested, and you can use my name for reference. The drug recovery is, yeah, we don't have services, but we do have public health come in and do. I can't really speak to that too much because I'm I'm not an addict, so I don't know how it works, but we do have people from public health come in and just ask like if anybody needs help with anything. But that's all private, so I don't know the details of that. And what was the other question? Let's see, drug usage, jobs.
Going to permanent housing.
Oh, so we don't set an expectation for permanent housing. For me personally, this is my permanent home. I live at 3rd Street, and it hasn't always been that way. Just recently, I was looking for apartments, and I work full-time plus and at a decent wage, and I should say at a very good wage. And I was looking for an apartment, and I still cannot. A studio apartment would be around 60% of my paycheck for what's available right now. So to me, this is my permanent home. I mean, my neighbors are basically, we've turned into family because we work together, we eat together, we argue, we laugh, cry, sweat, bleed together. So to me, that's permanent housing. We have had some people who have left who've been able to find an apartment, or the next logical step is sometimes an intentional community, whether it be in Madison or outside of Madison. So we're not really assisting with permanent housing. And I consider this my permanent home.
Thank you. I have no other alders in the queue for questions, so thank you all. We'll move on then to item 45. Item 45 is approving the preliminary plat of the Starkweather plat on property addressed as 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street. On item 45, 2 registrants wishing to speak: Lance Green of District 15 and Abby Davidson. Do we have Lance?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, thank you very much. Yeah, this is Lance Green. I'll try and be brief here. It's very late. I'm speaking to oppose the approval of this plan for the Voigt property. I'm a resident who lives nearby. I've been 42 years in my home off of Fair Oaks Avenue. I have found that the plan includes a lot of things that I really approve of. Like the park space and the bike path, and looks like they've got a fairly good stormwater system that's set up. I'm hoping that it's going to be adequate for all that new impervious surface, and I approve, and I'm really glad there's going to be some affordable housing. But there's still a couple things that I oppose. One of them is that all of those streets that are outletting to Milwaukee Street. I've lived nearby all this time, and Milwaukee Street has gotten a lot more full of cars and a lot more problems, especially right in that area. Especially since Amazon got there. So having all the streets come out there, I would say limited to maybe 2, like the Walter Street with the light and the other one with Leon. And but the other issue, much more important, is what's been going on with Chicago Avenue. And it's been really disingenuous. And you've heard all about it from Jeannie earlier, Jeannie Kramer. And to give you another example of how this process doesn't work for the people and residents of Madison, last week Jeannie found out that it was going to be the Plan Commission meeting just a week ago for this, and then this week for approval for this project. And she and I both registered to speak at the Plan Commission meeting. Well, they called on all the developers and everybody, and they had slides, and they had way more than 3 minutes, and they voted to approve it. And we're saying, what happened to us? We didn't even get called on. So they moved on to the next agenda item. And then a few minutes later, she got a call saying, we still actually, we really realized we didn't call on you, so we better have you back. So we got on and testified. And then, of course, they just went ahead and approved it anyway. And the other part is this staff addendum tonight. Jeannie talked about how, we don't know what's going on. Is Chicago really going to go through my house? Am I going to get condemned? The staff addendum for tonight's meeting was put on to the Legistar listing today, but it was not on the agenda. This is the first document that actually shows in a drawing Chicago Street going right through Jeannie's house. And that's today, and it wasn't even on the agenda. So I think the Common Council should not approve this plan. It should be right out in the open and discussed. There's been hundreds of people trying to input on what could be done with this important
that's your
property.
time. I'm sorry. Thank you. Our next registrant is Abby Davidson of District 13. Do we have Abby?
There is not someone by that name in Zoom.
Okay. Are there any questions for the registrants on item 45? Seeing none. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yes, if we could just hear what Lance has to say, that would be great.
Is there
So if you could just
objection to an additional minute? Seeing no objection. Lance, an additional minute?
Thank you. The main point I was making is that decisions with developers and planning, as you've been hearing all night, is done behind closed doors. And the idea that, right on the top of everyone's agenda, I've been on a city committee for 12 years, a sustainability committee, and I know we're supposed to be looking for that input and considering that input and who's going to be affected by something and how. And yet we're just really giving that lip service. We really need to look into, especially this development issue and how developments are happening in neighborhoods, a little bit closer to really incorporate the residents of this community. I've been here 42 years, and I think that we deserve that say and consideration when important changes are being made right in our neighborhood. So I think the council probably didn't even know about this thing that Jeannie's house was going to have to be condemned, and to approve this.
Lance, that's an additional minute. If you would just wrap up.
All right. Thank you very much. And I appreciate you all being up so late to hear these kind of things. And I'm sorry we're at the end. I wish these agenda item 8 and 45 would have been combined. So again, to respect people's time.
Thank you. Any additional questions on item 45? Seeing none, then we'll move on to item 49, which is approving a certified survey map of property owned by Stonehouse Development located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road. On item 49, our first registrant is Rebecca Green of District 13, to be followed by Lynn Green, to be followed by Michael Green. Rebecca? Okay. So not Rebecca, not Lynn, not Michael. Then Kim Santiago of District 19, same. All right, that is all of our registrants wishing to speak on item 49. Thank you all. And I believe that is all of the registrants wishing to speak. Okay. So that will take us to item 8 Item 8 is Legistar 78911, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 3420 to 3614 Milwaukee Street. On item 8, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second point of.
Moved and seconded. Vice President Duncan, a point of something?
Point of clarification, are we skipping the staff presentation, which is?
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. It's late. I should read my agenda. We will place, is there any objection to placing item 8 on the table? Seeing no objection. Item 8 is on the table. Item 7 is Legistar 83805, a 2025 operating budget cost to continue and kickoff overview. I'm so sorry, Director Schmidtke. It is now your turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I thought maybe I missed something during the meeting. Hopefully I can share my screen. And can you all see that?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. So we'll give you an update on the budget outlook based on the cost to continue. So we'll cover the budget gap and the long-term outlook. Revisit again the results from 2023, just to talk about those a little bit. The budget calendar, and then get into a little bit of detail on the cost to continue. And then finally, the elements of the mayor's message to agencies in terms of developing the 2025 budget. So looking at the budget gap, it's now 22 million with expenditures of about 431 million. That is an increase of about 6.4%. You can see the dollar amounts. It's primarily salary and benefits. And then that is embedded in, for example, the Metro subsidy increase and public health and so on. There's a placeholder for debt service. We are seeing inflation impacts on purchase services contracts, particularly technology related. And then there is a reduction for taking out the funding in the clerk's office budget for the fact we're moving into an off-year election cycle. So that's actually a reduction in expenditures of about 1.2 million. On the revenue side, total revenues are up about 4 million compared to 2024. That includes the estimated allowable levy increase of about 12.6 million, which does incorporate a estimated debt service increase, additional interest earnings, some increase in ambulance conveyance fees, which does assume some amount of a change in the state Medicaid plan to try to capture some additional federal dollars for ambulance providers throughout the state, including Madison. And then the one-time money used to balance the 2024 budget is removed because it is one time. And that totals about 18 million. So net that all out, about 409 million versus 431. That's based on the detailed cost to continue we've gone through, and I'll get into some of the elements of that on other slides. So the gap's about $22 million. Just a reminder, what does that look like then for the out years? We have this $22 million in the base. So you can see that in the bottom of these columns. After that, once this issue is addressed in one way, shape, or form on a permanent basis for 2025, we estimate that the gaps annually for each year thereafter will be between 6 to 10 million each year. We talked a little bit about the general fund results, which were very strong, really led by strong investment earnings because of high interest rates and the Federal Reserve strategy to try to drive down inflation. Those interest rates are remaining high, higher than what was, I think, projected and for a longer period of time than clearly when the 2023 budget was put together. And so that's why we saw a lift there. That will not continue permanently. The Fed will begin to cut interest rates. And then the other piece of this savings was the staff vacancy rate was very high. Again, labor market competition, strong labor market, saw a lot of turnover. Again, that's not vacant positions, like individual positions vacant throughout the year. It's a churning through positions at a much higher rate than what we budgeted for in 2023. Now we've adjusted 2024's budget to try to capture some of that savings. And just a reminder that these excess funds move into our rainy day fund, which are pushing our rainy day fund up above our sort of minimum policy target, but it is one-time money. And the graph on the right just shows that if it were to be used all at once, we still would return to a deficit situation in the subsequent year. So just to keep that in mind as we move forward. Again, investment earnings was a big part of this, a rapid ramp up in investment earnings through 2022 into 2023 compared to very low levels in 2020 and 2021. Combined with that is an accounting measure that we need to make each year, what's called mark to market. We actually saw a big drop in that in 2022 and recovered quite a bit in 2023. And that delta also got added to investment earnings. That will not continue into the future. And then just again, a reminder, when we look at both 2025 and beyond, and put that into context of what we've had to face balancing the budget since dramatic changes in local finance by the state legislature and governor in 2011. We have faced deficits every year. The deficit in 2025 is larger than what we faced in the past, but we have made a series of changes, and this is just a short list of them. Employee compensation changes, with employees paying more for health insurance and pension, spending cuts, tax and fee increases, new fees, new special charges. We had the American Rescue Plan Act to address the significant impacts on city revenues from the pandemic. And then we have used the rainy day fund occasionally throughout that period to help maintain service levels. And probably the largest amount was in 2024. Okay, turning to the calendar. These are the various phases of the operating budget. We've just finished the cost to continue phase. You're seeing the results of that today. We're now into the agency request phase, which was kicked off yesterday. And that includes guidance from the mayor to agencies. Agencies then will develop their budgets following that guidance and return their requests by July 19th. Agencies then will meet with the mayor in mid-August. We'll finalize that budget, introduce it to the council and the finance committee in October. We move through review and amendment phases in October. And then full council again has the opportunity to amend the operating budget as well as the capital budget as we move into adoption in November. Now, obviously this year, just given the depth of the deficit and the options being considered, we have more things to consider. So the detailed calendar over the next few weeks will be very much focused on the budget. We're here today updating you on the current status of the budget through the cost to continue. We'll talk a little bit with the finance committee about the calendar, the timetable on the 24th. We expect to be talking with the council and the finance committee about following through on the guidance that the council adopted, including considering a referendum resolution and other options. The last date here is August 6th. That's your last scheduled council meeting before the required date upon which a resolution for a referendum has to be adopted under state law if you choose that path. And based on information that we're getting from the Department of Revenue, there's a good possibility you may have to have another council meeting in August if you so choose to pursue a referendum, because the state law sets up effectively a 10-day window to adopt that. You have to have actual data for use in the referendum question. That data is not available from DOR until after August 1st, and probably it won't be final until after August 15th. And then the ballot resolution needs to be adopted no later than August 26th. So moving from that calendar to cost to continue, on the citywide level, we take out funding that was used to balance the 2024 budget. We look at every single position, estimate their costs. We add for those that are eligible, step and longevity increases. We have placeholders in for benefit rate increases, and we make payroll allocations. Agencies have been developing new service allocations based on the results Madison process, and that'll be first realized in the 2025 budget. So we have to reallocate positions into those new services. There's also charge and rate increases related to utilities, fleet, and cost allocation, and then insurance costs. And then within agencies, we may be taking one-time funding out. We may be annualizing partial year new positions, for example. Some agencies have contracts that have built-in increases in future years that needs to be accounted for. And all this was done through meetings between budget staff and agency staff on each of these issues. So to break this down a little bit further, personnel, as I said, $14.5 million. It annualizes a 6% wage increase in 2024. 4% of that is annual, so we don't need to pick that up, but there will be a pay increase next month that is effectively only partially funded in 2024. So we have to pick up the other half of that in 2025. It does build in a pay increase for staff in 2025. As I mentioned, step and longevity increases for those that are eligible. Annualization of positions. We have set aside funding for position reclasses that are underway. And then $3 million placeholder for health insurance rates. Preliminary estimates from the group insurance board and employee trust funds at the state is that those rates will go up 11%. So we've set aside money for that, as well as a placeholder for pension costs. We talked about elections, talked about debt service. We have higher gas prices, natural gas prices up 15%, electricity up 5%, building use price charges are up 10%. Those are costs from engineering facilities to maintain city-owned buildings. And then technology costs, I talked about that, inflation. And then there was some ARPA money used in the community agency contracts, and that's replaced with general fund money on an ongoing basis. The Metro subsidy goes up about $2.7 million for a total of $18.2 million. So the pay increases and fringe benefit cost changes kind of roll through all that. There's some changes to paratransit costs, and then there's some revenue reestimates embedded in all of that. The public health subsidy is similar in terms of salaries. Fleet rates going up $1.4 million. Again, that's debt, repairs and supplies. Salaries and fringe, there is a decrease associated with estimated fuel costs. Insurance and workers' comp is a net of about $100,000. We're dropping the workers' comp rate, but increasing insurance. Again, that's based on cash balances, particularly in workers' comp, and then rising claims and premium costs in insurance. Talked about professional services. We're adding new parks facilities through capital projects. So we're adding about $175,000 to pay for the operating costs of those locations. The independent monitor office, that budget was put together a few years ago. Now that staff are hired and so on, we can remove some one-time funding from that. And then finally, we do a cost allocation each year to allocate central services costs to enterprise agencies, and because of just rising costs overall, enterprise agencies will be paying an additional $470,000 for central services costs, and that offsets the need for general fund support for those activities. All right, to drill a little bit further into salary and benefits, it is up about 5.6%. Total is about $268 million for 2025. $2 million costs associated with the steps and longevity. So that's people moving through their career ladders and positions. or becoming eligible for longevity based on their tenure with the city. 3% cost of living adjustment, 6.1 million. Just a reminder that police commission staff already have a 3% pay increase built into their current collective bargaining agreement for 2025. And then about 5.7 million for health insurance based on that 11% increase. There are some commission staff, so that's police and fire benefits, so retiree health, accidental death and dismemberment, 430,000. WRS is pension, FICA and all this, wage insurance and so on. And then there is about $500,000 set aside for reclasses, and then for cost of living adjustment and benefits for hourly, overtime, and premium pay categories. So again, you've seen this slide, just a reminder of how do we balance all of this. It's either reducing expenditures or increasing revenues or a combination of the two. On the expenditure side, 22 million is roughly 220 positions. And we'd have to look at ways to address that. I'll get into the mayor's instructions to agencies in a few slides. The revenue options, as we've talked several times about this, are very limited under state law, with special charges being one option. We have limited local revenues to increase. And so finally, our general revenue available to the city is the property tax, which can only be increased through a voter referendum. Okay, turning to the mayor's budget instructions, which were released and discussed with agencies yesterday. Again, we just highlighted for agency heads and agency budget contacts, the council guidance, the values and priorities that you adopted back in April, along with the guidance in terms of looking at service levels, seek efficiencies, try not to compromise services, but look for reductions, develop referendum language, look at other options on revenues, look at this as a multi-year approach, which we are doing. Look at the capital budget because the level of borrowing does affect property taxes, even though it does not help with balancing the operating budget. And then engage with the community, and you as a council have been doing that, holding the 5 meetings over the last few weeks with the community. A little bit more on salary savings. We have seen about a 7.2 vacancy rate. That is down, but still is relatively strong through the first 5 months. You may recall in the 2024 budget, we put in a tiered structure for salary savings. So that's reductions in agency salary lines to reflect possible turnover in positions throughout the year. Small agencies not having a reduction, just given the challenge with them making salary savings. And then it going up based on agency size, with the largest agencies between 100 and the largest agencies getting 3 to 4%. So that salary savings from that tiering approach will generate about 5.6 million in general fund and library fund savings, which equates to about 3.2% overall of the salary budget. The cost to continue does continue the 99% budget for general library and fleet funds. This is based on underspending that we've seen over the last 5 years, and we've seen an average of about 3.5%. So we put in a 1% reduction, you may recall, in 2024. That continues. That's about $3.4 million in savings in general library and fleet funds. And so that is built into the cost to continue. So probably the main element of the mayor's instructions is establishing service activity priorities in the general library fleet funds and the metro and public health subsidies. So the idea is to protect core services by looking at service activities that may be of a lower priority or not be as core to the agency. All those agencies with those funding sources need to complete this process and fill out information around it, identify those activities. It needs to be at least equal to 5% of an agency's cost to continue budget in those agencies, or the amount of the general fund subsidies in metro and public health. Agencies are also invited to look at fees or charges to help pay for service activities with a focus on, excuse me, activities or services where that may be folks who receive those services have a greater ability to pay if they would be able to pay a fee or a charge, and focusing property tax and general fund support more on those who might not be able to pay from an equity perspective. And then there's no new positions and no supplemental requests will be allowed. In considering fees and charges, agencies need to keep in mind, and they've been asked to talk with the finance department as well as the city attorney before moving forward on any ideas to see if it's actually even legal under state law. We have limited authority. That fee and charge needs to be connected to the activity and the cost of the service. We can't charge more than the service. And if we are challenged in court, we have to prove the case. There's not a presumption that the city knows what it or is correct in what it's doing. Central service agencies, they're really addressed through cost allocation. So there really isn't an opportunity for central service agencies to charge for what they're doing. We do that already through cost allocation. This would be more direct services to residents and businesses and so on. And then administrative burden is a key consideration in all of this. If we're not going to sort of raise much money from it, and it's going to be an administrative burden to collect it or set it up, it's probably not worth it to proceed. And then finally, under state law, there are some things called covered services, and you can see that list there that we don't get any benefit from. They basically, if we put in a fee like that, we have to reduce our allowable levy dollar for dollar. All right, that's a very quick run through, and the hour is late. I'd be happy to answer questions now or at any other time, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Schmidtke. Questions for Director Schmidtke? Alder Knox?
It's getting late past my bedtime, so here. But that 5% for activities cost to continue, is that different than a reduction of a percentage?
No, that's the same. That's the
same.
the request.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Just wanted to make sure I got that right. Thank you.
Yeah, so to be clear, I've asked every agency to provide us with a 5% cut scenario.
Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Dave, for sticking with us. I just had a question. Well, I have two questions, but on your PowerPoint early on, when you talked about the interest income, the PowerPoint showed that we can expect $4 million, but some of the early press reports said we should expect more than 10 million, and it was like this 20 million more than projected. So like, how does it net out from seeming like a $20 million windfall to 4, or am I missing something here?
So the slide I showed you was from 2023, and that was the $20 million increase in interest. We're projecting for 2024, there will be probably excess interest compared to budget of about 10 million. That may be where you've heard that before. And so we'll be coming back to you and the finance committee with projections for 2024. But right now, that's what we're projecting with interest for 2024. And then in 2025, in terms of what we put into costs to continue and that long range plan, we have already sort of built in then what we project interest earnings to be in those out years. And that's part of the reason why that we're now at 22 million instead of, the model was kind of showing us 27 million back when we were looking at it at the end of 2024 and, or 2023, sorry, and into 2024 with the model. So we've updated that.
Thanks, that's helpful. My last question is, if we were to consider a transportation special charge, what's involved in getting more information to the council and the public on what that could look like as an option? Is that something, you and staff are working on?
Yeah, we'll be bringing more information to you on that over the next few weeks.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, if staff were able to cut 5% of each of the agencies, about how much money would that be for cuts in general?
So 5% of the general and library fund budgets, excluding debt service, because we can't cut debt service, is about $18 million.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks for that reminder. I was just trying to go with the 431 times 5%, but we got to get rid of the debt service. What was the number again? 18 what?
It's about 18 million. It's a very bit, sort of rough number, or maybe some other things we'd have to exclude, but that's just taking out debt service.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Huger.
I think you've already answered part of my question with the response to President Figueroa Cole, 18 million. So the 5% gets us close to having that backup plan if we did not call for or did not succeed in getting a referendum of an amount to cover the current year estimated deficit. Am I correct that that gets us close?
I think purely on looking at big numbers, yes, but I would really consider the exercise of the 5% as creating a list, right? Because I don't think any of us really appreciates yet the magnitude of what that means from a service perspective.
Okay, and that was the second part of my question, Dave, was we should be able to translate that into specific services and how they might be affected if we had to make those kind of cuts. And
that is exactly what we're asking for in the information that agencies will be providing with these proposals.
Thank you.
So, Alder, it might be instructive to know a slightly more detail on the process. I've asked the agencies to provide at least 5% cut scenarios and to propose revenues in addition to that if they're able. All of that will come in, and as part of putting together the executive operating budget, we'll be bringing you a proposal on that. Now, normally that would come much later in the year, but because of the council's instruction and the timing on deciding whether or not you wish to put a referendum on the ballot, we will be bringing you a high-level proposal on a 5-year budget plan in the next several months. And that will include a proposed, basically 2 scenarios. It will include how much proposed cut, how much proposed applied fund balance, et cetera, at a very high level. We will also have available, once the agencies submit their operating proposals, what the details of those cuts would look like and, what that would mean for services. Thank you, Alder. Alder Figueroa Cole, another question?
Yes, when you say they will come back with those cuts and what they mean for services, will that also include what that means in terms of positions, like how many positions will be cut?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder, Vice President Duncan.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question, and on the slide where you have the statement that the 31 million lifted the rainy day fund up to 21% of the budget, which is 6% higher than our minimum target. How much money is that 6%, I guess? If we were to use that, I know it doesn't solve the future years, but if we were using 6% to keep us at that 15% of the target rate of 15% of the budget, what is that 6%, I guess, between?
Yeah, it's around 20 to 25 million.
Okay.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue with questions for Director Schmidtke. Seeing no alders, thank you very much, Director Schmidtke. Have a good night. You're getting a round of applause. Okay. Now, there's been a request to take up item 8 and 45 at the same time. So first I need a motion to take item 8 off the table.
Motion to take item 8 off the table.
Second.
And seconded. Is there any objection? Seeing no objection, item 8 is before us. Is there any objection to taking item 45 at the same time? Seeing no objection, then President Figueroa Cole, can I get a motion on item 45?
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt both items 8 and 45. On items 8 and 45, are there questions for staff? Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Yeah, thank you. I do have a question for planning. And Bill Furling?
Director Fruling.
Sorry, I've never said it out loud, so I apologize. So there was an amendment or another document that was presented today, and it showed the moving of Chicago Street to where it originally was, if I'm correct. Is that correct? I guess I'm asking.
Yes. So I'd also like to say that Principal Planner Kevin Furco has been hanging on the meeting. Kevin is the Principal Planner for the Development Review and Plan Implementation section and was kind of digging into this, but let me try to answer your question first, and Kevin can chime in if I missed anything. And first of all, the plat does not cover the registrant's property that we heard about before. I think it was 133 North Fair Oaks. So the plat that is before you in the zoning just go to that property line. In 2021, there was a resolution that established located the official street for the future location of Chicago Avenue. That official map does go through the property at 133 North Fair Oaks, and then will connect with the Starkweather plat that's before you. And so the Starkweather plat, the handout that you just referenced from a little bit ago, the plat that came in did not have the correct alignment for the segment of the future Chicago Avenue that was on the Starkweather plat. And we didn't catch that until Friday. So when we caught that, that's when this next memo was prepared to make sure, and the condition that should be added to any motion for approval was to correct the plat proposal, the preliminary plat proposal, to reflect the location of the official map that was approved by the council in 2021. Does that answer your question?
It does, thank you. The other thing that I would like to ask you, just as a point of clarification for me, either you or Kevin Furco, in the 2021 resolution, which was Legistar File 61589, there was a mention, and I don't have it before me like I should have, but there was a mention that that specific homeowner that would be impacted by this would be asked and given an offer. Like, we're not gonna, it just says that they would be given an offer and they could accept or deny. Am I correct?
Kind of. I have it in front of me, and I can read it for you. So.
Thank you.
So that resolution that, again, established the location that officially mapped the future extension of Chicago Avenue, there was a substitute resolution that I understand was a result of Alder Rummel and then Alder Foster working with the registrant. So there was a be it further resolved clause added to that that reads that the Common Council recommends, to the extent practicable, that the city attempt to acquire the single-family residential property on North Fair Oaks Avenue when the property owner is willing to sell. And so just trying to telegraph that, it's not the intent of the city to come in and build that road right away. It's not, as I understand, in any capital budget, CIP plans right now. It's at some point in the future, and the approval of this plat in and of itself does not change that.
I think that answered all the questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alder. Are there additional questions for staff on items 8 or 45? Alder Latimer Burris?
Yes, could you just explain to us in layman's terms of why that does not change anything? Your last statement about it doesn't, I'm getting tired, change the plat. Could you just clarify that just a bit more?
Sure.
Why that's the case?
Yes, I'd be happy to. The boundaries of the plat that is before you only goes up to that property line, and so does not include the future location of Chicago Avenue on the property on Fair Oaks. It only only plats that out for the Starkweather plat.
Okay, and then if the registrant say, God willing, she lived another 50 years and wanted to stay there, there won't, right now as it's planned, there wouldn't be action that was taken unless she wanted to sell. Is that right? Or am I misinterpreting that?
So I just read the language of the resolution that was passed, and it said to the extent practicable.
Okay.
So yeah, that is not the intent, but there is within the realm of possibilities somewhere down the line that street is needed, and there's not a willing seller, but the city would still have to work with that property owner to try to acquire it.
Okay, so the key word is practicable, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Are there any additional questions on items 8 or 45? All right. Oh, Alder Rummel, sorry.
Thank you, Mayor. So based on some of this conversation about that resolution, is that still standing? Is that still like the intent, or do we need to add that language to what happens here tonight?
The city attorney can contradict me if I'm wrong, but a resolution once passed by the council stands until you would repeal it or supersede it.
So, but you're saying it stands as it is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They don't expire.
Okay. Is there anyone here from engineering or whoever would be platting this street? Like what? Is there a timeline for this kind of?
The city engineer is here.
Good evening, Alder Rummel. As of right now, we have nothing scheduled beyond the limits of the plat to extend Chicago Avenue. So that resolution would continue to carry as far as engineering is concerned.
I'm sorry, my brain and ears.
They have nothing scheduled.
Nothing scheduled.
Yeah, not beyond the boundaries of this plat.
Okay, so not even in 5 years, nothing scheduled.
That is correct.
And using your professional judgment on subdivisions and their implementation, if you were to predict how long this could take, what would your best guess be?
Oh, I don't know, at least 20 years, maybe, depending, is kind of my best guess.
20 years before it would even sort of become a thing on a to-do list, in my words.
Yes, it's not a high priority for engineering at this point, especially since there's still a lot to happen in that neighborhood too before a street connection would even become desirable.
And so the developer could start doing some of the development, oh God, I'm sorry. The proposals along Fair Oaks, those early, I don't have it in front of me, but they could do the early ones that maybe
Some of the lots could be
Chicago
developed
connection.
before bridging the creek and having that connection.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. No other alders in the queue for questions. All right, items 8 and 45 have been moved and seconded. I would just like to confirm with the body that item 45 was moved with the additional language that the applicant shall work with city staff, engineering, and traffic engineering to realign the western end of Chicago Avenue on the preliminary plat and shall match the alignment as set forth in the official map reservation for the Milwaukee Street Special Area Plan and enacted by the Common Council, etc. Is there any objection to that being the motion? Seeing no objection, that is included in the motion. All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion? Alder Rummel.
I would like to be recorded as voting no on number 45.
We'll record you as voting no. I will note that item 45 is a 14-vote item. Item 14 is a 14-vote item. Alder Martinez Rutherford.
Yeah, I would, as one of my constituents, Lance Green, mentioned, the only out streets from that neighborhood are going to be feeding into Milwaukee. It is my belief that Chicago is important to be a street to help alleviate the pressure on Milwaukee. I know that I have lots of people who are telling me all the time how congested Milwaukee is getting, and I believe that in the future, at least holding that right of way and having that conversation is not only prudent, but would be beneficial to the future community and also help alleviate some of that traffic pressure onto Milwaukee. So I just wanted to make sure that that was on the record and that people understood why I'm voting for that.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field.
Point of clarification, Mayor. I believe item 45 is a 14 votes required item and not item 14.
Yeah, I think both.
Okay.
But I lost that front page, so I can't be sure. Here we go. So 40, yes, you're correct. 45 is the 14 vote item. Thank you.
Yeah.
I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. With the exception of Alder Rummel, is there objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor?
I would like to be down as no as well.
Alder Latimer Burris and Alder Knox. Seeing no additional, then that would be 18 and 17. Yeah, there's 19 here. Yeah, so 16 and 17. So both items meet the 14 vote threshold. Okay. That'll teach me to get rid of my pages too quickly. All right, that will take us to item 9. Item 9 is Legistar 82903, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of properties at 506 to 518 East Wilson Street and 134 to 150 South Blair Street. On item 9, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 9. Are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, is there objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 9? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 9. That will take us to item 13. Item 13 is Legistar 83477, a substitute creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road. If it is the will of the body, we could take up items 13 and 49 at the same time. Seeing no objection to that, we'll take up items 13 and 49 at the same time. Item 49 is Legistar File 82979, approving a certified survey map of property owned by Stonehouse Development Incorporated located at 6610 to 6706 Old Sauk Road. On items 13 and 49, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt the items. On items 13 and 49, are there questions for staff? Alder Uguer.
Yes. There's been much discussion from the registrants tonight about the issue of stormwater management and how that will be handled. I think it's important to note that we just unanimously approved a very huge building for which the stormwater management plan has not been developed at all, but is a requirement of the recommended requirement for an eventual conditional use permit. I'd like to ask staff, and especially if we still have available a representative from Stormwater Engineering, just to educate us, remind us how the process would work from here, given that we've perhaps got something approaching a 90% stormwater permit, but not a complete one. That still needs to be completed to satisfy an ultimate condition. Could you take us through that, please?
Thank you, Alder. We have both City Attorney Jim Wolf and Assistant City Attorney. Oh my God, I'm sorry, folks. We have City Engineer Jim Wolf and Assistant City Engineer Greg Fries here.
Okay, I think Greg is probably the best person to speak to that question.
Yes. Yes. That would be great if Greg could respond to that.
Sure. So, evening, everybody, or I guess actually morning. Oh boy, my light's terrible here. Hang on one second. There we go. That's better. Okay. So the way this process would work 95% of the time would be for a plan approval to go through both the Plan Commission and the Common Council with compliance with Chapter 37, which is the stormwater ordinance, as a condition of approval. And staff would work with the developer to meet those conditions. I would point out one slight difference between this and the Starkweather project that both have similar conditions. The Starkweather plat has access to Starkweather Creek, a point to discharge, where this development on Old Sauk Road has no public storm sewer to discharge to. So they are discharging where the city has no easement onto adjacent private property. So that complicates their stormwater management, as I believe Wade Wise referred to. I can't remember what he called it. Stage 1, or stormwater stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, I believe is how he referred to that in his presentation. So they are slightly different, but the approach normally would be the same.
Thank you, Greg. In arriving at, or in satisfying meeting the conditions that are likely to be in a conditional use permit regarding stormwater, is it conceivable that there could be a continuation of the kind of suggested collaboration that we had here this evening with the third-party engineers that already have some familiarity with this?
That would be unusual. Although in fairness, this entire process for this site has been unusual. It is rare to have a third-party engineer. It's not so rare to have a third-party engineer that is impacted by the site, as is the case for the for two people on this site on the road where this discharges to. But it is a little bit rare that the group would hire a third-party engineer to review and provide comments ahead of time. Certainly, we will work through those comments and we take them seriously. And I do want to point out, though, that some of the concerns that were brought up tonight are not addressed by ordinance. So it is possible for the applicant to address my concerns, and my concerns are those that I have jurisdiction to review under Chapter 37 and not address the concerns of the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bitover, questions?
Yeah, there was reference in the public comments to the watershed studies, and I was desperately trying to figure out which watershed it is that's relevant. And what I was finding is it looked like the one that was relevant actually is done. Can you just help us walk through that?
Yeah, I actually can't remember what this one is called off the top of my head, but it is done. This area as a whole drains to Stricker's Pond, which then drains to Tiedemann's Pond in Middleton, and then is lifted with a pump system to Lake Mendota by the city of Middleton. That's how this system works. And this area does currently flood. So the Old Sauk Road, there's an enclosed depression. I can share my screen if you want. I have a map up, but it currently, there's a low point in Old Sauk Road that actually floods onto this property. Wade referred to it as unintended detention, which is how the ordinance calls it. And then it floods through and between two property owners' homes to the cul-de-sac. And my brain is locking up. I can't remember the name of the cul-de-sac off the top of my head. And Spyglass, there we go. And so we have a sanitary easement between those homes. We do not have a storm sewer easement. It's a little bit complicated, the lot history there, but the space between those two homes at one point was going to be an outlot. And at some point, when this area was originally platted back, presumably in the 70s, that outlot was not, was sold to private property owner that is one of those two property owners that is at the end of the cul-de-sac. So it looks, when you look at it, like that outlot was intended to be sidewalk at some point and a storm and sanitary easement, but that is not what got done. So there is a sanitary easement, but no storm sewer easement.
Okay, so then what is the process then? So obviously, right, the building, they have to submit all their plans. You said that you know what you're trying to accomplish isn't necessarily everything that the residents want, but understanding that, right, we don't want to build something that is going to adversely impact the other residents' homes worse than they are now. How do we make that happen?
So I don't have a great answer for that. I should be more specific about what the issues are that I don't think will be addressed by Chapter 37, and that is largely, you heard several residents talk about sump pumps in their basement and groundwater, and you also heard Wade talk about that they're infiltrating, plan to infiltrate a great deal of water, and that then the residents brought up the concern that would make their already existing wet basements wetter, potentially. Chapter 37 does not address groundwater. I'm not aware of any state, local, county, any regulations that address where water goes once you put it into the ground. So that is specifically the thing I was referring to that we are not going to, we being engineering would not address with our review. And in fairness, it is trying to figure out that answer is exceedingly complicated, well outside of my range of expertise. Generally, a hydrogeologist would be brought in to do something like that, and it takes quite some time. You put in monitoring wells, you have to monitor flow, sometimes dye is used. Again, I've actually never seen that done in a development situation. It is done, but I've never actually been part of that except way back in my grad school days. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney, questions?
Yes, Greg, it is so good to see you. And let me just say this, and the reason that I really weighed in on the stormwater is because you walked, or staff walked through this process with me during the 2018 flood. And when residents called because, there was water in their basement, water in their backyard, you showed up and you listened to them. And so what I'm understanding is that that is what's missing in this piece, is that there was a feeling that they were not heard or listened to. And it was your experience. I know that one of my residents called. She had no problem in calling in 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning. And literally, there were times that, just the fact that we heard her and we addressed those. It wasn't exactly what she wanted, but the fact that she felt listened to, and that was critical. And so what I've heard tonight is that the community did not feel listened to. And one of the suggestions was asked, what would be the time period for that table listening discussion to happen? And someone said a month or 2 months. It's a short period of time. And so my ask, because I don't know, you are absolutely the expert. And I know that when it happened in my district, the fact that you were willing to sit at the table with those persons who were involved and listen. The outcome was the outcome in terms of your experience.
Alder, a question?
Yeah, it is. That's my question. Is that would you be willing to sit at the table? When I say sit at the table, to really bring in that table discussion that one of the residents asked for, to sit at the table and have that kind of conversation, and have Stonehouse and you, the staff and representatives, come and have that conversation. That is my ask. That's my question.
Well, I think I think engineering generally does that as much as we can. I do want to say, though, that while I'm happy to sit down with, Wade, and I know all the people involved here, or at least have heard of them in terms of the professor at the UW, but the engineer they hired, Chuck Nunn, I've worked with for my entire career. Wade, I've worked with for, the last 10, 15 years. So I know the people who are doing the work. We can certainly work together and sit down and do this. But I do want to be clear. I don't have any authority to address some of the concerns that the neighborhood brought up. So while I can sit down and we can work with them, the ordinance doesn't give me authority to do more. As I said, I wrote a memo that some of you may have seen to the Plan Commission, kind of stating where they are. And Wade correctly referred to this as about a 90% stormwater management plan. That's what I said. in the memo, they have some things to do in terms of overflow and how the residents mentioned how they are going to open up that soil and maintain that open soil that they plan to amend. Those things have to be addressed to meet Chapter 37, to meet that bar. Right. The residents are asking, I think, for some other stuff, and I'm happy to meet with everybody, but my authority is somewhat limited with regard to asking for, I'll say, more. I just want to be clear.
I'm clear on that, and so I'm not asking you to go beyond what's in Chapter 37 and what you can do. That's not what my ask was. My ask was, would you be willing to sit at the table with those individuals from Stonehouse, those individuals from the community, and have that session, that listening, conversation, and exchange? That's all I'm asking for. That's a thumbs up. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do we get to that point? I mean, Madam Mayor, how do we move this item to that point with that thumbs up? You give me instructions. What do I do?
I mean, I think it depends on if you want to codify it or not. If you're willing to hear from staff that they're going to do that, then you don't need to do anything more. If you want to codify it, I would suggest you work with the city attorney to figure out. I'm not familiar enough with the underlying documents to be able to guide you here.
Okay. So this is before us, and I don't want it to be passed before I have that conversation with and ask for, because I want to do it right, and I don't know how to do it right. That's why I'm asking.
So, Alder, I can't guide you. I don't have the resolutions in front of me, so you'd have to talk to the city attorney. We're still in questions for staff, though, so we haven't even begun discussion. Thank you, Alder. Vice President Duncan?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have a question. So when we are looking at this tonight, determining whether or not we are passing this, we are only able to look at the storm management process from what the city has purview to review. And so I understand, listening to what Greg was saying, there are other pieces that the residents are wanting addressed, but at the end of the day, whether it's this project, whether it's a smaller size project on that property, when we are looking to approve, it's only with what we have purview to approve, correct?
Alder, I'm going to try because the city attorney is in a sidebar. The standards that you are operating under are what is in the ordinances. And I don't think that you can exceed that. And I'm going slowly because perhaps Attorney Smith has a different opinion, but I think that you have to be guided by the ordinances. But Attorney Smith perhaps wants to say more.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I was just going to, Vice President Duncan, you're correct. And the stormwater drainage issue is not relevant to either of the things that you have before you in front of you today, right? You have a rezoning, which is a map amendment. You have a CSM. It would be, in my opinion, unlawful to use the lack or 90% or whatever it is of a stormwater management plan to be the basis for your vote for either of those items.
Thank you, Attorney.
Thank you, Attorney Smith. So, but just to be clear, there is a condition of approval after the council acts that staff need to clear regarding stormwater management plans. That's included in the motion, is that condition of approval. And if separately the alder, staff, whoever wanted to facilitate a process around a conversation on any of those conditions of approval, that would be acceptable. until an attorney says, no, we're going to take that as true. Okay. Thank you, Vice President Duncan. Alder Rummel, questions?
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'll follow up on the stormwater, whatever it is. It's pretty much part of the conditional use process, which we're not looking at. I think that's kind of what the attorney was saying. It's like, that's something that's in a different thing. Staff was the final, that 10% is, so I think that's what, just my view of what the answer is to the question that was asked before. My question is totally different. Thank you, Greg. Nice to see you. But it's more like, could staff help us understand this rezoning? Like, I think there's like this big angst and disconnect with the TRU2 zoning and how it fits kind of the neighborhood character. And if Kevin or Bill can walk us through that. Some of the public comments, the written comments called it like high density. And so could you also talk about, the low, medium R, the comp plan part of it?
Alder, I'm just going to ask that no other alders leave the room. Alder Knox. Okay, thank you. Sorry, Alder, who's that a question for?
I think Kevin's smiling like he could answer.
Kevin?
I will try. I didn't know if Bill wanted to jump in, but Bill can add if there's anything. So as far as the rezoning question here, I first would just point to a lot of this information is in the staff report, so I'll do my best to summarize some of the rezoning and plan consistency analysis. And the underlying plan recommendation here is LMR, or low medium residential. And at its base level, without any of the additional language, low medium residential would recommend up to a 3-story building and up to 30 units an acre. So that's the base plan recommendation. From there, and it was mentioned during the public hearing testimony tonight, there is a note in the plan that in select conditions, additional intensity and density could be allowed up to 4 stories and 70 units an acre. So just as a reference point again, this project is at 138 units, has a calculated density of 36.6 units an acre, and it's a 3-story building. Now, the factors to consider, there's 4, and I'm just going to note these here. The select conditions in which additional intensity or density could be considered consistent. It includes relationships between proposed buildings and their surroundings, natural features, lot and block characteristics, and access to urban services, transit, arterial streets, parks, and amenities. So if the council were to find that it met those based on those factors, it could find that the additional density up to 70 units an acre and 4 stories would be consistent. So, then the other part of your question is the TRU2 zoning district, and as far as how that relates. And as noted in the staff report, the TRU2 zoning district is the least intensive zoning district that would allow the project as proposed. And that largely has to do with the usable open space requirements in the zoning code. So the TRU1 district has a higher open space requirement. So TRU2 would be the least intensive conventional district that would be allowed.
Thank you.
To implement the proposal. And it would, I guess, to be very clear, and it's again noted in the staff report, it would allow also, the TRU2 would allow that development, but it would allow development that's also more intensive.
And so in the staff report, there is comments saying like, the acknowledgement that this will be, the scale and mass of this proposed building will be unlike the other residential buildings in the surrounding area, but also kind of leaves open the possibility that this is maybe the front end of a transition, or maybe not so much this immediate block, but just the whole corridor. Can you talk a little bit about that? Like the growth map talks about, the comp plan growth map does have Old Sauk Road as, with 2 points on it, one at Gammon and one, I guess, at Rosa Road. And So this is in between there. Can you help us see how the future is going to, unfold?
Sure. Well, and I would first
not predict it, but
sure. I would just note that the corridor itself is comprised of several different land use recommendations. So, different points of Old Sauk Road are going to have different recommendations. Some are going to be LMR, some are other recommendations. And again, whether or not it's going to be the LMR, or the base LMR, again, the 3-story, 30 units an acre version that, again, would be less intensive, or the one that if it was found, a site would also still have to be found to be appropriate based on those those select conditions. So it's going to vary, and it's going to vary significantly based on what the underlying land use recommendation. At this point, the recommendations we have right now are the comprehensive plan. If there are additional recommendations that are adopted as part of the special area plan process, those would provide additional guidance, and that process is obviously ongoing at this time.
is there what's the timeline for a sub area plan for this area? Is that on the list?
This one is underway. This is the West Area Plan, which is underway right now.
Oh, it's in the West Area Plan. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett, questions?
Yeah, I just had a question for Greg, and I recognize that it seems like some of the concerns fall outside of what we are supposed to be considering today. But I just wanted to make it clear for the residents that came here today and have concerns, that they don't want their basements to be flooded, and especially even more so with this. So what would your recommendation be to them to have their concerns addressed? What path should they go through?
I'll hop in here on this one, Alder. So I think from the position of city engineering, we're not really in a spot to make specific recommendations and engineering decisions for individual private property owners. We certainly do acknowledge that they have some very valid concerns here. But like Greg had mentioned, we're kind of limited under ordinance to what we can review and approve and direct the applicant to do in this particular situation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahila, questions? No.
No, Madam Mayor, it was answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I failed to see you put your hand down. Are there any additional questions for staff on items 13 and 49? Seeing none, the items have been moved and seconded. Is there discussion on items 13 and 49? Alder Harrington McKinney.
Am I in order to have a substitute?
You are.
Okay. And my substitute for items 13 and 49 is refer items 13 and 49 to, when is the next council meeting? Help me with the date. To refer items 13 and 49 to back to the council, and I'll get the date, and to instruct the staff, Stonehouse, and identified representatives from the community to meet to review stormwater issues. 7-2. 7-2. Okay, I'll be more specific. Refer items 13, 14, items
13 and 49.
Okay, 13 and 49 to the next council meeting on 7/2, and to instruct the staff, Stonehouse, and identified representatives from the community to meet to review storm water issues.
Thank you, Alder. That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded to refer the item, both items to the July 2nd council meeting with an instruction to staff to convene a meeting with relevant parties around stormwater issues. Is there discussion on the motion? Alder Harrington McKinney, do you wish to speak to it?
No, I think we've spoken to it in length.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Uguer on the motion to refer.
Yes. I don't know if anyone else has done this, but I've read all of the stormwater reports, including those from the independent engineers several times. We've even checked some of the arithmetic to make sure it worked. I think that in 2 weeks, no new issues will come up that already haven't been brought up before. I think the critical things that need to be done to finish this off and to have an efficient and complete and dependable stormwater management, for that matter, maintenance report, are going to come up in a different process through the conditional use permit, which is not on the agenda tonight. And it's going to take longer than 2 weeks to get that done properly because of the complexity of the issue. I mean, the thing that Craig has mentioned about those things that for which we do not have authority under the ordinance are with regard to the complexities of soil infiltration, but we have all of that data. There's an interesting, by the way, I found those reports fascinating. I really appreciated the fact that there was this intellectual jousting between very competent engineers on all sides, including city staff, and it was just fun to intellectually to see that process. But I think the process out there, you know, part of, I know this is complicated, but part of the uncertainty here and the reason that we've got comments and speculation about what could happen is because there are things we don't know and will take more study or are not part of our authority to do. So I think we're better off for the city to move forward to where we can really address the issues here in the final development of the final proposal. That's why I asked about whether there could be any input in that process from the independent consultants. There may not be much we can do about it because we don't have authority under the ordinance, but I think that's where we're going to get it solved.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Wahilahi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Alder Uguer. And I think the reason why I agree with Alder Harrington McKinney for referral is we have heard from so many of the residents. So 2 weeks might not be enough, but I'm wondering if it's okay with Alder Harrington McKinney, if she could be amendable to August or maybe July 16th. That will have at least a month to convene and hear some of the residents' concern. So if, maybe just amend what Alder Harrington McKinney amended instead of July 2nd to July 16th and convene with the residents. As a city, we have obligation to hear our constituents' concerns. Even sometimes it might not be what the outcome might be, but at least we give them the opportunity to be heard. So I would like, if it's okay with Alder Harrington McKinney, to push to the 16th, which will give us at least a month to convene and have this conversation with the constituents and all the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I'll remind us collectively that changing the motion requires unanimous consent of the body, or we have to dispense with the motion as made first. But it seems to me that Planner Furkow would like to weigh in on this question.
I just wanted to note, in regards to just the CSM, there is a state requirement that the city acts on it within 90 days. And while I believe the July 2nd would be just in that 90-day window, I believe past that, we would be past the time of when the city could act on that. And so it would be assumed to be an approval if the city didn't take an action before that. And that, again, applies not to the rezoning, but only the CSM.
Thank you for clarifying that. I suspected something similar was true. And if you all will recall, we have been here before where we failed to act on a CSM and it was approved without any of the conditions that staff had put on it. The applicant kindly agreed to follow those conditions, but that's not a guarantee. So we really do need to act on the CSM within the appropriate time window. So given that,
Yeah.
thank you, Alder Wahilihi. Alder Conklin, discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just ask that we do not support this and we go forward with this. We have heard from them time and time again, the residents that live there. And unfortunately, the stormwater management is not in front of us today. So I ask that we stay on task and we just go ahead and forward with what's in front of us today. Again, if folks feel like they have not been heard, they can reach out to the city departments and officials and us alders. And again, we had many West area plan engagement sessions that people could partake in, and I asked that they took that opportunity to do so, and if not, to please reach out to us, any alders or the city staff to have their questions answered. And I ask that my colleagues do not support this, and let's continue to push through this and get this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, and I'm always about, engaging the community and not just, what's it to give them 2 weeks to, give some, satisfaction that they're being heard and they understand and things aren't going bizarre. I went in this situation in my district. We ended up pulling people together, found out that we're really all on the same page, just using different language. And it's a running theme tonight. There's a lot of people that have spent a lot of time showing up tonight to say they don't feel like we engage. They feel like it's rushed. And I think there's something that we can listen to that. We don't have to poo-poo them and rush through it. I'll support either way, but I'll first support to try to give them 2 weeks for people just to have conversations.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rummel.
Thank you, Mayor. While I'm sympathetic to the concerns about not feeling listened to, a referral based on stormwater doesn't change anything in 2 weeks, as Alder Uguer mentioned. I think it could work really well, and everyone could come to see that. And there's still this proposal in front of us that some hundreds of people don't like. So that's, to me, the underlying issue, not the stormwater water, which I do believe can be resolved. And honestly, I got to say, having cisterns or whatever they're called underneath, seeing that at this stage is so unusual. I've been on the council since 2007. I can only tell you one time that I saw that. It was for a major commercial developer doing a grocery store on East Washington, and they were going to do these storage tanks. I don't think I've ever heard about that before. So the fact that you had this very complex 90%, I don't know that you'll get to the 10%, and I really kind of think it'll probably, this is my just opinion, not as an expert, that can be resolved. But the larger questions of, some people don't like this thing, and what about that? That's not going to be fixed by this referral. So I won't support it as it is framed. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of bounce off of what was just stated there and really bring into what kind of may have come off as a throwaway or not a throwaway, but a one-off comment, but very important. Attorney Smith gave us very clear direction that she finds that this would be unlawful to base a decision tonight based off of stormwater. And that is practically the most stern advice you can get from an attorney, that should you take a vote like this, it would be unlawful. So I think that we really need to take that into account. And I really do sympathize with you all, like, I wouldn't want my basement to be flooded either. I get that. And I would really highly recommend that with all these city processes, connecting with the alder and seeing if there's a way to like connect with the developers to make sure you're continuing having those conversations is important. Though I don't think we cannot just base a decision tonight based off of stormwater. It would be unlawful for us to do so.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindaraj.
I called the question, the previous question.
You're the last person in the queue.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. All right, so the motion that's before us is the Harrington-McKinney motion to refer these two items to the July 2nd council meeting with instructions to convene a meeting around the stormwater issues. On the motion to refer, anticipating disagreement, all those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Govindarajan? No. Ugair? No. No. Harrington McKinney? Yes. Aye. Knox? No. Latimer Burris?
Aye.
Aye. Madison?
No.
No. Martinez Rutherford? No. No. Miadze?
Come back.
I'll come back. Rummel? No. No. Tischler?
Aye.
Aye. Verveer?
No.
No. Vitiver?
No.
No. Wahelia?
Aye.
Aye. Bennett? No. Conklin?
No.
No. Curry?
No.
No. Duncan?
No.
No. Evers is excused. Field? No. Figueroa Cole? No. No. And Alder Miadze, are you on there?
Yes, no.
No. All right. It is 4 noes and 15, or sorry, 4 ayes and 15 noes.
With 4 ayes, the motion fails. We're back to the underlying motion, which is to adopt. Is there further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, Alder Ugair.
I'm throwing away my eloquent speech here. I'm just going to point out it's late, but I'm going to go through a couple of numbers just to put some perspective on what we're looking at here and the implications of not approving it. Not that we can't. But we're looking at 138 units. That comes out to just under 37 units per acre for 3.7 acres. There's been a lot of mention, and I think we'd all be more comfortable in this whole situation, not to mention the residents, if we could have something that was less dense. And let's talk about, because I looked at this and ran some numbers, what about if we had 15 per acre and they were duplexes, and let's just say, because they're typical in the neighborhood and around the west side, 2-story, 1,500 square foot duplexes, 1,500 each side, 2-car garages at 15 per acre. That would be 56 units, 28 buildings, which could kind of fit on here. But I want to point out from a discussion that we had at the Plan Commission meeting, the real implication there is that that doesn't work economically at the price that the owners extracted or negotiated with the developer. And in fact, if it's not linear, but if you made that discussion, what we're really being asked to do is, by refusing to go forward with this, we're really hoping that the owners would be willing to drop their price by at least $1 million, and I think probably closer to $1.4 million. We could do that to achieve a certain end there, but that's what's involved. 2 parties in our capitalist free market economy came to a negotiated decision on what that land was worth, but that's what it would take to be able to do this. Now, the elephant in the room remains the issue that we're not going to get into in more detail tonight about about stormwater, but it's an important thing to know here, okay? So I'm really going to put you, this will not take long, but I'm going to throw a bunch of numbers at you. Pre-development, this is a 161,025 square foot piece of property currently, before development, with 19,869 square feet of impervious area, basically roofs of buildings and a few walkways and driveways, and 141,156 square feet of woods and grass. It's obviously permeable. The Stone House proposal in that same area has 97,323 feet of impervious, although you could give a little credit to the 8,033 square feet of green roofs, leaving 63,702 square feet of grass or impervious areas, and hence they're going underground to do some of these storage things and so forth. It's just hard to make this very difficult stormwater site work with 63,702 square feet of grassy area. So we've got to do all of those other things. But here's the problem. Just talked about what it takes. We've got to knock $1 million to $1.5 million out of the price to be able to get down to something that's less dense. Let's say 56 condominiums, but 2 stories. So now I got more roof per unit and everything else. I've got more walkways, more driveways, everything else to make that work. And roughly speaking, that would end up with 108,000 to 110,000 square feet of impervious area that we need to do, and 52,000 or so square feet of grass, or 10,000 less than in the proposal from Stonehouse with the way they've designed it. So in fact, we will have, for something at that dense, even after knocking the price out, if that could be done with the owner, I'd guess they'd stick firm for a while. They would have a stormwater issue as big or bigger than Stonehouse proposal. Just some thoughts to think about. Now, you could take that and assume that we don't pay attention, that we don't listen, and so forth. But the fact is that I think, just as Alder Rommel pointed out, regardless of what we decide here, the neighborhood residents did get heard. Certainly, I heard that the first time I walked through the property and heard they're concerned, and expressed my concerns repeatedly to the developer, who took it very seriously, to our own stormwater engineers, who looked at it very closely, and so forth. But beyond that, we would never, without that advocacy on their part, have something that's going to end up probably as good as it is, probably much better than trying to get a whole bunch of duplexes or quads or so forth to meet the difficult stormwater conclusions there. But beyond that, when we get ultimately, not tonight, but planning gets into the details of the conditional use permit, you're going to see, at least in the recommendation that came to the planning department, 63 conditions for the conditional use permit. And if you go through those, what you will find are that a bunch of those are a reflection of the concerns that came forward from the residents. So at least on some things, they have been heard. Staff has tried to take recognition of those things, and it'll be a better project for that reason. That's all I have to say about it. Thank you. I know it's very late.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Rommel?
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I've been like, I don't know that I read every single email, but I tried. There's 138 pages, and just from today. So there's a lot to keep up with. And in the room here tonight are at least 2 people I have worked with on city issues. So I want to acknowledge I know them. And when they wrote me, I like, oh, you know, I know you. But I'm also an alder of a district that is much more dense than what we're talking about. So my perspective is somewhat different. And so, first of all, here's my alder view from downtown. You got a really good developer. Everyone should hope that they could get Stonehouse to do a project in their district. They're attentive. They try to do affordable housing. I mean, that is not the common. Most developers like, oh, I don't do that. That's a specialty. Well, they could have done more affordable housing, but the neighbor said, no, it's too big. We don't want that. So they pushed it down. They heard you. They made it less, and now it's all market rate. And, that's the trade-off. But then the other thing, okay, I got one email from someone who said, this is suburban. No, you're urban, and you are post-50s urban development. I'm post-1880s to 1920s urban development. So I get that we're different, but please don't tell me that this is just so outrageously dense. This agenda item that Lynn Green, praised me for, Essen House, I call it Wilson plus Blair. Do you know what the dwelling units per acre is for that little block? Just for the residential piece, not excluding the hotel, according to the development team, told me that it's 237 dwelling units per acre on a block. It's an 8-story piece and a 4-story piece. You could have had a 4-story piece or taller, but it wouldn't have been right there. I get that. But I'm just saying, you're low, medium density at 37 dwelling units per acre. And I think it's a good infill for that area. It's sprawling because it's not tall. Could have been tall and more compact, but it's not. It is what it is. And the other thing I just want you to know is Alder, what I'm so jealous of, do you know that your side yard and rear yard setbacks are freaking amazing? In my district, you'd have another building in between each side. There would be 3 buildings, not 1, even if it's a big looking building, because you have side yard required 10. That's 66 on one side, 54 feet on the other. Rear yard required 20, 62 feet. 62 feet is like a parcel on the downtown. You could build the whole thing there. We get Doug to come build us something. So anyway, I don't mean to be at all disrespectful. I think you have been heard. Like I said before, the stormwater thing, you did that. You got them to really hunker down and come back with something. I think it's unprecedented. So I know it's not exactly what you want, and and there's going to be issues with how we deal with traffic, but those are big city questions. They're not the developer's solution. So anyway, I want to be respectful, but I think you have a good project, and you might hate it for a while, but eventually my goal is my hope would be that you just sort of stop noticing that it's there and it kind of fits in. So thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Bennett?
Yeah, thank you. And Marsha, wow. It's just, I think maybe now we're coming from a similar perspective of a, downtown-esque Alders, but I know it's really late, and I wish I wasn't even talking right now. So I'm sorry to make you suffer as well. But I don't know, there's three things that kind of, 3 words or 4 that I wanted to talk about, and that is 1, assumptions, 2, missing middle, and 3, the questions that are at the top of our agenda. And with the assumptions, I just wanted to reflect that is something that really did impact me this time around. And I come from a place where I graduated from the real estate school, and still have connections with a lot of people that are in real estate or urban planning, and that are professors or students, and have had conversations with them about how they've talked about the meeting in the neighborhood meeting at Old Stock Road and the rest area plan meeting in their classes, and conversations about what literally neighborhood meetings, how they go. And I think, to be honest, going into this discussion, did hold some of those notions about privilege and race and equity. And I think that, those are all things that are at play, especially as I recall a very distinct moment of I was coming back from Black Hawk Church, and I made a wrong turn. Instead of turning on the highway, I went a different way, and then all of a sudden I'm driving and I'm seeing these no rezoning signs, and I'm like, oh, crap, I'm on Old Stock Road. And it did give the impression that, no rezoning also meant no new housing, no new neighbors. And it is good to hear kind of a difference in that. And I am pleased to hear that missing middle is something that the neighborhood is willing to accept, and hope that we can have future discussions about that. So I did want to say that. And I also wanted to say that in some ways, I feel like there may be assumptions made on the other side that are, not fully conducive to what they are. And for example, my introduction to Stonehouse development was them reaching out to me or coming to a neighborhood association meeting in my neighborhood, talking about a rezoning for 10 stories on the Braden lot, and saying how that rezoning, which they wanted to keep it at 4 stories, would 4 stories would help them be able to create more affordable housing. And that was my introduction to Stonehouse development. So it was a very interesting and different perspective that maybe there's an assumption like they just want a bunch of money. And yet I understand that Stonehouse owns everything from Section 8 housing to market rate developments. And then there's also assumptions about who will be or who could be the people living in these developments. Like there's assumptions that they are going to be, these high-end ritzy people, epic employees, what have you, that, can afford those rents. And sometimes these are assumptions that we can't always make. You never know where people are coming from. They could be someone that is on disability and Social Security or receiving a public housing voucher, and you would never know that. And they could be living in your neighborhood already. Or they could be, someone that's moving up from an affordable housing situation that wants a better neighborhood, that this is their only chance for their kid to go to Memorial High School or get into a better school system. So I think that when we have these conversations, it's not just the housing, but it's the people in the housing that make it together. So if I just want to say, encourage everyone to be welcoming to those neighbors and how things may come off as, because regardless of what may happen, they might be really cool people that you'd enjoy being around. So I just wanted to make that known. And for the questions, which quite frankly, I had no idea were at the top of the thing or the top of our agenda for as long as I could. But I think that when I think about those questions, I have to both zoom in and zoom out and think about the city as a whole. And in this entire agenda, we're talking about housing at all different levels. We're talking about housing from people that literally don't have a house, to people that might want to buy a house, to people that might want to rent a house somewhere in Madison. And at this point in time, when we are struggling to get people to have homes at all levels, at all income levels, it's important for us to think about that, even if it's these high-end, apartment buildings. So thinking about everyone who benefits, I think it is the city that benefits. And I think the people in the city that are burdened are the people that can't find housing. And the people that don't have a voice at the table are people that want to live in Madison but can't. Or the people that are renters in your neighborhood that are working full-time and can't make it to this meeting. And I think that how we as policymakers can mitigate unintended consequences is to make sure that we are actually listening and hearing what you have to say, and that us as alders are connecting you with the appropriate people and channels to make sure your voices are heard. So in total, I really do hear and sympathize with you all. I will be voting in favor of this, but I want you all to know that there are pathways that we can work together and work forward to address housing and good neighborhoods for everyone in a way that works out for all of us.
Thank you, Alder. I hesitate to say it, but I'll just remind folks to please address the chair. Alder Knox.
Thank you. You know, I wasn't going to address this issue, but I'm going to be brief. Well, I'm going to try to be brief, I guess. You know, I'm pretty confident that the city staff will do what's best in terms of dealing with those stormwater issues during the process of that conditional use. And I would also admit that this project, you know, in my sense, isn't relatively dense. But in that particular neighborhood, it'll make a difference. And so I'm going to vote no, because as these developments move forward, it's not always the size of the development, it's the impact that that development has on that particular neighborhood. And it's not always a legal issue either. And, you know, I'm getting a little tired of that, because we make management decisions about quality of life for people and neighborhoods. And I really just think that with all this pressure that we're putting on neighborhoods to get our housing numbers up, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I'm looking at a 600 unit plopped in a neighborhood that we're trying to get down to 300 because of the impact it has on that neighborhood. So it's different in different parts of the city, in different environments, and we need to take that in consideration. Even though we know we have an obligation to get our number of housing units up and affordable housing units up. I heard these people talk about that they believe in affordable housing. And I know some of the people over there, I know that's a fact, because they fought, whether it's in the county or in their neighborhoods, for all kinds of rights for affordable housing. But I think sometimes we need to really look at what the neighborhood is, how these projects are going to impact these neighborhoods, and that's what I'm going to be paying attention to, because people have lived in these neighborhoods for years, sacrificed their hard-earned money to be a part of that neighborhood, to make it what it is, and then we sit up here and just make judgments that, oh, this project isn't so dense. You know, I think that's wrong. I think there's different situations for different neighborhoods, and you need to listen to the residents and what they're telling you. And that's what they mean when they say they aren't being heard. That's exactly what they mean. Because you know what? When this development train gets to moving and the residents tell you what they want, that train keeps moving. Because they depend on us in this room to hear them, listen to them, weigh out those factors, and make those decisions. So I'm going to vote no on this.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Govindarajan.
I call the previous question.
Alder, there's one other Alder in the queue.
I encourage you guys to be fast. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Harrington McKinney.
Well, I'm not going to be fast. I'm going to say what I need to say. And I know it's 1:45, but I'm going to say what I need to say. I have the greatest amount of respect for Stone House, and I recognize the high quality, sustainable housing. They have a current portfolio of over 1,000 plus affordable units, 600 market rate units. And what I like best about them is that they manage their portfolio in the neighborhood, so they're present. So I give props to that. But what concerned me, and I drove through the neighborhood, and those signs did kind of turn me off in terms of the signs, but I knew the people who were showing up, talking about that they were not heard. And so it really concerned me that when I heard that community leaders were coming up, they would have their 3 minutes, and no one asked them a question. No one asked them a question. And so what we are doing is that we talk about affordable housing, we talk about the missing middle, and we talk about community engagement, but we don't really do community engagement. And so even though and I'm going to vote no, and I'm going to vote no because as we encourage people to come, residents to come and have their voice before us in this council chamber, at least they should be respected. All of them are not NIMBYs, as it was said, but at least to be asked a question. I could not even believe that they showed up at 2 meetings or whatever meetings they came before the Planning Commission, and all the questions were directed to Stonehouse. No one asked them a question. And so that bothers me in terms of if we want them to show up and if we are inclusive and we want to hear their voices, there are trade-offs. They're smart people. There are trade-offs. But I am going to vote no because I heard them and I respect them. And I want to make sure that at least they know that they've got some people that's on the council that does listen to them. And I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Alder Harrington-McKinney. No other alders in the queue wishing to speak. The motions on items 13 and 49 are to adopt. Anticipating disagreement. All those in favor, aye. Those opposed, no. As your name is called, and the clerk will please call the roll.
Alder Govindarajan? Aye. Ugair? Aye. Aye. Harrington McKinney? No. No. Knox? No. No. Latimer Burris?
Aye.
Aye. Madison?
Aye.
Aye. Martinez Rutherford? Aye. Miadze?
No.
No. Rummel? Aye. Aye. Tischler?
No.
No. Verveer?
Aye.
Aye. Vitiver?
Aye.
Aye. Wahelia?
Aye.
Aye. Bennett? Aye. Conklin? Aye. Curry?
Aye.
Aye. Duncan?
Aye.
Aye. Evers is excused. Field? Aye. Figueroa Cole? Aye. That is 15 ayes, 4 noes.
15 ayes, items 13 and 49 pass. And we'll move on to item 14. Item 14 is Legistar 83478, creating sections of the Madison General Ordinances to change the zoning of property located at 201 to 205 South Stoughton Road. On item 14, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 14. On item 14, are there questions for staff? Alder Field.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question about the portable shelter unit distinction and what that means in the zoning code. So I understand that from tiny homes, or from our experience with tiny homes, those are on wheels. Do the Conestoga homes also need to be on wheels under the zoning code?
Zoning doesn't care.
Let's see if we have, is that Kevin perhaps, or Bill, or...
Alder, let me quickly look at something in the zoning code. I am not certain offhand about the structural requirements, but let me see if I can dig up a quick answer for you.
Thank you, Kevin. We have no other alders in the queue. So, Alder Latimer Burris, do you have questions for staff?
Oh, I just wanted to make a comment.
All right, I'll hold you in the queue for that, Alder.
I can withdraw my question and follow up separately with staff.
Thank you. Kevin, if you could just email the answer to the alders.
Yes, I'll connect with the alders on that. It's probably a question I would actually refer to building inspection, perhaps zoning, to get the answer, but I will make sure to send something as soon as I have it.
Thanks much.
Thank you. All right. Are there any other questions for staff? Seeing none, then discussion. Alder Latimer Burris.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that I'm going to be supporting this, but I think it's interesting. We're taking up 3 different types of housing in 3 different neighborhoods, and I actually agree with my colleagues on the last vote. That we got to listen to the community, although it's medium density. And this, again, it's okay if people ask questions, if they say things that they got to work through. We're going in and we're changing neighborhoods and we're growing, and somewhere along the line, it was set up where it's like, it's just blazed through because we need housing, and everybody knows if we built all the housing that we wanted to right now, it's still not going to lower the price. The next generation is going to be very expensive for them to live in Madison. So this is a creative type of housing. It's not perfect. I hope they go and model after the tiny homes on 3rd Street and not so much the other models. We're trying things, but the main thing is to stop being mean to people and jamming them down when they're asking questions about the futures that they have to live with. I think that's very important. I think we can slow down for 5 seconds.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Field, discussion?
Yeah, thank you. So because this proposal was an item within my district, I wanted to share that, as we heard tonight, this has raised some strong feelings in both directions among District 3 residents and others. We have many letters of support and letters of opposition on the record, and registrants in both directions on the registrants report. So some residents are very concerned about how an Occupy Madison Village would be as a neighbor. I respect most of what those concerns raised, and I set out to learn more about how Occupy Madison Villages work accordingly. So I wanted to share that the Emerson East neighborhood leaders I've spoken with about this proposal describe Occupy Madison Village residents as long-standing members of their neighborhood who throw a popular plant sale every year. Just this past weekend, I joined a few members of the Rolling Meadows Neighborhood Association board for a tour of both the Occupy Madison Village sites, the 3rd Street one and the Aberg one. The village residents that we met answered our questions for a little more than an hour about how sweat equity works, how they build and maintain their village communities, how they support each other, and how they resolve interpersonal conflicts. We learned that many Occupy residents hold jobs. They are involved in the Madison community in other ways too. One resident at the 3rd Street Village, who, as an aside, hopes to move to the South Stoughton Road Village if approved, he told me how, before finding Occupy, he lived for a while in a parking lot at one of Madison's big box stores in what he described as very dangerous conditions. That resident also shared with me that he thinks the biggest challenge that Occupy Madison residents face with this new project is overcoming the many stereotypes that others have and hold against them. I hope my colleagues had a chance to read through, along with all of the other constituent emails that we got about this, the Occupy Madison resident stories that are attached to the Legistar item. Occupy villages have a requirement that people put in many hours of sweat equity work before being eligible to join, and then they take a vote on whether they should join. They have a process in place to ensure a safe home environment for all of the villagers living there by mediating conflicts and asking residents to leave if they can't maintain a safe environment. So that does mean there are occasional disruptions, and they have a process for handling those. Based on all of this information, I think they will be good neighbors. The leaders of the Rolling Meadows Neighborhood Association's board seem to agree. We heard from one of those leaders earlier tonight, and then also here is a quote from the Rolling Meadows board's letter, which you can also find on the record in Legistar. As a neighborhood association, we understand the importance of community development projects that aim to address homelessness and provide sustainable housing solutions for marginalized individuals. The tiny home village proposed by Occupy Madison aligns with our values of compassion, inclusivity, and community support. Back in my words, I will note that the Occupy Madison organization hosted a neighborhood meeting in March that was advertised with postcards sent to nearly 300 of their surrounding neighbors in the northern half of the business park area and the area in Rolling Meadows to the north of the proposed site. Then in April, the neighborhood association hosted a second neighborhood meeting that was advertised through their accounts and through my blog post to constituents. I happen to agree with some of the concerns raised about the drawbacks of this particular location for housing land uses. The city can address some of these by improving the area, and I've been working with the city's engineering and traffic engineering agencies on capital projects for sidewalks and street lighting if the village proposal moves forward. Staff have noted that the city has approved housing next to industrial zoning in other specific cases before, and while I'm still not 100% comfortable with that proximity, as it has to be location specific, it will undoubtedly, in this case, be a better place to live than on the streets. Finally, I want to touch on a point that areas of District 3 do experience the impacts of unsheltered homelessness, which I do not think is a safe way to live for those people. I certainly don't think that a tiny home village is a good fit for everybody. However, I think adding more housing options that are attainable for this population is a good thing for my district. So tonight, the council's role is to use the rezoning standards to balance these location concerns against that benefit that comes from the intended use of the property, which in this case is to give 22 more people an alternative to sleeping in the woods, in our greenways, in parked campers, an alternative where they can live safely and get back on their feet.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Madison.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to pull out some quick notes from my longer notes, but I just want to share a couple reminders. Without these kind of housing spaces, like we heard from, especially Linda Ketchum and the gentleman who was dealing with cancer, folks may just end up on the street. That gentleman who shared his health story with us, I just want to make sure folks did not miss the part where he was happy about having a warm place to sleep in the wintertime, and he didn't seem to share any concerns about being in that space in the wintertime. So, two, homelessness is not just a lack of shelter, but it's also a severe health crisis. And then according to the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, homeless individuals face profound health challenges overall. This group is significantly higher risk for acute and chronic health conditions with rates and illnesses such as hypertension, diabetes, and asthma far exceeding the general population. And then another quick fact I want to make sure I share is that the life expectancy rate for homeless individuals is between 42 and 52 years old. And we should all be sort of like really, really shocked by that. And then in Madison, where we speak loudly about our progressive values, how we're compassionate, it's more important for us tonight to take action because we do have an opportunity and a responsibility to address this crisis head on, which is homelessness causes severe health issues. It exacerbates folks' health issues when you do not have a safe place to call home. I do want to also point out, because there was an email and in comments, folks in talking about homelessness all the time talk about how this population needs services, access to resources. This space does have space for access to resources. So it sounds like it'll have a dedicated nonprofit space. And then as the gentleman shared with us too, these kinds of spaces provide community. And for those of us who do work around homelessness or housing or just folks who are dealing with a lot of stress, it is being able to have that social community connected around you that really helps you through these situations, as these folks share with us tonight. So, and then I guess the last thing I just want to always remind people too, that at least for me personally, I had to take a break from reading some of those emails and came back to it later on in the day, because some of the descriptions, both what I heard tonight and read in email, describe folks as if they were animals out on a hunt for food, and homeless folks are just regular day-to-day people. We are interacting with people who are homeless in our regular day-to-day, whether we go grocery shopping, we're going to the mall, someone is, I don't know, servicing our car, we're likely dealing with someone who is homeless. They may just not appear homeless by their physical appearance at the time. And I have slept in my car for weeks. I've rented cheap motels. I was not, as described by some of the emails and comments we received both in person and, online. So again, I really want folks I'm supporting this. I would have supported it regardless. But at the end of the day, the biggest reason that I support issues that create spaces for folks to be housed is because homelessness is a huge stressor on anyone. It is really heavy on your mind, body, spirit, and is absolutely a health crisis. So to not house folks means that we are not necessarily centering people's ability to be well and to be whole again. And as described tonight, that gentleman was very happy about having a place to live while dealing with his cancer diagnosis. So I'm hoping people will support that, if for anything else, to say that we support folks having a safe and stable housing, because we understand this stable housing provides opportunities for folks to be whole and well again. So.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Martinez-Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. As someone who is so close to being homeless myself, were it not for the incredible roommate that I live with and the people around me who support me every day, I could be living in my car or living on the streets. And I'm not the only one, not the only one on this council, but I'm not the only one in that neighborhood who is on the very verge of losing everything. And if that ever happened to me, and ever happened to you, I would pray to every God that I could think of to pray to, that people wouldn't treat you like the emails that we have received. People were talking about addiction and alcoholism and maintaining that should be a criteria for housing. Well, if that were a criteria for housing, I would say that a lot of Wisconsinites would not have a place to live. And a lot of my friends who live in houses right now would not be living in a house and probably would not be living at all, myself included in that. When we're talking about addiction, it has been proven time and time again, when people in addiction and alcoholism are put into community, esteemed as human beings like we should be esteeming people right very now, that they have a higher chance of getting out of addiction. When people are housed, they have a higher chance of being in community. When people are housed, it gives them a chance to seek gainful employment. It gives them an opportunity to plug into the people around them. If we're going to treat people, human beings, like they are disposable, then the soul and dreams of Madison are already dead in the water. I would like everyone to consider how close we all are to actually being in that space. And I would like you to support this, because housing first helps people access care and get their hands or their feet on the ground and hands, whatever. Like, it helps people, human beings, Madisonians. Mayor, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. I have no other alders in the queue wishing to speak. So item 14 has been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording a unanimous vote in favor? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 14. And that will take us to item 26. Item 26 is Legistar 83683, approving plans and specifications for public improvements necessary for the project known as 1 and 15 Ellis Potter Court and authorizing construction to be undertaken by the developer. On item 26, President Figueroa Cole, a motion, please.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adopt item 26. On item 26, are there questions for staff? Seeing no questions for staff, is there any discussion on item 26? Are there any questions for staff on item 26? Alder Harrington McKinney.
My question was earlier before the previous alder left, there was a discussion between the developer, the owner of the property, and a church was involved. And so my question is that church still involved in these considerations? Who am I talking with?
Alder, is that a?
That's a question. Is the church still involved?
I understand it's a question, Alder, but I'm not sure who it's a question for. I'm not sure who has knowledge of this project. Is it City Engineer Wolf? Are you familiar with who's involved with this project? I'm not sure anybody can answer that question for you.
I'll withdraw it.
Alder. Thank you, Alder. On item 26, are there additional questions or is there discussion? Seeing none of either, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of item 26? Seeing no objection, we'll record a unanimous vote in favor of item 26. That brings us to the end of our agenda. Are there any additional introductions from the floor or announcements? Seeing none of either. Alder Govindarajan, it's your turn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded to adjourn. Is there any objection to recording unanimous vote in favor of adjournment? Seeing no objection, we are adjourned. Good morning.
Happy Juneteenth.